What highly illegal thing took place at your high school? We had a softball coach sleep with his students, but a far more interesting story that didn't technically take place on school grounds. There was this kid who was constantly being harassed by bullies. They would even follow him after school and attack him. So there was this hardware store across the street and a lot of kids would hang out in the parking lot after school. The bullies chased the kid inside and cornered him in the garden section. They kept hitting and kicking him, so the dude grabbed an axe from one of the shelves and just started swinging. All the bullies ended up in the hospital with various injuries. Security camera got the whole thing, but I can't remember now if Jim Lee son of Gloin was charged or if it was ruled self-defense. Update. I followed up with my sister, who actually knew the kids involved better than me. She was closer to their age. The news articles that came out at the time didn't really talk about the pattern of abuse that led to the axe kicking, but she did confirm that Jim Lee was sent to juvenile corrections for a while. She remembered when he got out, and as far as she knew he was doing well. Edit. Thank you for silver and gold. Edit 2. So I thought I left things vague, but apparently this incident was unique enough that people have found some of the news articles. There are more details about the subsequent legal action in those for interested parties. This came up in a previous thread some time ago. I went to an incredibly shitty school in London that was in special measures by the time I left at 18 after a year with about 50% attendance and 3 U grades at A level. It is apparently doing fairly well now, since it has been amalgamated into the fold of a local superhead who runs several schools across the surrounding boroughs. But I will paste what I shared last time, since people seemed to like it then. We had many dog hammer fight in my first week. Rush day. 1 day per year the kids in E7 would just get random beats. A couple of stabbings. Yeah, kid locked the woodwork teacher in the toilets. Woodwork teacher kicked the door off its hinges and set about the kid the very same way. Someone stole all the computers from the computer room. Kid was stripped and all his clothes and belongings were doused in lighter fluid and burned. Head teacher left for lunch one day and never came back. Our only person making the timetables was the admin/business teacher. Died of a heart attack during a class. Starting the following year, no classes were organized for 2 months. Graduation year A2, to boot, still received weekly notices about attendance during that period. History teacher got pregnant by another teacher. Conception apparently on site. They weren't in a relationship. Someone started a rumor that she was raped, and he was also a pedophile. He had to leave the school. Super. Head brought in to get us shipshape, known for taking no shit and turning schools around. Made her quit her entire decades-long career. Couldn't hire new teachers. Woodworking dept was abandoned after previous incident. Kid trapped another kid in there with a mind to reenact some hostile shit and tried to slice his femoral artery with a sharpened file. The chemistry teacher and his wife, who was also a teacher at same school, don't remember what subject, were the teachers you spend years hearing older kids talk about how awesome they are and how fun their classes are. Everyone got excited if they got put in these teachers' classes at the beginning of the year, and everyone who didn't get them was bummed. The girls liked him because he was younger and fun and somewhat good looking, and so was she. They were like the beautiful power couple that everyone wants to know. Then it all went to shit. Turns out he was having an affair with another teacher at the school and got caught somehow through the school computer system. Emails or something. I don't remember. It's been 10 plus years. All the students were heartbroken that this man they looked up to would do something like this. That's not even the bad part. In the process of investigating, the school found tons and tons of pictures on his computer, going back 4 years, up the skirts of the cute girl students he would put in the front row. Turns out he was using an Elmo projector/camera thing that sat on a shelf at the front of the class to take up skirt shots all the time. Imagine going from adoring this teacher to being disgusted at what he did to his wife, to then finding out he had pictures of your legs and crotch on HSI computer. Makes my skin crawl. Has in prison. His now ex-wife doesn't teach anymore, and no idea what happened to the other woman. There was a group of 4 tough guys at my high school who used to film each other beating up handicapped people at night around town. They would do the same to really drunk people leaving bars late at night. Unfortunately, they were not small guys and people were afraid to confront them. They used to drive around with the tapes and recording equipment in the trunk of the car they shared. They got caught because one day some shit happened and they jumped my friend group as we were biking down the road together. The four of us, being able-bodied human beings, put up a fight and hurt two of them pretty bad. We were also 2 to 3 years younger. This was very public in the middle of the day on a busy road near an on/off ramp for the local highway. As they tried to take off in their car, 2 Greyhound buses driving by and a woman in a minivan cut across the road to block the lanes and lock them in. The tough guys ended up driving off the road and threw the debris and foliage on the side of the road and took off. Everyone got a real good look at them, and police found them a few hours later with all the sheets still in their trunk. We eventually went to court months later about it, and they had the audacity to tell the judge magistrate they were just trying to teach us a lesson about how to behave. Fast forward 15 years, one of them is dead, 2 are in prison, and 1 is living a real shit, drug-ridden life back in our hometown still. Things from me and my friend group. Girlfriend was suspended for 3 months pending a hearing for lighting a garbage on fire in the school. It was one of those big Rubbermaid grey bastards. She was just spraying paper bowls with perfume and burning them. One she threw in the trash started a fire and we bailed in fear of getting in trouble. The entire school was evacuated. Principal stuck up for her and she was admitted back to school. Alcohol was frequently brought to school. I can't count how many times that same girlfriend or I brought some whiskey in our morning coffee thermoses. Personally was the biggest pot dealer in the school. I'd weigh out 10 sacks, 10 grams, 10, 20 sacks and 10 half-eighths, and put them in various pockets each day so I'd be able to access them easily. I'd leave with no more and would have to make several trips to my car throughout the day. Was brought into the office and questioned by police and principal because some parents overheard me arranging an LSD deal. Luckily they couldn't prove anything and I told them it must be another blue-haired kid. I was the only person with blue hair in the school. Friend brought a crossbow to school because he is an idiot and was caught with it in his locker and expelled. This same friend had gotten into it with someone earlier that year and lit their locker on fire. Friends and I were eating lunch behind school and another group, actually one was my future girlfriend mentioned above, was smoking bowls while some jocks played football nearby. We saw campus cops running toward us and told smokers to bail, which they did. It still smelled like pot, so the cops brought us in, but my friend had a clean. He was returning it, bong in his backpack, and fled on his skateboard. He actually damn near made it, but a cop who was giving a speech in criminal law was leaving the campus at that moment and heard the call and intercepted him. He was arrested. The rest of us were brought in and searched, but during the confusion, had ditched all our contraband in bushes on the way to the office. Side story. Later that year we were asked to make a movie about witch hunts. We were perturbed they didn't bring in any of the jocks who were hanging out nearby, just punks. We reenacted everything shockingly well done. We had a contract, an actual cop outfit a friend stole from his brother for a day, had our kids edit it for us, killer soundtrack, the works. However, the principal refused to reenact our meeting with him about students' rights after we were searched. In lieu of that, we printed out a picture of Hitler, and every time it was his time to talk, we just shook the picture a little and had a voice in the background. This work of absolute art was unsurprisingly not taken well by the teacher, nor the principal when shown to him. We failed and were made to read The Giver as a punishment, which is a top book and highly recommended to everyone. Ninja edit. Oops, I forgot a great one. Our metal shop teacher was out for 2 weeks. During this time, we had a sub who knew nothing of metal shop and just sat in the classroom the whole time. Me and the other guys who ran the burn table mocked up some throwing knives/stars in AutoCAD and started burning and deburring them, then selling them to people. The metal shop teacher caught us when he got back, but he just gave us his stern talking to. By rights we should have all been expelled, but we ran a business out of the metal shop selling planters and benches and sheet, and it would have gone under if we were all gone. So his hands were kinda tied. Teacher went to jail for having sex with a minor student. She was an absolutely disgusting woman too. I don't know who would ever want to get up in that. The kid looked fairly normal too. She lost her job and went to jail. Couple seniors got caught faking a girl in the boys gym locker room. One of those dudes is in jail now for a string of big thefts. He had been stealing car radios while in high school, so didn't really surprise me too much. I saw plenty of drugs exchange hands, but I'm pretty sure that's every school point some kids beat and killed a Canadian goose on the property point somebody, in the earlier days of the internet, found some way in the system to order a bunch of stuff on the school computers using school funds somehow. I guess they got a credit card number in the system. Our IT department was the Spanish teacher's husband who also worked over at the elementary school teaching computer class, so it's not like anything was locked down. Prob just found a Word doc in the intranet that had credit card info on it. Some kid tied himself up and then called the police saying that he'd been tied up by another person, and they found out he was lying. That kid was always a bit weird. Our high school girls basketball team went to state one year, so our school arranged a couple school buses to take a bunch of us down there. I smoked weed and cigarettes on that bus, as did many others. There was also a lot of alcohol around. Lots of kids got pantsed on the sidewalk by the stadium. 100 kids absolutely out of control. Like 4 chaperones. I assume they'll never do something like that again. Lol. Our school had a teachers union strike that lasted a couple weeks. They didn't really know what to do with us, so it was all of us just hanging out in the auditorium for most of the day. It was fucking awesome. Few days in, everyone started bringing in vodka inside water bottles. That was an amazing 2 weeks, TBH. Before I describe what actually happened, I need to explain something about Weepuls. Weepuls are, or were, at the very least, these little balls of fluff about the size of golf balls. They're often festooned with googly eyes, hats, plastic feet, or any number of other accessories, making them look rather like a crafting project undertaken by a group of 5-year-olds. Weepuls were fairly coveted items when I was in 6th and 7th grade, because you could earn them as a reward for selling magazine subscriptions through this fundraising event that the school held every year, and if you had the right Weepuls, you actually had the chance to win a fair amount of money in one of the daily contests. If none of this is making much sense, don't worry, it was difficult to understand back then as well. Basically, you'd get different varieties of Weepuls for selling different amounts of magazine subscriptions. Then, every day, each Weepul bearing student would be allowed to pull a piece of candy out of a hat. If the candy had a sticker on it, the student would win a certain amount of money. That amount would be multiplied by each Weepul that they owned, plus an additional multiplier for, okay, you know what? None of this is important. What is important is that certain members of the school faculty viewed this entire event as a way of threatening or bribing some of the students. There was one young woman, for instance, who was told that she'd be set up to win $50 if she gave up her spot in some contest or another, so that the teacher's son could take her place. Another student was told that his winnings would be confiscated if he didn't take responsibility for the fire alarm having been pulled. Nothing really terrible happened, at least, not that I heard about, but there were enough shady dealings to make the entire thing seem pretty damned unpleasant, even for those of us who weren't really involved. The twisted punchline to the whole affair came about when one student offered another a sexual favor in exchange for his Weepuls, and when folks found about the deal, only he was suspended. Not, as you might think, because of his involvement in the exchange, but because it was against the fundraiser's rules to share or give away Weepuls. TLDR, keep your fuzzy balls to yourself. Guy in my grade would save nudes from every girl in our school he could get them from. He was a pretty handsome guy and managed to be flirt with girls until he received nudes. Sometimes he convinced other guys to give or sell him nudes of attractive girls he didn't have. He had hundreds of pictures until he had nudes of just about every attractive female in our grade, including several from other grades. I was good friends with him, and he would sell views of a certain girl's nudes for $5 each on his phone, or if you wanted him to send them to you, he charged $40. He made hundreds of dollars off of the morons I witnessed during lunch go up to him and pay him for this service. He did everything unknowing to every girl in our school. I never agreed with this, but he was my friend, so I never ratted him out. Whenever he was sending girls nudes to others, he would take their phone during the process to ensure they deleted his text and any easy to obtain proof of this. It somehow took 8 months before our school authorities had knowledge of this, but before authorities confiscated his phone, He deleted all pictures from his phone so nothing was found. I talked to him later about it, and he said he still had nudes saved to his laptop, but he doesn't keep any on his phone anymore. He was never caught or charged with anything. Edit. This is a bit old, but I definitely want to make a comment that CP should never be tolerated, is one of the worst offenses someone can take advantage of, and should be reported immediately. I was stupid at the time to brush it off, and besides, for this incident the kid wasn't a bad person. He does not get involved in anything like this anymore, and if anything happens like this to you, you should report it to make sure anything like this does not occur. So, first day of my senior year, 2009, I walked into my first class of the day, and there was this guy in the class who was standing awkwardly in the back. My friends and I figured that he was a student teacher who would be helping out in our class, but his name was called during attendance, and we all thought he was super old. Throughout the day, we'd see him, and we learned more as the day went on. He said he had throat cancer, which is why he looked and sounded the way he did. He said he was living with his uncle and had just moved here. One of our classmates had passed away that previous summer from brain cancer, so that kid's friend group, popular but friendly kids, welcomed him with open arms. My friend group, nerdy smart kids, was still suspicious and kept referring to him as creepy old guy. When I went home that night, my mom told me I should be nicer and stop judging him, as I was the new kid at school once too. So I planned to talk to him on that second day, at least to appease my mom. Except, during homeroom, the principal made an announcement. He'd registered himself at the school, pretending to be his nephew, in an attempt to write a book about high school students and the lack of security measures in school systems. Looking back, it's terrifying that he was able to do that. After that incident, the school district really tightened up their security, but who knows what his real plan was in doing all of this. And how they figured it out? He had tattoos on his arms that were definitely from a long time ago, as the black ink had started to turn green. And apparently, that kind of ink is no longer used. 4 things. There was a teacher who was accused of inappropriately touching some of the boys, quite a few years before I started there. He was taken to court and acquitted due to insufficient evidence. About 10 years later, some other boys brought similar charges against him. Before he went to court, he hung himself from a tree in his front yard. It's still not 100% clear if he did it, or if he just didn't want his name dragged through the mud again, and for his family to have to put up with it. Another teacher, this was about 5 years before I started, was not only accused of inappropriately touching, but having sex with some of his female students. People wanted to charge him, but some of the girls protected him, and the school district transferred him to another school. While I was actually there was a guy, Mike, in my grade who worked at a convenience store in town. He started stealing cigarettes from the store and selling them to students at the school, double illegal for theft, and selling tobacco to a minor. The convenience store eventually found out and threatened him with charges. He almost went go juvie, but the store owner forgave him under the condition he do some community service / paid off the amount of his theft. Not necessarily illegal, but entirely unethical. Our school's drama teacher, who was married to our art teacher, started an affair with her student. I say not illegal, because the student was over 18 when the affair started. Towards the end of that year, the drama teacher left her husband and married the student about 6 months after he graduated. The ex-husband, art teacher, had a full mental breakdown. There were reports of him starting a bonfire in his backyard and dancing around it singing in his underwear. He left the next year and was never heard from again. Last I heard, the teacher and her former student are still married. 2 sexual assault cases over the course of 3 weeks. A kid from my debate team got stabbed to death by middle schoolers while selling them jewel pods. A kid from my choir attempted suicide by jumping from the 4th floor, got completely paralyzed instead. The school had to put up gates over the ledges on all the floors after another kid tried to do the same thing. Friend of mine got caught selling acid on campus. Girl who was new to the campus tried having sex with one of the popular guys in my friend group to climb the ranks. When it didn't work she claimed he raped her, but was proven wrong through text messages and stuff like that. Point when yak yak was a thing, there was a ton of cyberbullying. Unfortunately I did take part in this and felt terrible about it afterwards and personally apologized to the person I harassed. They are doing okay now and I still keep up with them. Not illegal, but the worst story I've heard. A girl from my friend group had an all sex with her boyfriend for the first time. Afterwards she couldn't control her bowels and shit all over the wall. When parents got home she blamed it on their old dog. The parents had the dog put down cause they thought he was really sick. I don't know if this one is true, but all the other ones I witnessed firsthand or heard about through the news. Public school in Texas is like the Wild West. So this might be the most unique one, since I'm guessing by now this thread is full of such with students selling drugs and assault sheet. Anyway, I heard about a couple guys in our sister high school were in a computer service class. Think of it as off hour, but you get service hours for helping out the ed department. Well, being in this class if you will, it was only ever like 3 to 4 guys at a time. You basically help the ed guy out, updating software/hardware, running virus scans, replacing power adapters for the laptops etc. However, this position afforded you one thing that nearly no one else at the school had: the admin passwords. Now, allegedly there were a couple different levels. The basic admin password let you adjust settings on the computers, update firmware and everything, but there was one above that, which essentially allowed you server level access. You could log in and literally have access to every single person's personal drive that was stored on the server. And if I remember correctly, they said the drives were labeled with the owner's first initial then last name, so not hard to figure out what drives belonged to the teachers and thus which ones contained the tests for their class. For an entire semester these guys sold every test, every quiz, everything you can imagine. They had access to incident reports that were in the dean's drive, sheet on teachers in the hour drive, everything. Oh, and I feel it's important to mention this high school was part of and on a college campus and shared their network, though they never had a need to. They could have accessed everyone's drives at the university as well. They could have even pulled a fight club and deleted everything. They actually mentioned doing this, but weren't sure if there was backups being stored somewhere. 3 teachers were caught in compromising situations, all within a 5-year span. First one, the teacher left for another opportunity. He was a coach/teacher and would sit in for some classes. He left behind his school laptop, which ended up getting passed to the substitute after he left. She loads it up to the projector and it beams out the last page visited. Pornhub. Teen fetishist born too. Guess he had a thing for young girls. They had to turn the laptop over to the police given the circumstances, but I believe that, while full of porn, it was all of legal age girls, only young in appearance. Number 2 was also a coach/teacher. He was pulled over after failing to stay in his lane, which led to a DUI charge. However, as they were putting this info in, it returns a flag that this guy is a sexual predator and has not notified his newest neighbors of this little hitch in the situation. Huge scandal. The school hired a perv. Yada yada yada. I don't know the situation that led to the charge, so I couldn't tell you how to feel, but it wasn't a good picture. And number 3. Not a coach, but the music teacher slept with one of his students and tried to keep it a secret, particularly since he was married and with a young child. Of course, that didn't happen, and shit hit the fan. 3 pedophiles at the school at the same time. They said. But what about our Southern values? Good riddance. I actually was the one who did the highly illegal thing. I was in a biology class as a freshman, and most of my classmates were sophomores and juniors who hated the teacher. Near the end of the school year, they suggested that I steal the teacher's laptop. Being the stupid eager to please freshman that I was at that time, I did it. After the teacher left the class, I walked up to his desk and grabbed his Mac, walked out, tossed it in the first locker I saw, and walked to my next class where I proudly bragged to my classmates about what I did. 20 minutes later, in the middle of class lecture, a sheriff's deputy and school admin pull me out of class. I picked up grand theft charges, a juvenile grant of probation, like 200 community service hours, and the plenty of counseling. They had simply checked the cameras and saw my little self doing the whole thing. Further, I spent the final 2 weeks of that school year suspended. I was desperate for attention and notoriety and expected to be a living legend at my school the next year. Instead, when I returned as a sophomore, I saw that people were mostly disturbed by what I had done. I learned the hard way that year, don't give in to peer pressure. Only much later in life did I learn the larger lesson, which was to love myself exactly as I was. I didn't need to do that drastic thing to win over my school. I could just been myself. Looking back on it, it was a plea for attention. Our school was, and still is, organizing a yearly fair. The classrooms would be distributed among students, tables would be put in the hallways and also distributed, and then people would do all kinds of business ventures, open legit cafes, where they would cook stuff, mostly appetizers OFC, but I saw people bringing portable stoves, bars with non-alcoholic beverages, tabletop clubs. People would flip sheet they had second-hand. Lots of kids selling their handcrafted items like jewelry, photographs, paintings, stickers, etc. Also, there would also be a bunch of people who played live music street style with a hat that people would money in. It's actually highly awesome. We loved it. Was a great way to communicate. People who didn't have it in them would just have fun, and the little capitalists would have a good shot at actually making their first money. The only two things banned were gambling and alcohol/drugs. Parents would also come, and it would be an actual giant fair. People would get actually creative with it. For example, one year one kid brought a TV and a PlayStation and said, "I beat you at FIFA. You pay me $10. You beat me at FIFA. I pay you $20. No one beat him, and he made in the hundreds. Me and my friends organized a Dota to LAN tournament with paid entrance and money prizes. We couldn't get 10 PCs, but we set up a pretty solid 1v1 mid-lane competition for 10th graders. The illegal parties. That school collected the money that pupils made. Teachers would inspect what you had and would expect you to give them some percentage of what you made. It wasn't obligatory, of course, but they would remember and give you shit for it later if you didn't give them something. Our recon teacher slept with a 9th grader and continued to sleep with her until she graduated. When the story leaked, we all learned that he would invite her over and get her drunk and then sleep with her. Sometimes even while his kids were home. Another teacher got fired after he got drunk and broke into his ex-wife's house. After high school, a girl I graduated with got pregnant and didn't know until she gave birth on the toilet. Then she put her kid in the garbage can and killed her. She went to jail and was released on bail, got knocked up again, and disposed of the infant in a dumpster. She didn't get bail the second time around. Another girl in the grade below me lied to her brother saying her boyfriend was physically abusing her when he wasn't. She later admitted this. The brother showed up with a knife and stabbed him, wound up killing him, and got a serious sentence, since it was considered premeditated. The girl appeared on Dr. Phil years later saying she didn't regret any of it. On a more light-hearted, less illegal note, one kid shat on a piece of paper towel and rolled his turd into the vending machine dispenser. Lots of drama in the small suburbs of Michigan. I guess edit. Remembered more sheet. Added them to the post. I went to a technical high school that wasn't in my hometown. Got some stories from both schools from friends though. Hometown was much more eventful. Some backstory is that I lived in a pretty wealthy town, like 3rd decile by the time I was in high school, but it was 6th when I was born there. Also, the police station is literally right next to the high school, like they share a parking lot. Hometown. At one point a group of kids started a gang and were acting all tough, as if they weren't from an upper class small town. A bunch of them were arrested in the cafeteria when they gang rapped a girl at a party. The remaining members were caught doing cocaine in the bathrooms. Some real pieces of work and easily the shittiest people I have ever had the displeasure of meeting. Less extreme than that was a different group of kids who weren't necessarily assholes, but were just stupid. They made a rap video on YouTube about smoking weed and had footage of them smoking on school grounds and vaping in the library. They got off pretty easily and still graduated. They just weren't allowed to walk during graduation and got kicked out of NHS. They also got made fun of by some local blogger for making a gangster rap video in an obviously nice neighborhood. The last day of school senior year, a bunch of kids brought alcohol to school in their cars and would keep taking trips out to the parking lot and taking swigs. Incredibly enough, the school caught on and like 30 kids ended up getting kicked out of NHS and couldn't walk during graduation. Technical high school, far less violent / openly stupid than the public school. Honestly, there was plenty of illegal shit happening, but it was hard for teachers to keep an eye on everybody in shop, especially big ones like auto tech and welding, where they had to focus on people not injuring themselves. This led to a whole lot of drug deals happening in shop locker rooms, and I remember one time a state rep was coming for a speech, and they had drug dogs searching the locker rooms, so one kid was like, "I'm going to take out the trash," and hid his bag of weed behind the dumpster outside. There was also a weirdly big market for acid. The only kid I know that got caught was an absolute clown known as B-Man, who expelled after trying to make a drug deal in the middle of the cafeteria. My friend actually got a 100 on a Spanish project because B-Man was his partner and he couldn't do it anymore. Location for all of this is Bavaria, Germany. While I went to my school, 2 of the teachers married former students. Both couples just happened to become a couple the day the girls weren't officially students anymore. Both couples are now married. One of the teachers left the school, the other one still teaches there, and took on the girl's last name when they married. This happened 3 years apart. No one was charged. The second teacher was engaged at the time. One teacher was moved to a different school because he gave better grades to girls who showed more cleavage that day. He told the whole class that he does this. He was originally moved to our school because of similar complaints at his last school. Then we had some kids being busted with weed. My little sister told me that recently someone was caught with around 20g in his bag during class because the teacher noticed the smell. Also, a couple 6th graders, 12-year-old kids, were fighting on Instagram about some celebrity, and one of them said he'd bring a knife to school to sort it out. Knife stabbings don't happen where I'm from. This was obviously an empty threat. We had around 20 police cars show up at school, some of them special forces. First time I saw an automatic rifle. That kid must have been scared out of his mind when they picked him up. He didn't have a knife. Boy, I'm sure this will get buried at this point, but I've wanted to unpack this story for a hot minute. So when I was in high school, the assistant vice principal was this pretty funny chill woman in her late 40s. In the last couple of years, this woman had an ex-student who was 1 year older than me, odd and I on her couch. So, she told police she was just trying to help him straighten his life out, and she left him there alone, and he did that to himself. The police then asked to see her phone to check a few things. She declines. So they get a court order and search her phone. Very good. Turns out she was the one bringing drugs from across state lines, and that's how he had access. She was giving him the drugs. But wait, there's more. They also found that she was trafficking with my 8th grade history teacher, and they were selling each other hard drugs and prescription drugs on school grounds. But wait, there's more. They also found child pornography on her phone. Lots. Young boys from 8 to 12 years old performing such acts on women, and also girls in the same age range having such acts performed on them. It's uncertain if this was just stuff she found, or stuff that was homemade. They didn't specify in the news articles I've read. But wait, there's more. They also found that she was friends with a local police officer, and she was telling him about her sexual fantasies of children. He told her, "Because I'm a cop, people think I should be held to some crazy high standard, but I think you should let your freak flag fly." So yeah, that. They all 3 got arrested and I think the trial is still ongoing. I went to a small charter school, so rumors spread fast. However, I don't know the whole truth, so I'll just relay what was told to me. 2 middle schoolers were having sex in a classroom during lunch, and were caught. The pet teacher was advancing on a middle school girl. From what I understand, they nearly had sex until someone walked in on them. There was a substitute for music class, because the previous teacher was bipolar, and had a freak out, and this new guy locked himself in the music room with just all the boys. Not exactly sure what happened, and he continued to teach, but everyone talked about it, and was told never to be alone with him. Someone tried lighting the girl's bathroom on fire. A guy who was into some very raunchy anime was caught master baiting in the men's room during class. We had our own logins for the computers for classes and that was taken away the next year because of this kid. He had some very inappropriate pictures of anime girls on his account. This one I do know about because I knew the people involved. One was my boyfriend at the time, the other a friend. She started giving him a hand job in class. His ex was sitting nearby and saw them very obviously doing it. They both got OS and I promptly broke up with him. I wish that was the end of our story. Grew up in New Zealand. My then girlfriend and I went to a high school dance in the last year of school. She had been through a tough childhood and enjoyed hanging around with some pretty rough company. One couple, let's call them Jane and Matt, had a history of juvenile detention, but had stuck with each other for a number of years, through their ups and downs. Matt decided it would be a good idea to bring a handgun with him that night. Some of us thought this was cool. During the night, Jane's insatiable curiosity had drawn her to a group of young men, about 24 years of age and far too old to be at a high school dance. One of the men says to her, "How about you and me go out back so you can meet Frankus?" Franks. My dick. Jane feigns being disgusted, tells her friends about the incident, who all recommend she doesn't tell Matt. So Jane, loving drama, tells Matt. At this time police arrived to the under 18s dance and find Matt out the front screaming at the older guys. The entire group is anxious as the police try to cool him down. The older guys find the whole thing hilarious and start laughing at him. Next thing you know, Matt reaches under his shirt for his gun. His friend jumps forward and they both end up on the ground. The police had no idea what just happened. The older guys are still laughing as Matt and his mate wrestle on the ground. The cops pick them up and have a chat to them for a few minutes before moving on. Good times. A student after I left once told me about a time him and a couple friends wrote a script, overtly complex and kinda manually overriding keyboard/mouse input to achieve their goal, mind you, to auto-vote their school up on some contest. They ended up winning because of it. They had 100 computers in multiple computer labs at the school running the script to vote themselves up. Showed me a video of him walking through a couple computer labs with all the computers running the script. I was laughing the entire time he told the story, and at the end, had to tell him, "Fucking tell no one about that, dude. The way computer hacking crimes work, every individual computer used is a separate felony. Fortunately it's a state-owned school and not federal, or it could have been bad. Also, they likely should have fired the teacher whose credentials they used to log in. They were also trespassing, which gets turned into a bigger crime when you are doing so with intent to commit a felony." And the best part, to me, one faking computer at someone's house could have had a script running to just send the curl request to cast a vote over and over again. The script would have been way simpler to write too, and not lock out the computer from being touched for any other purpose. All of these felonies were completely needless. He's in school for computer science, and I told him to A, keep this a secret, and B, remember it fondly, because that sheet is legendary. Assistant VP of Discipline, lol, sexually assaulted/raped an underage girl. They met in a park. Thousands of text messages over the course of months. My sister was best friends with the girl. They got in a fight. Friend goes to VP and tells him my sister knows. She and the VP, unsuccessful, tried to frame my sister for selling drugs out of her car. Police got involved and found nothing. My mom got on the phone with VP and chewed him out for searching her car. Car was in my mom's name, without her permission. Then she says, "You think I don't know what's going on?" Turns out my mom knew something was going on and had already been contacting the school district, who were unhelpful. VP starts stumbling over his words and apologizes. Shortly after, my sister ended up telling the administration about the VP, but they ignored her. She went to an art teacher who alerted authorities. The administration, including the principal, tried to cover it up and harassed my mom and sister. The principal ended up retiring and the assailant went to prison. He wrote a sickening book, a diary about it. It's terribly written, as well as inaccurate, and the anguish he expresses is about getting caught, not remorse or guilt for his sickening actions. He was also married with 2 kids. Months later, the ex-friend of my sister and her boyfriend ended up smearing ice cream, tomato sauce, and sardines all over our and inside the grill of our shared car, totaling it. They left all the containers there. We ended up catching them because they used her mom's Safeway rewards card, lol, and were on camera buying all the stuff left at the scene. She ended up having to pay restitution for the car, which took like 3.5 years because she got knocked up. 2. Campus police officer ended up having boys over to his house, drugging and rapping them. 3. Weird as art teacher messaged and added me on Facebook and tried to hang out with me. He also called my sister hot in one of her pictures. He was a total creep and everyone knew. Totally unkempt, terrible breath, would neg girls publicly then pull us aside privately and tell us how special we were. He was ordered by the administration to be 500 feet away from a student for keeping her hostage. He ended up physically assaulting a student and left. He pulled a girl by her ponytail down to the ground. I think I was a junior when that happened. I saw him in a women's lingerie shop in Santa Cruz my senior year. He had traded his Miata for a bike and looked at me all embarrassed and sheepishly smiled. Looked him up a few years later with a friend and he was teaching again in another city. Apparently it is extremely hard to blacklist teachers, the whole union thing. Point 4. My high school and the district itself had a long track record of trying to hide sexual assaults, raps, inappropriate behavior from teachers and staff way before I was in high school. There was an unstable kid who had some kind of disagreement with his teacher and told someone he was going to bring a gun and kill the teacher the next day. The next morning, before class, his best friend went and told someone what he was doing. They stopped him as he walked into a crowded cafeteria with all of the teachers and students before class. At my school, at that time, all of the teachers and students would wait in the cafeteria having a 15-minute breakfast before classes began. He had a handgun with a fully loaded clip, and somehow, they managed to keep it quiet, and it was never in any newspapers or on TV. The school was known for covering things up that went wrong and keeping it out of the public awareness because they were called a school of excellence with a clean record and they were worried about losing their additional funding associated with the good record if something came out. The same school, which this happened to me personally, would secretly lock up students when having state inspections. These inspections had to do with maintaining the school of excellence rating, and the school frowned upon poor kids with raggedy clothing like mine, and any goth-looking kids wearing black or chains. Most of the area was upper middle class. I actually had a substitute teacher approach me about this once and ask me about it because he was very distressed by the unspoken policy. He directly stated how they were ostracizing kids from a poor background. I think these actions might have also had to do with fallout from the whole Columbine thing. They didn't want people to see outcast looking kids around and associate that point. I remember being locked in a tiny room for a couple hours 2 times during these visits. It would just be like a quiet detention, but only with less affluent kids and kids wearing all black. We knew what was going on at the time because we hadn't done anything wrong, but there we were being treated as if we had. Pretty sure that has to be illegal in some way. I ended up having to drop out and live on the street, so I never finished school there anyway. I think the school had a much higher dropout rate with kids from backgrounds like mine. I wish they could been helping more kids in situations like I went through instead of making it harder. Before my time, but the VP, while my uncle was in school, was arrested on molestation charges. A kid who had been bullied in lower grades eventually made peace with his bullies and arranged a hunting trip with them till the bodies were found a few days later. The kid's dad took the blame, said his son had nothing to do with it. My uncle had to sit beside a teen who had literally gotten away with murder at his grad ceremony. During my time, drugs, a ridiculous amount of drugs, coke, crack, meth, morphine, LSD, shrooms and a large amount of Ritalin and X.0 yeah, and an attempted murder. I was the victim of this one point, although I honestly never figured out if he meant to kill or cripple me. He embedded a pen into the back of my neck far enough that it stuck when he let go, slid off a vertebrae, and stuck into the muscle later. When they searched his locker they found some disturbing things. Calderis was scratched into the inside of the door. He had razor blades and rope in his bag. He was never arrested / charged / expelled. His possessions were returned to him, and he was suspended for a week. Apparently having Tourette's is essentially a get out of jail free card angry single biker moms can play when their precious little sheethead steps out of line. He never made a second attempt though. Guess the little conversation me and some friends had with him in private down at the river stuck with him. So I apologize, because our school terms aren't called the same, but in France I knew a teacher that I never personally had, but that was kinda popular. He was teacher when I was at what we call college, age 11 to 15, and then high school, up to 18. He was switching days, working at the two different places, so I knew him before I went to high school. One day we hear that one of our teachers was arrested. No big fuss was made. Police came. He didn't resist and came with them. He apparently told them when they arrived, yes, I knew this would eventually happen. I'm coming with you. Basically, he was very friendly and a lot of his students were adding him on Facebook. He would then go to girls' profiles and grabbed any photo of them in swimsuits. Of course those girls were underage. He then went to a Dutch site and uploaded a massive amount of pictures. Apparently 50 girls were concerned. Obviously they immediately suspended him of his functions, and I didn't hear about him anymore after, because I've read a few local news back then. I have read that he was apparently not sent to prison, but I don't know what else they did besides suspend him. He surely won't be teaching anymore ever. Thing is, who the hell found that Dutch site? I've always wondered. Small school, 7 to 12 was 400-450 students. Science teacher having sex with multiple students. Scandal. He runs away before prosecution. No idea what happened to him. Pre-internet. Another teacher had a long-term relationship with a student. Nothing happened. We had a teacher who had a massive ring of keys. If you were caught not paying attention, you stood a good chance of getting keys to the face. Thing was, he was not a big guy, so near the end of the year some students put him in his cabinet and blocked the door. He left and did not come back. Student, freshman, overdosed on cocaine and had to be airlifted off campus. 7th grade student got pregnant. Multiple pregnancies overall, but 7th was pretty young. There was a teacher fired for embezzlement of funds from the school. The final 3 were pretty wild. The strange student hacked his family up with an axe and hid at the neighbor's house. Same student made threats against the football coach. Football coach moved to a school district 200 miles away to get away from the student's friends. A teacher from the grade school was accused of assaulting some female students. He was disgraced and fired. Sued the school because a cursory investigation revealed the ringleader of the girls did not like her grade and orchestrated the whole thing. He won the suit and moved. I lost contact after he left the state. I hope he is doing well. I only knew of the issue because we had the only law office in town. Oh crap, I just remembered. Bus driver was fired the day he was arrested for his marijuana farm, plus 100 plants. 3 students were arrested for GTA. They had one friend who had a car. Decided to ditch school. Car owner couldn't ditch for whatever reason, but they knew where the spare key was, and it was okay to borrow his car. So the friends left, drove to the city. Meanwhile, in faked up Smallville, a teacher noticed the missing car, and yet the student was in class, so he said, well meaning, where is your car? Instead of saying my dumbass friends probably took it, he said, what do you mean? It should be right there. You could see the curb where it was parked from inside the classroom. We did not have student parking at the time. The teacher immediately freaks out and takes the student to the admin office where they call the police. A police report is filed. Stolen vehicle. Meanwhile in the car, the friends are driving back to the school from a wonderful ditch day full of dumbers and ticks when they see the cherries light up from behind them. Figuring they were speeding, they pull to the side of the road and find themselves at gunpoint. 3 arrests later they are in a holding cell at the sheriff's office while their parents show up. It took all night for the car owner, kid's dad, to agree that it may not have been GTA and suspend the charges. He would not drop them. Many cases of dealing and using drugs. Theft. It was an exciting place to live. Full of crazy people, drugs, a massive FBI raid that ended without a suspect being captured, meth kitchen fires, a suicide with a missing heart and many other zany antics. Oh, so many things. There were about 2 weed dealers per grade, a couple coke/acid dealers in the school, Many drug deals were made in school. Speaking of drug deals in school, locker rooms were a favorite spot for it, especially since half the sports teams had a huge drug culture. Two teachers smoked weed with a student. Sophomore gave a junior a blue job in the baseball league. Got broken up by the XC coach because we were practicing like 500 yards away. Still can't believe how stupid they were. Drugs and alcohol at homecoming and prom. Fingering your date in the dance floor at homecoming was common. A friend even went down on his date, but it was more for bragging rights than effect. It would have been way too noticeable if it lasted more than a few seconds. A few fights. Nobody was ever seriously injured. At another school in our district, a girl locked a big padlock to the end of her belt and whipped another girl with it. Bomb threat year after I graduated, but the consensus among students is that it started as a joke to get school cancelled in a Friday, and the rumor spread until almost nobody showed up come Friday. Smoking weed. .d/vaping in the locker room/bathrooms. Tons of theft of school supplies, but the school never really cared because the district is rich. I'll add more if I can think of it. An act of attempted murder/terrorism. A kid who didn't like the physics teacher due to him being the type who would shout at you if you were a little shit decided he would get some payback points. Due to years of being a pipe smoker, the teacher had almost no sense of smell, so the kid watched the teacher for several days, getting to know his smoking patterns. It turned out that the teacher always came into school early and had a smoke in his classroom while marking homework. It was the 90s, and he was older shit, so the school didn't care as long as he didn't smoke in front of the kids. He also went to the staff room to make himself a cup of tea and have a catch up with the other teachers after unlocking his class in the morning. This meant that the classroom was empty for about 15 minutes before he came in and lit his pipe. During the time this little psycho crept in and put all 30 of the gas taps on, it was a large class and lab, before sneaking out again. The only reason the teacher didn't get blown up is that another teacher happened to walk down to his class with him that day and smell the gas. The kid managed to avoid being sent to a full-on prison, but was still in a specialist residential school until he was 18. There's a kid who brought a knife to class once. Got suspended for like a week after threatening the kids who were bullying him. My female pet teacher, whose husband was the chemistry teacher, cheated on him with another female teacher. They all still work there, and she stayed with her husband. A whole year of 15-year-olds made a pact to lose their virginity during the year, which resulted in 5 pregnancies and a beach party that got broken up by the police. Our art teacher would always come in drunk, then he would leave class for reasons. He would come back high off his face. The 14-year-old girl who went to a bonfire and got so drunk her stomach had to be pumped. Now the same annual bonfire is heavily patrolled by police and has been cancelled 4 times from fights to too many underage drinking. Oh. Or our English teacher, 50-year-old male, who was in charge of the female dance group, where he was a bit too interested in the girls. He still teaches there because he has led them to championships for last few years. There was a girl who huffed deodorant at a party and faked her brother football shirts. Got banned after a kid got his arm broken for wearing a jersey to class by some other kids. Or the school-wide problem of kids faking in one of the abandoned stairwells. My friend, now former, became involved with a sketchy older man. She began delivering drugs on his behalf and got paid large sums for that, as well as being the gentleman's escort to events and dinners. Our other female friends became curious and interested to know where she was getting so much cash. The original girl didn't hide it. I remember once I went to dinner with her and she had $3,000 on her in cash as a junior. Introductions happened and eventually there were about 4/5 girls who were busted for being prostitutes for this man and his crew. I can't remember if it was the D/FBI or just regular cops, but they did come to our school and spoke to the girls trying to gather information on the man's drug trade. This was in a relatively well-respected high school, in a upper middle class predominantly white neighborhood, with a Mormon church on our campus. Whether it be white privilege or just luck, none of the girls had any criminal action carried out against them, but the parents obviously didn't handle it well. Side note, this same girl also got our school into DMT. Beforehand, almost no one had ever heard of it. I remember throughout the year you could hear more and more students secretly talking about it. She ended up selling it during senior prom in the girls' bathroom. She tried to go to college for biochem, but dropped out end of her freshman year and moved to another state. I have absolutely no idea what she's doing nowadays. Oh geez, a bunch of JV cheerleaders went to some girl's house and beat her with a baseball bat. It was pretty well covered up by the school. All of the bashers got suspended, but I don't know if much else came from it. 2 kids got suspended because the girl was giving the guy a hand job in the gym during an assembly. The whole varsity cheerleading squad got taken away by cops during the homecoming game halftime for having vodka in their water bottles. One dance team girl overdosed on speed. Band kids having sex in the practice pods. The speech teacher had affairs with several underage girls and was fired. A kid wrapped toilet paper around the fire sprinkler in the bathroom and set it on fire, flooding a whole wing. This was actually middle school, and then a few weeks later he stuck a fork in a socket and shorted out the computer lab but somehow didn't die. 2 of the other schools in the district had a fierce rivalry. One of those schools had a very competitive 4A program and raised livestock. Their rivals, during homecoming week, snuck in and spray painted the animals in their school colors. Obviously the spray paint killed a lot of the livestock. It was a huge criminal mess. We had a bomb threat and had to stand outside of the school for several hours, which seemed counterintuitive to me. If there actually had been a bomb point, I'll update if I think of more. Maybe not highly illegal, but definitely cold gotten me and a number of other people in a lot of trouble if it came up at the wrong time. This is also a completely made up story that never happened. I'll never admit to anything. Yada yada. When I was in high school, I ran cross country for a mid-sized public school. Every year, we had a meet that required us to travel a few hours out of town to a more rural area of the state. The town we ran in had a very quaint, fun atmosphere. Lots of little shops selling knickknacks and souvenirs, a local brewery, a winery, a couple of bars, etc. So it was tradition that, after we raced, the bus would drive into downtown, drop us all off, and we had a few hours to mill about, grab some food, buy things, and generally celebrate another successful meet. But there was one shop. Toward the back of the strip, there was a souvenir shop that looked just like any other, but toward the back they sold tons of handheld weapons. No firearms, but just about everything else under the sun. Think throwing knives, machetes, swords, blow dart guns, ninja stars, the works. Most of them were definitely illegal to sell to minors. But the owner of the store remembered us every year, and we always gave him a lot of business, so he never checked IDs. The best part of this whole thing, though, the coaches were in on it too. They knew what we bought and were even interested in seeing everyone's bounty before we got back on the bus. The hilarious part was that, in order to avoid anyone being caught by the bus camera, one of our coaches would stand in front of it and pretend to give us all a post-meet talk as we all filed on, and the same thing as we got off. It was great. Point to this day, I still have a 50 inches long sword, a machete, a dart gun, and this weird short-handled scythe/axe combo in my closet. They are, and will forever be, the best souvenirs I've ever bought. At first it doesn't sound that illegal. A girl brought a bottle of vodka mixed with tequila, yes, straight vodka and tequila in one bottle, and handed it out for people. This is already breaking 3 laws. Theft, drinking alcohol without parental consent, and supplying minors with alcohol, again without parental consent from any parents. But that wasn't the worst part. Is, I come from a pretty good town with relatively no to little crime, so most of us had never tasted alcohol before, and then she decided to give it out to people, telling them it was pure green cordial, it had some green diet, or it was colored tequila, I'm not sure. So now she has spiked as well. This is 4 laws she has broken in one day, and in Australia, could rack up a fine over 10,000. And then the cherry on top is that in our class there are several very short people and people with alcohol allergies. When testing was done on it, it was found to be 60% alcohol. So for someone the short people, that could have intoxicated them very easily, and for the ones who are allergic it could have sent them into a seizure or killed them. In the end, I'm not sure what America and Europe's laws are like, but this is in Australia. Had she been properly charged she should have gone to juvenile, or had a 100k plus fine, but because she told the teacher she has autism, she doesn't. She claims to have several mental disorders she doesn't have, such as depression, anxiety, ADHD, anorexia and autism. She Got away with it with the same punishment the people who didn't know what they were drinking got. Sent off the camp, that's it. She should have been expelled, and it should have been taken to court, but because of a mental illness she doesn't have, she got away with it with basically nothing. Oh, and yeah, the people who had no idea that they were drinking alcohol got sent off the camp. One guy who didn't even drink it just smelled the bottle, figured it was alcohol, and handed it back saying he didn't want part in it. My school would conduct random drug busts with the police department K9 unit. Basically, they'd let the dogs track around the parking lot, and if they marked your car, you'd get pulled out of class, interrogated by police, while they searched your car, your locker, your personal items, etc. I was known as more of a stoner kid back in school, had a reputation that was hard to get out of. I never brought anything to school though, and I never smoked in my car for fear of my parents. I was in study hall when the police came and escorted me down to the office. They interrogated me for the remainder of my school day, 4 hours, and searched through my stuff several times without finding anything. After I was released, I went down to my car to find several personal possessions littered around it on the ground, stuff spilled in my cup holders, as well as my passenger seat, leather with a nice big gauge in it. Other things in my car were broken, including some canvases, a pair of nicest sunglasses, and a coffee mug. Probably a lot more, but I can't remember what else I cleaned up. Basically my car's interior was destroyed. There were packets of hot sauce smeared on my upholstery and other new exciting stains on my carpet. I complained to the school, and so did my parents, but they said it wasn't their liability. Got a lawyer, but it didn't go far. I think destruction of private property is against the law, especially if conducted by a police force with no findings of illegal activity. During that same drug bust, one of my friends got arrested for a butter knife in her trunk. Yup. My high school had rather advanced computer and information technologies classes. These were the caliber of kids I normally associated myself with. Anyway, here are a few of the following illicit activities I witnessed that occurred in the confines of these walls. Someone put a cracked version of CS 1.6 on the school's intranet, so whenever we wanted, we could play Counter-Strike from any computer that had an internet connection. Someone dismantled and Frankenstein 3 Apple iPods to make a super hard drive. 180 GB back then was a big deal. Anyway, he tried to sell it on eBay, but they said that was against copyright patent laws or something of the sort. A kid threatened to kill the president using a proxy server, and it was eventually traced to the computers in the computer lab. They confiscated it as evidence, and eventually, that kid transferred schools. One kid set up a business selling bootleg CDs that he was doing all of the aforementioned in school using all school property. One guy managed to plant a virus that he liked to call the new blue screen of death, which was just a pop-up of the infamous blue waffle JPG that you couldn't exit out of without shutting the computer down, and would come back up anytime you tried to use Windows Media Player. Weird but okay. Edit for grammar. Let's see. Rural Missouri High School, mid-1980s. Nothing too bad. However, the female drama lang arts teacher had a pet boy every year, usually a senior, sometimes junior. I knew a few of them personally. She also shared weed with some of her female students. When they worked on plays, the male basketball coach lang arts teacher banged several of his students. He ended up marrying one of them after he divorced his wife and had a kid with her. The resident drug dealer was also the son of the local KKK leader and his entire group, all 6 of them. He also tried to start race riot. It didn't get too far. He got his ass kicked out of school, lived a life of drugs and crime. Oh yeah, we had a reverse race riot. Bunch of black kids ganged up on 2 white metalheads. Why? Well, they mistook the Iron Cross for swastikas that were scribbled on their trapper keepers. We had these student teachers from time to time, college kids. One was a handsome young buck that the girls were all wet for, and sure enough he got caught with his hands in a cookie jar. Apparently he'd been doing private assessment and study time with a few juniors and seniors. Later we found out he was banging one teacher on the side. She found out about his girls and turned him in. Now my part female student teacher, young third year in college, helping my physics class. Oh my cute too, well let's just say he liked the jeeks. And I was a jeek. Far I got was a lil wet finger and nipple time. Heh. The new principal my sophomore was a no molester, had been shuffled between various schools. One day my class's most lovely female student came crying in class. The teacher chastised her for being late. She blurted out that the principal tried to rap her. She was escorted out by her friends. Nothing happened for a few months. He got caught with his hands on another girl. He then left. Rumor had it he was teaching someplace else and got shot by her angry dad. Almost forgot. With the help of my chemistry teacher, me and my class, all three of us, set up a stall in the back of the classroom and enjoyed the product of our work. A few weeks later, not my school and resentless, several football players were caught in a scandal involving underclassmen who tried out for football. This involved hazing and sexual assault with use of various objects and anal penetration, and rumor has it masturbation and handjobs. Remember, these are all guys here. One kid finally talked. The ones involved were arrested, and in the end charges were dropped to harassment. The kid returned back to school and started right back at playing football. Parents objected, of course, demanded he be expelled, threatened a walkout, etc. Eventually I heard he left the school. Let's see. Freshman year, the baseball coach had an affair with a student. Junior year, not technically illegal Pervasive, since she was of legal age by the time this happened, but a teacher married a former student slash softball player, whom he coached. Again, not illegal, but scandalous. Two math teachers were having an affair, all while one of the teachers' wives worked at the same school in the same department. Senior year, two kids murdered a well-liked girl a week before school started. Out of morbid curiosity, a kid made a really good Counter-Strike map of our school, and some pearl-clutching parent reported it to the police when they caught their kid playing it. Thing is, the kid had been working on this map over the course of the year, and a lot of kids already knew about it. The senior cheerleaders vouched for him, saying they saw him taking reference pictures of the building after school. They'd asked, and he told them so. He almost wasn't allowed to graduate. It's worth noting this kid was Asian, and the tech shooting had happened not a month before. Tangentially related, another well-liked student council member died of an extreme seizure over Christmas break, and another kid died due to medical issues. Apparent word got around to the other schools and beyond, and we were known as the cursed class. They even hid our panoramic class picture, because we all wore pink in remembrance of the deaths of students. It's hidden off in corner somewhere. Edit. Forgot after I graduated, but my brothers were attending. A girl came to school on quaaludes. No one knows where she got them. My former biology teacher got caught with meth. First, a married substitute teacher banged a sophomore boy in my senior year. She got charged. He got a standing ovation when he walked into the cafeteria, and I don't know where this is exactly in the chain of events, but the husband punched the kid. Second, this crime took place during my junior year, but came to light in my senior year. We did a ridiculous caliber production for a high school of Les Miserables, and the chorus teacher spared no expense for it, including some of her own money that she later filed reimbursement for, and snuck in full/unrelated expenses, like a part for her son's car. She got fired, and then we get the third. This is after I left, but I learned about it through my sister, who was still there. The replacement chorus/drama teacher was a young guy who came in and salvaged the end of my senior year like a champ. The following year is when he started to get too comfortable. To make a long story short, he was using his position to cast parts in the school plays to prey on the vulnerabilities of the young girls. The last one also happened after I left, but it was a teacher I personally had twice, freshman and junior year. In the time I knew this guy, he got out of student teaching and landed his job my freshman year, met his wife 2 years later, and had kids. Now, I don't know every detail here, but I do know that this guy broke some major boundaries by going over to a student's house and drinking with, at least, the mother. Anything else that happened was speculation. I knew the student because she was one of my sister's friends. The whole story was kept very guarded, but that didn't stop both the students and the teachers from talking about it. I don't think he was technically fired, but he definitely moved to another state after that, as did the girl who moved all the way across the country to live with her father. So when I was in high school there was this English teacher, we'll call him Mr. M, who had the only room in the building with no windows, and the door to his room didn't have that side window to peek through like the rest of the doors in school. Instead he had a peephole to see who's knocking on the door. Weird, right? Well, Mr. M was an asshole to almost all his students, and if you weren't in his creative writing club, you wouldn't be treated with respect. I had him for English, and I hated him. He wouldn't let me pass the class, even though I did all my assignments. He gave me detention for no reason. He treated the creative writing girls different by praising their mediocre poems and gave them a grading curve point. At the time there was a rumor going around that he was faking a student. I believed it just cause I saw him as a creep, but he never gave any hints of being a predator. Every time I looked at him, my gut would tell me to stay away. It was a feeling everyone got when they see his face point. Fast forward 9 years later, his face is now all over the news. He got caught faking a 15-year-old student. There was evidence of him sexting her. Then students started coming forward with their experience with Mr. M. This type of sexual misconduct had been ongoing for years with other students. This asshole finally got caught. Honestly, all I can think was, wow, he failed me because I was ugly. I wasted a summer repeating that class because a predator failed me on purpose. Summer school teacher didn't think I belonged there. The following year I was placed in regular English class, and the teacher even asked why I was placed in that low-level class, because my writing was above average. I hope Mr. M rots in that jail cell. I don't know if it's illegal or if it even qualifies because middle school. But back in my middle school in Puerto Rico, there was an event that to this day, everyone in that school from the years 2013 to 2015 will know as La Gurachina, or the Orange War. Point the scene. The way Puerto Rican schools are built, or at least in my life there, it's a large terrain in the middle called the playground. Even throughout high school, usually with buildings, such as the classrooms themselves, and parts of the offices and lunchrooms, no cafeterias, closing everyone in the playground. In Puerto Rico, we don't have student hall and all that. Instead, we are free to wander around the entire playground, as long as we're not too noisy, so students can still go to classrooms to finish work, if they have any. Basically, lunch period is a period to eat and relax. No work done on that period until class starts again. Now the way this middle school was built, the school itself was literally a square, with a gym on the side. Like, I'd say around 150 feet to 200 feet across, so kinda big, and divided on the middle with a cross of sidewalks. So it's a square school, divided inside by sidewalks, creating 4 smaller squares of grass inside the school. On 3 of the grass squares, there's little spaces with benches with a tree in the middle to provide some shades, and on the northwest grass square, there's a gazebo, like 2 to 3 times bigger than any of the other spaces with benches. On that gazebo the 9th graders hung out. On the northeast space with benches, the 8th graders, southeast, the 7th graders, and finally southwest, a mixture of all the groups. This was a 7th to 9th grade school. Don't ask me why, I don't know. The day this takes place, it's a normal school day. Everyone pretty much ate lunch half an hour ago, and everyone was just kicking back and relaxing. But me, I'm running around the school. I'm not on my phone, so I'm one of the first few to notice the large horde of 7th graders walking up to the 8th graders' space from the southwest, when one of them throws a full orange that they got from the lunchroom. In just a few short and blurry moments, all hell breaks loose. Everyone from the 2 opposite corners of the school is throwing half-full bottles of water, Gatorade bottles, and oranges from one side to the other. It legitimately looks like some kind of World War reenactment. People throwing bottles and oranges like they're grenades, home run sliding, grabbing whatever to throw back to the opposing group, screaming everywhere. It was chaos. At the end, almost the entire school was late to the next period for like 15 minutes out of the 55 minutes we had per period, as they got hold of as many participants on the war as they could, while everyone else was running like maniacs and or recording on their phones. The Kickstarter, we all later found out it all started because some 8th grader threw an orange to a 7th grader in the lunchroom, and no one did anything about it. Welcome to Puerto Rico. Point after that, the entire event sort of became a legend, being told to everyone and anyone who wasn't there to experience it. It was glorious. Me and my buddies in high school once had a metric sheet ton of weed seeds left over from a buddy of ours crop that ended up having a few fertilized plants that produced a lot of seeds. I'm talking enough to fill like 4 large cake mixing bowls. So, being the faking moron teenagers we were, each of us filled a massive plastic bag with them and proceeded to dump them literally everywhere there was dirt or plants at our school. Keep in mind we went to a semi-rural high school that had enough space to house a reasonable amount of livestock and garden space for the agricultural program we had, and a massive oval that took the groundskeepers several hours to mow and weed. And there was at least a total square kilometer of unused land surrounding the oval. We were walking around with the bags in our pockets and just eating handfuls of them everywhere, throwing them way up into the air on the oval, and ditching them into every garden we could see. Well, about 3 months later there were tiny shoots of weed everywhere. There was a certain point over a few days where the entire school had that minty weed smell that accompanies growing plants. The gardeners found most of the ones in the garden beds in the public areas pretty quickly, but this was during a massive rainy season that must have buried a lot of the seeds. We didn't think most of them would sprout because we weren't properly planting them and tending to their growth. Anyone who's ever grown weed knows they're the fussiest faking plants ever and seem to thoroughly enjoy dying for no apparent reason. But boy were we faking wrong. A month later, and they discovered all of the ones that ended up in the no man's land around the oval and the ones across the wetlands that our school had on site. All of the ones that had ended up in front/backyards of people who lived near the school. And, the bit I found funniest, the ones that had started growing near the bus stops in various districts because the seeds had gotten caught in people's shoes. They were faking everywhere and a few had gotten to almost knee height before being found. The school ended up being pulled into an assembly where they explained what was going on and urged everyone to basically snitch on whoever did it. Me and my buddies were freaking out over the next few weeks because there was a witch hunt for us, but thankfully no one saw us throw any seeds and we didn't end up getting caught. To this day it's one of the dumbest but funniest things I've ever done. Point mind you, this was a pretty long time ago when weed had a bit more of a stigma around it, so it felt pretty serious at the time. TLDR, me and my high school friends threw a large number of weed seeds around my school and they grew and almost got us into trouble. Had this ring or better Mayfair family of Pokemon/UGR card dealers. In their height they had like thousands of cards and would sell rare cards to you for a lot of money. How did they get to thousands of cards? Rich kids, good trades with other kids, having a magical something that spat out legit TCs. No, they would buy these really bad copies from Poland in bulk. This all was in Germany by the way, and they were not just copies of the real cards, but like Super Exodia or Exodia on one card or screenshots of the anime and stuff. No problem if you were somewhat interested in these card games and knew that was bullshit, but they would go to the younger kids and do the look, I have this super exotic, it's so rare it's worth 3k a year, but I give them to you for X amount of cards. And it would work because either they were just getting into it or were just plain stupid. So at some point this got really out of hand and spread to other schools with them reporting to this. One kid at our school who started it. He was the boss because of that we had the best cards at school. You could buy them, but it also meant you couldn't play anymore cause always there was some goons around trying to either talk you out of your cards or just plainly steal them. There were many beatings about this, and the teachers, just for the hell, couldn't get behind this. All the empire started to fall when they got to steal money from kids to buy new cards, and the police were informed. We don't know what happened to the boss. He moved, some of his close friends got lifelong grounded by their parents, but nothing much from the law side. Some got some 100 TS of hours of community service. We knew of a stash of cards in some of the guy's backyard. It was in a hut. That was his secret base. We broke in and stole that stash, gave some to the younger kids who got swindled, kept a fair bit of it, actually found them while cleaning the other day. X3 That's why I write this. TLDR. had a something akin to a Mayfair familiar on my school that dealt in TCG and me big money. Then in the end, when the empire fell, got grounded for life and some 100 TS of hours of community service, the boss even moved away. So I can't tell you what he got in the end. We stole the main stash of cards and gave them fairly to the younger kids. Also another time some teacher stole supplies like in the hundreds of yuan. That was the one time we had a police car on the school grounds. Not in the first one, just when a teacher steals from the school. I had a babysitter, I mean history teacher, who would sit at his desk while we were instructed to read out of the textbook, answer a set of questions on paper, all of which took 5 minutes tops, and be quiet for the remainder of the period. One of the jock jackasses repeatedly shone a laser pointer into my eyes through my eyeglasses, to which I repeatedly told him to stop. Each time I did so, the babysitter would give me a dirty look and tell me to be quiet. After the fourth blinding attack, I calmly walked to the pencil sharpener and sharpened a pencil to a fine needle point and jumped into the jock's face, holding the pencil lead right up to his eye. Wanna know how that laser pointer feels? Babysitter sends me to the office and I get to switch history classes. No punishment for him for reading his newspaper instead of doing his job, none for me, and nothing for the jock who would later get arrested for DUI just before graduation. A few years after graduating, I heard that the babysitter was fired because students were apparently having sex in his classroom. Probably with him oblivious, reading his newspaper the whole time. I hope he lost his pension, the miserable old fuck. Pretty crazy but not exactly illegal. My school wasn't as batshit insane as some of the others, and here some kid in the grade above me that I knew, James, and talked to often, took a picture of their new airsoft rifle to show to friends. One of their friends took the picture of said rifle and sent it to other students claiming that James is planning to do something big tomorrow or some shit. Next day police showed up at school. I actually think we went into lockdown over it. The kid who posted the picture got in trouble, even though they had no idea what was going on, and their friend almost got expelled, but got suspended in the end. Other stuff that happened. Kids came to class high all the time. Nobody got caught, but it was pretty obvious some kids were smoking in the bathrooms or even underneath the staircase. One kid got expelled because a boy was simply talking with his girlfriend, and so the kid walked up to the boy and punched him square in the face, resulting in a bloody nose. Pretty sure said expelled kid shot himself a year or two later, but I don't remember the full story. There were occasional fights that happened after school or during lunch, or whatever. I once snatched a baseball bat away from another student who seemed to be ready to start hitting the other kids who were fighting on the ground. He started yelling at me, but the teacher showed up and broke up the fight. Thankfully, I got worried that I was going to have to fight him. This one is on me, but by grade 12 I fully stopped giving a shit about getting in trouble about stuff. One day during Christmas break, a friend and I egged our school mostly for fun, but because we hated it. There was an assembly when we came back to do with that, but neither my friend and I got caught, thank fuck. This is a fun list, but also a long one, so bear with me. A kid got chokeslammed by an administrator for trying to start a fight with someone else because his girlfriend cheated on him the next year. A girl beat her boyfriend so badly he was having seizures, and despite there being blood everywhere, the cafeteria continued everything as though that was normal. There was a different girl who grabbed one girl's. We even tried to strangle a different girl with it. Somebody threw a flaming brick into the principal's office before school. One day there was a fight at breakfast once, and the families of the people involved came to school and continued to fight, with at least one gun being drawn. There were some kids who had the bright idea to have an actual boxing match on campus. Gloves, referee, and video. Somebody had the bright idea to strip as he was running from administrators after a fight. He was later found wandering the neighborhood in his boxers in an effort to break up a fight. An administrator ended up choking out a student. Somebody was skipping class and threw his bag and ran when he got caught. His bag had a gun and was full of pills and marijuana. Somebody else got his gun stolen on campus at gunpoint. He reported this to the principal, trying to get his gun back, and last, but not least, somebody pulled a gun during a fight at lunch, managed to get several shots off, and was tackled by a football coach. Nobody got hurt. I went to a high school in Canada that had a big drug problem. All of a sudden this new student showed up and quickly made friends with all the big drug users and dealers in the school. The student was 19. We had an adult education center that was part of the school where anyone 18 and above had to go, separately from the students under 18. Big red flag there, and I kept my distance, but kids in this school were idiots and liked to flaunt the illegal stuff they did. Sometime later in the school year we had a knock on the door of one of my classes. The principal walked in, and you could see there were a number of police officers behind him, and also the 19-year-old student in his police uniform. The principal calmly pointed to 2 students who were dealers/users in the class, and said, "You to come with me, and leave your books. You won't need them where you're headed." When class had ended I had heard from others that the police had gone class to class and arrested all the druggies they had evidence against. Within a short while they started a police station in the school as well. Some of these kids were really faked and needed to be arrested and get treatment. Others were just caught in a poor lifestyle and wanting to fit it in any way they could. It was like being in a movie. 2 kids suddenly lured a 7th grader to the back of the school and rapped him. A student saw them in the act, but they didn't see him. He called in a school overseer and the overseer didn't believe him, but went to see what's going on. Found 2 male students from 9th and 8th grades having sex with a crying male 7th grader. He couldn't scream out for help because, well, you know why. The kid apparently got compensated and got the help he needed. The 2 kids were immediately expelled and had the police called on them. The next day they came back with their parents, and, apparently, it so happened that the kid's father, a military 3-star officer, captain, was also there. The 2 parents left their kids in the schoolyard, where the kid, who is the son of a well-known and respected man, had 15 other students, including himself, attack the 2 kids. The captain kept the 2 other fathers in the principal's office with him screaming at the principal that these fakers raised rapists and molesters, so they don't deserve to come back, and said if they did come back, he would make life hell for the 3 of them. The principal promptly kicked the 2 parents out, and they were greeted by a mob of apeshit crazy kids who just got bored of beating the 2 rapists with rocks. They then started throwing rocks at the 2 parents who dragged their kids out of the school. The 2 families disowned their children and fled the country. Now those 2 are probably rotting in an alleyway somewhere in this country. People smoking weed here and there. One time someone was recorded dropping the bandana of another set and stomping on it. SCT equals gang, and they followed the bus and cut it off to try to jump him, but couldn't. But that same morning the same 3 people drove into the student parking lot and almost jumped the guy. But as always when there's a big crowd going to one area of the busway, true area teachers coaches ECT point would stop it, and the 3 guys just casually walked away and drove to their school and no one got caught. Different hoods about to fight, sometimes Bloods and Crips about to fight, sometimes our actual bomb threat happened the day after a snow/ice storm. Snow was still on the ground, and it was like 25 to 30 degrees. Everyone thought it was a random fire drill until teachers kept telling us to go back farther away from the school, so when the side of the school I was on was near the baseball fields, wars got around that it was a bomb threat. The bomb squad from our Air Force base was sent there and everything. They ended up tracking the sent email to the bastard just standing with everyone else. Like he didn't do anything. He got arrested and sent to jail. He was a black emo kid. I don't think he was being actually bullied, but people always did stare because he wore those big as black pants, long black fake nails, those big Kiss style rock boots and black eyeliner. We evacuated the building at like 10:15 am. And we didn't get a all clear to go until like 3:30 p.m. A big drug bust happened my junior year and the whole school went on lockdown. But my classes didn't start until like 12:45 that day, so I come prancing in and everyone is lined up with cops roaming the halls. Cops grilled me for like 3 hours. Also because I never used my lock I couldn't open it, and it was apparently painted a different color, so they were trying to come up with any reason why. Apparently a kid on my lacrosse team had a breakdown and went to wall on his family, so they called the cops. He was found 3 days later high as a kite, and they were like, yeah, you're going to jail or tell us who sold you this stuff. Rinse repeat until like 50 kids are in trouble. A big chase apparently happened that involved our 64 years old principal tackling an ecstasy dealer. He got actual jail time due to a bunch of drugs being in his car. One of the world's richest people had their sons expelled due to it as well. Mile Across team had players just chilling in the parking lot getting high and the cops just walked up and caught them. They were suspended from the team and stuff. Sucks cause we beat our rivals for the first time in 13 years. Lol. I think it even spread to the other nearby high schools as there was 3 to 4 right next to each other. Think even with all the drama and legal issues everyone involved turned out alright for the most part. Back in 2004, several girls went to Cancun for spring break. They participated in a wet t-shirt contest, which soon became an OT shirt contest. Pictures were taken and spread throughout the school like wildfire. They may or may not have been 18 at the time. I honestly don't know. That by itself is highly illegal, especially if they were still 17. It gets worse. 2 students were in charge of making a senior memories DVD with videos made throughout the school year. You know, typical sappy crap. Well, they decided to hide a slideshow of these vacation photos on the DVD. You had to manually select the title and chapter or something. Very highly illegal. Possibly distribution of CP. Maybe distribution of revenge porn if they are over 18. Something about this seems felonious. That's possibly go to jail levels of illegal in 2019. In 2004, their only punishment is they weren't allowed to participate in the graduation ceremony. In a graduating class of 300 plus students, where every name is read, I'm not sure that's really a punishment. And the cherry on top of the highly illegal was the music they chose to play during the slideshow. It was an original song one of them wrote and recorded about our principal, who was merely reassigned to another school in the district when it was found out that he was having an affair with an underage student. The story goes that on her 18th birthday, he served his wife with divorce papers. Honestly wish I still had the DVD, because I recall the song being hilarious. I'd have to listen to it with the TV off to not feel like a complete pervert, but I lost the DVD at some point, or probably was smart and threw out what might be CP. Welp, this one ain't mine, it's my brother's. While he was outside the band room calling my mom on a payphone, this was the mid-1990s, he was one of 2 witnesses to the fatal stabbing of another student. Story goes that the victim had recently started dating the perpetrator's ex-girlfriend. The perp, who was still hurt, turned to drugs apparently, and joined a no-name local gang. The gang members, friends of his, and low-life petty criminals, goaded him into killing his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend, the victim. He planned it by feigning friendship with her to gain information like how the guy played basketball after class on the school courts, then changed his clothes in the gym and went home. He waited for him outside the locker room, where the payphone and my brother were. Stabbed him several times in the stomach and chest, and did the old gangs of New York sideways stab under the arm, which police forensics say was the killing blow. Brother had to testify as a witness. Apparently they held up the talon-shaped knife still stained with blood in a baggie to the jury. Took less than 30 minutes for the jury to throw life with no possibility for parole. He still sits in Chino today. All over some stupid 16-year-old high school sweetheart who, from the pictures I remember, was pretty faking but ugly. He goes to prison. 16-year-old kid loses his life. That girl is probably emotional scarred forever, and my brother still has nightmares of what he saw. Addendum to the outrageous event is that the gang got spotlighted by the local papers and ended up disbanding because many members' parents found out. Guess the only really hard MF in that group was the kid who went to prison. Since I just lost an hour reading all of these, here's my list from HS. Mind you, this is early 90s, before most schools had cops, drug sniffing dogs and metal detectors. Drugs. So many drugs. I remember seeing kids smoking crack in the bathrooms often. People smoked as much, if not more, weed than they did cigarettes in the stalls and in the shop depth under the welding vents. So much LSD. Like, it was everywhere at the time. Lots of people pulled nips of coke in the middle of class on the regular. Sech. Teachers would hang out with the kids here and there. Lots of them were banging. I don't recall anyone ever getting caught or arrested for it. Lots of rumors of who was banging who. There were a few that you knew were banging a particular kid. I'm looking at you, Mr. 24-year-old gym teacher. There were a few spots in the music rooms Private, soundproofed small practice rooms that people would go to have sex during the school day. I think there was another one that served similar duty around the auditorium as well. Point fighting, weapons in general. What the fuckery. Kids brought weapons to school a lot. Especially the kids that were dealing drugs. A few kids got stabbed. One kid got stabbed in the eye on the bus when they just got to school and were waiting to let the kids out into the school. Riot type fights weren't uncommon if a certain group of kids got riled up. A kid got beat so badly in one of the stairwells that his legs didn't work after that. Pretty sure they threw him over the railing, down 2 flights of stairs. Kids would fight in the parking lot after school, and it was never a fair fight. Always one poor kid vs the other kid that brought 10 friends to pummel the poor sucker. Lots of ambulances or emergency, bloody kid trips to the hospital after those. Point cheating. I knew a group of kids that could break into the computerized grading system, pretty new tech at the time, and would change people's grades for money. It wasn't cheap to get them to do it either. This is off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more that I'm likely blocking out. Also, this was a middle class, suburban HS in the Midwest. Probably about 70% white kids, 20% black kids, 3% Asian, 2% Hispanic and a small minority of other races, to put it in perspective. So I teach at high school, and here's a few stories relating to guns on campus. Just yesterday a tip was given to our school that there were 2 guns on campus. Police found one of the guys and his gun. The second gun, if it ever existed, was not found, nor was the guy who supposedly had it. This made the news, and the kid is getting a 365 expulsion. 2 years before this, a kid was caught on campus when he was supposed to be suspended. He was suspended for selling marijuana at school. The app recognized the kid at lunch and the fact that he shouldn't be on campus. This carries a trespassing charge. When the principal and app tried to get him to talk to them, he ran. He did not turn around and respond to either principal or app until he got to the parking lot. While he was there, the police formally charged him and decided to do a check of his book bag. They found more pot and a loaded gun, with one in the chamber. Here's where things get murky. Other kids were caught with handguns on campus, and they were all black kids. The school refused to expel the kids because, statistically, it would make the school look like it only expelled black students. This is all unconfirmed hearsay, because the school did keep it hush hush, only heard about it through administration talking. Basically we would have 365 every kid we found with a gun, like we are supposed to, if we would have had at least one kid of a different race carrying a gun. Like I said, this last bit is unconfirmed, because obviously it has to be. If it was confirmed, the kid would have had to get the expulsion. Other story. Our school is large. Because of that there are several doors that are open that allow people to get inside, mostly used by students getting to and from classes in different wings. A kid lined up a cell to someone outside to sell a Guxy belt to some people that weren't in school. The people came in and went to the bathroom to do the deal. Instead the kid got pistol whipped and went to the hospital after having his belt stolen. The school's policy changed to lock all doors after 8 o'clock and only allow the front office to be open. This hampered transitions to class as well as teachers who needed to go outside to smoke. The plan was to get digital locks on the doors that would allow all teachers to get in and out of school. This never happened, and the next year it was business as usual with doors open all day, until a news reporter barged into the principal's office to do an interview about something or another. There's a lot of controversy around here. The news reporter was escorted off campus by the police. 1 week later we had the digital locks we needed. Moral of the story, a kid getting beat up by outside members of the community wasn't important enough to get new locks. A news reporter asking hard questions was. At different times of the year you could get any drug you could want besides meth. My area doesn't really fuck with meth, and heroin was available, but in HS not many people faked with it. Pot and various hallucinogenics were the most popular. Sex between students was pretty common. It actually surprises me how surprised people are to hear about 13-year-olds hooking up cause. That was normal back then. We could leave for lunch and there was a little mom and pop place where you could get breakfast sandwiches and burgers right next to the school where the chiller kids went. We'd sit at the outside table drinking under it and playing cards for money, sometimes all day. A few limited instances of problem kids pushing teachers, one through a desk at one point. Illegal, sure, but fun as fuck, and really it was our norm. Like a decade after I graduated, they had to cancel the Thanksgiving football game because some of the players were involved with a huge coke deal with some gang from a nearby town. Cops had found out the gang was planning to do a drive-by and light up the game. For perspective, this is an upper middle class white suburban beach town where the crime stats are non-existent. Even back then, when I was in HS, it was ranked in the top 5 of the country for education. One of my favorite stories about my HS's freshman year, me and my best friend at the time are taking a geometry class which is with juniors and sophomores. Because we did advanced math classes in manuscript, the teacher has a policy that he only teaches 20 minutes of a 45-minute class. The rest of the time we can do example work for our weekly tests. This is the first week. It is a Wednesday, so it's not like the end of the year or a class that leads to the weekend or lunch, because it is a mid-morning class. As soon as the teacher goes to his desk, the people behind us start discussing cocaine. Then one of them, who is a dealer, pulls out a bag. As he makes his sales pitch point, the kids all offer to go in on some, so he lets them test it. They ask my friend for his ID, he complies, so they cut it up then give it back. Then they all proceed to snort cocaine using us as shields from the teacher, while my friend and I play those calculator games and try to ignore the snorts. They bought the cocaine from him for their Wednesday fun, and the dealer not even a month later was arrested for trying to steal a car from the campus parking lot. Our school was in a very good neighborhood, so this kind of stuff happened all the time with designer drugs. On a side note, one of the guys doing cocaine a year later ended up killing a girl in the desert after leaving a party wasted and crashing his car. Our senior year there was also a fight club started that lasted 2 months before the police shut it down and made arrests. A bunch of the kids didn't even go to our school or were dropouts. Buckle up, because this got away from me. At our school we had a system where there was one principal and 4 vice principals who were each in charge of one class of students throughout their entire attendance. My class's vice principal was the worst of the bunch, did not give a shit about the students, didn't care to discover what was going on in kids' lives that might be causing otherwise good kids to have trouble, was just a total hard ass regardless of circumstance, and it ended up being a really rough 4 years for a lot of kids in our class. In my senior year I finally had occasion to have a few run-ins with this guy over a few falling grades in 2 of my classes, because I had missed several integral days of instruction due to the fact that I had started having crippling panic attacks out of nowhere that year. They were so bad that the school's own crisis counselor was sending my home on a daily basis by my 4th period study hall, because literally no one had any idea what to do with me, and I'm not exaggerating. These beaches were bad. They were rocking my world. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't eating. I was an absolute mess. I had been an otherwise A/B student my entire school career, and once me and my parents and our magnificent doctors had gotten my shit relatively under control, I went to talk with this vice principal because he needed to do something important that I can't entirely remember. I think it was mostly absolving me of a few absences and had very much to do with helping me get my grades back up. Motherfucker wouldn't do it. Just kind of shrugged it off when I explained and showed my doctor's notes and notes from the school nurse and crisis counselor. I legit had a folder of "this is why you should help me please," and this dickweed just brushed me off and said it was my own fault and I needed to keep my own house in order. I do remember this smug bastard saying that exactly. So I left his office and went around him essentially to accomplish what I needed, and everything worked out for me. But where's the illegal sheet, you may ask? Oh, beach. Just wait. A grade below me was this boy. He managed to be in a few of my senior level app classes that year, including my app physics class. Now, gun to my head, I could not have told you why at the time this boy was in such a high level class, because he was basically just a bag of rocks dressed as a human. He was so stupid. Just slow on the uptake, dull as all get out, got solid D's on every exam, but made up for it with projects and assignments where we worked in groups or took things home. Anyone want to guess who this kid's dad was? Turns out, my vice principal had been changing his son's faking grades in the system for his entire high school career. This poor boy was so faked by this that I do pity him. He was so unprepared. It came out the year after I left during the son's senior year. He lost scholarships. He lost spots at a few schools. Just awful stuff. I do legitimately hope that he landed on his feet because he was a nice kid, and I'm sure it was not his idea to do this shit. Dude got fired. I don't know what the heck happened to him. It was a scandal in our town. Everyone who has had experiences like mine was livid. I wish him nothing but the worst. Wow. Reason all of these comments. I feel like my area was worse than most. Prepare for a journey. Middle school health teacher's projector broke. He was given a replacement. Sometime later one of the assistant principals decided to check in on him during his off period to make sure it was working properly. Walked in and Mr. Teacher is watching porn on the projector screen. Upon further investigation it is found out that he had been taking pictures of his female students. He was promptly fired. High school football coach suddenly went missing. Just wasn't going to work anymore for whatever reason. The school district sent someone to his residence to check on him and find out if something had happened. They found him high off his cooking some hard drug. I can't remember if it was meth or cocaine. He was promptly fired. High school teacher needed a little something to take the edge off. She decided her best supplier would be the local populace, aka her students. Proceeded to purchase drugs from her students. After so long the kids decided to blackmail her into sending them nudes. Well, she sent them, and it got out. She was promptly fired, and the high school mascot was unofficially changed to the Cougars for the rest of the year. Lastly, this one was before my time. My high school used to have a huge gang problem. It was prominent through the couple of high schools in our area. One day during lunch a gang from one of our rival high schools showed up to our school and had a face-off with the gang from our school. There was an all-out brawl between like 50 students in our courtyard between the two gangs. For the longest time, 10 plus years, lunch was no longer allowed to be held in the courtyard. Only just this year have we been allowed to eat lunch in the courtyard. I was the unlikeliest cadet in Army JROTC in high school at the age of 14. I was a tiny size 0 girl who thought that maybe this would be easy for me to do because I come from a military family. Go ahead, laugh at me. I earned it on this one. I was the single shittiest cadet ever. If you ask my sergeant major, he just may have been right. Even if he didn't spend 10 minutes of every day bitching about women getting let into the armed services. He was always pissed. He did not like teaching at all. I figure he was promoted downward and didn't like it. At any rate, the time came for us to learn how to shoot. Air rifles, sure, but shoot. It was supposed to be done outside on a baseball field, far enough from the school that it rained. So, my eternally pissed off sergeant major took us into the school. Granted, it was the least used stairwell, empty during a class period, but still. The amusing thing about all of it, and thank God it was amusing. We were lying on our stomachs, aiming the rifles, with these traps in front of us on the floor, and my dumbers managed to bounce a BB off the inside of it, and it ended up scratching the kid next to me on the arm. Blood wasn't even really drawn. But, yeah. In 1994, we were shooting rifles inside a school, led by a teacher. Yeah, there were teacher-student relations, and some of them were shocking. There was even a student's mother who was very active at school. She actually stole her daughter's boyfriend, left her husband and 4 children and moved into an apartment with her new boy toy just one town over. We once had an ex-student get arrested because he was returning to school to sell drugs. Like, he had been doing that for years, but now it was noticeable because he had graduated and wasn't supposed to be there. Pan of the day. Some years later, I was at a different school. I come to school, and there is police there. I see some kid turn around and walk away back the way he came, and police units stop him and demand he go to school and surrender his backpack for inspection. They were literally posed to jump kids that turned around and tried to walk away. It was a sting. At my school. I walked through the lobby and I could see 2 rows of tables parallel to each other. The first row was set up as a kind of barrier. Students had to pass the tables, offer their backpacks for inspection, and then move on up the stairs. The second row of tables was set up inaccessible to students behind the first row, and it was getting kinda full what with all the confiscated materials on there. I counted like at least one table full of bags of weed, like small bags, big packs, packages that would fill all of my backpack. What spaced me out were the guns. I had no idea I was going to that kind of school, but there were knives, guns, nuclear dusters. Some idiot brought a katana sword for a presentation that day, and that sheet got impounded quicker than you can say it's a replica. Faking nunchucks. Who the fuck brings nunchucks to school? Needles, little bags of heroin, and one massive stack of porn. Just magazines and DVDs, and burned CDs full of porno. One kid was selling the stuff to the other teenagers. He's sitting in as money, as they say. Thousands of dollars that his parents didn't know about. I go to school one day and everything is normal. Next day, before you know it, police is there. Shake my damn head. And not just police. There was our version of SWAT there. I've pretty much never seen normal police carry machine pistols as well, so that was a first point. But the tanked out SWAT guy with the bulletproof helmet, shield and the layers and layers of Kevlar full body riot suit. Holy shit, my dudes, that faker scared me. Like, this is my school, not some terrorist training ground. And then I walk by the table and see guns and ammunition and knives, and some joker had this lighter that looks like a hand grenade. Oh boy. My high school had a mock male beauty pageant for the seniors we called Mr. Name of High School. We would do musical numbers, a swimsuit thing, and a tux/rose giveaway. There was also a website for the show. Before it started, to get to know the men, we'd put in joking overly sexualized pictures of us doing hobbies to mock when women did it. So an example would be a dude would say, "I love to swim," and he'd be in a Speedo and the Captain Morgan pose. There was one teacher that oversaw the whole thing, since it was technically a club. One day the cops came in and raided his stuff because of drugs, I think. And it turned out he had tons of child porn on his hard drive from these pageants over the year. All those pictures for the website. Well, he was always the photographer and he would push some of the guys to go riskier and riskier. Wouldn't it be funny if you were naked except for a soccer ball in front of your junk? And then he'd snap a bunch of pictures of them stripping down naked. I heard it got worse than that with some guys, but they tried to hush it up as much as they could, so we didn't get many details. It was crazy awkward, because he was definitely one of the most popular teachers. When he was arrested, students protested outside the school to free teacher. When it came out he was a bit off aisle, it got awkward fast and there was no more protesting. They cancelled the Mr. School event to be respectful and avoid bad PR, saying they'd never bring it back. Literally the next year they brought it back. Still pissed they cancelled my year instead of bringing in a new teacher to supervise. I went to school in a wealthy area, so lots of kids taking peds. This is back before kids got tested for them. There was also a new teacher straight out of college that apparently dated one of the seniors. He told us after graduation, when they were splitting up, so he could go off to college. Nothing came of it, and I don't think it affected her career in any way. There was also a girl who taped a tack to the end of a pencil and would go around poking all the hot boys in the butt with it when they were in crowds and couldn't tell who it was. That was until she poked me. I felt so pretty that day at the top of the stairwell and I reflexively kicked her down it. No serious injuries thankfully, and no one else getting stabbed. 2 kids got into a fight, and one raked a screw across the other's face. Kid #2 bled like a fountain all over the gym. I remember one of the guys that pulled them apart walking out looking like a butcher, angry that his new shirt was ruined. Oh, and plenty of kids brought guns to school. This was the #90s. But the one I remember best was this really petite girl having a .357 Magnum, big gun for those who don't know, in her locker. I'm not even sure she could have lifted it long enough to shoot someone. We all laughed when we heard about it. Oh yeah, and a stabbing right in the middle of the hallway. One special ed kid shoving another's head through a window. Lots and lots of drunken sexual assault. I could go on. It was a different time. I was an expat in Japan during high school. The school grounds weren't too far from Akihabara, the main place where every kind of electronic is sold. Now the thing about Japanese culture is that trust and honor are extremely important. Stores didn't used to have any kind of detectors at the entrances/exits because it would be considered quite rude to assume customers might steal. Despite this, during my studies, I noticed nearby Konbini, 7-Eleven, stores started putting up paper flyers, in English, warning of the consequences of stealing, police, official record, etc. I didn't pay it much attention, as I was trying to blend in as much as possible, and the though of stealing would never have even crossed my mind. The following happened. The year after I graduated, I only heard of it through contacts, who were still in Tokyo. A group of 15 plus students, aged 1318 mind you, were stealing valuable electronics from stores all around the place and reselling them online for a very large profit. Since nothing was essentially spent, their parents never seemed to notice when boyfriend would buy their 1-week girlfriend every Prada accessory of the season. In all, they stole over €100,000 over the course of 6 months. They were eventually caught, the ones arrested ratted the other ones out, and the tougher ones of the gang refused to apologize. Now, the other thing about Japanese culture is that recognizing when you've faked up and accepting both the blame and responsibility is another essential part of the judiciary process. Think the 17-year-old hotheads, the parents of whom had a salary of over $500k. Would bow their heads and swallow their pride? Nope. They staying in juvenile detention for the whole 2 months of summer until their apologies were considered heartfelt enough and their parents' company assurance paid for the stolen property. I don't think they even realize how lucky they were not to have their whole family expelled from the country. What didn't happen at my high school? I'll recount some of the craziest I suppose. A gang that didn't even go to my school came into the cafeteria and started fighting the gang that did go to my high school. Some girl got picked all the way up and head slammed into the table, blood everywhere. Evacuated because of guns. Guns were very common on campus in the hands of students. Math teacher fired for recording under girls' skirts in his classroom. I personally knew that he also asked a few of them to a bar, saying he'd buy them drinks. Resource officer arrested for having ongoing affair with a sophomore girl, had a wife and kids. Driver's ed teacher fired after beating a kid up and calling him a faking mentally disabled retard for beating a vending machine that conned him out of his chips. On top of that, he also asked me over to his friend's house and to a concert of a band he knew I liked. I obviously did not take up the offer. I didn't turn him in because I was often high on many types of drugs in his class, and we had an understanding that I wouldn't have to get behind the wheel, so I didn't want him snitching, and I guess I felt I owed him. Last one broke my heart a bit. A girl and her boyfriend were frisky in the staircase of the school. We have glass windows in the staircase of the school. They weren't the brightest, but the girl was young and her boyfriend was older. She probably felt she had something to prove. She sucked his dick at lunchtime. Everyone saw and started recording it. All administrators ran to the scene. They literally could not pull her off his dick because he wouldn't let her head go and was laughing. He was arrested. She was expelled. Anyone that had a recording was told to delete it. Some stupid kids didn't and posted it online. They were charged with child pornography. My school was disorganized and a lot of the adults didn't care about the kids. Hence the amount of faking disgusting teacher stories. A lot of these kids were just misguided though. Knew some of them personally. Sad to say they didn't turn their life around. Grateful I had the chance to turn mine around. I quit all drugs in my junior year and graduated with a 4.3 and an acceptance of a college I was excited to go to. I don't think I have the patience to be a teacher, but if I did I would only want the opportunity to guide kids like them. Edit. I almost forgot. One of the craziest things I knew of didn't happen at my high school, but at my brother's. A classmate of his was murdered. Then I believe 2 more bodies showed up. Turns out one of his other classmates was a serial killer. Terrible story. Whole school was shaken up. My brother couldn't believe the kid he talked to once or twice was dead at the hands of a kid he saw in the hallways. Let me think. Some of these weren't necessarily illegal, but we had some crazy shit go down at my old boys' high school. There was a massive video game piracy ring that about a third of my year were involved with, so about 50 to 60 kids were copying and swapping games. The creepy old gym teacher was a massive pedophile who loved to lecture the boys in the shower. Fortunately my older brother warned me about him right before I started, and I spread the word to others. So within a few weeks of starting school hardly any of the guys in my class were showering right after PE class. He was very cross about that. One of the English teachers punched a kid in the face so hard he fractured his jaw. We had a lot of traveler kids in our school who would terrorize other kids. They have several of their adult cousins wait for you right outside the school if you pissed them off, and they would beat the ever-living shit out of you. Eventually these kids would piss off enough others kids that a round of Japo bashing would occur. This involved about 40 to 70 kids chasing a few traveler kids around the school, cornering them, and beating the shit out of them. The all-girls school nearby had a ridiculously high teen pregnancy rate. Some kids huffing glue at the back of the yard where they couldn't easily be seen. People don't believe me on this story, but I swear it's true. We had this bus driver who was, well, kinda out there. The bus assistant was his wife. They were a strange pair that you wouldn't expect to be married. They were from very different walks of life, both physically and mentally. Anyway, we had a few discussions about his guns and ammo magazines he had next to his wife. As teenagers only a few of us had ever held a real gun. Okay, some did, but that story comes next. He said he could bring in some guns for us to check out. The next day, he brought in several guns for us. I had never held a real handgun, but I was already familiar with their operation. The assistant started to pass out the guns for us to inspect. Yes, seriously, they just handed guns to kids. When the first gun was handed to me, which I think was a model 1911, first thing I did was obviously pop the mag and pull back the slide to check the chamber. As a teenager I was very surprised about the amount of force required to pull back the slide. We are traveling down the NJ State Parkway in a bus and I'm holding a gun that was handed to me by an adult. I held it down so passing by cars couldn't see it. After I inspected it, I handed it to the next kid. Next I was handed a .357. Holy fuck, this thing was heavy. I was very shocked at it. While I was smart enough to hide the gun from other vehicles, the other kids weren't, and they were just casually waving them around, pointing them at passing traffic. At the end each of the guns was handed back to the assistant who wiped fingerprints off each gun before putting them back in the case. Next story, which I don't believe was directly related to the above story, but happened months later. One day I was sleeping in class, as usual, and awoke to loud screaming. Two of the kids were being arrested right in class. Both of them had loaded pistols pulled from their backpacks. Apparently, that day was Kill Witty Day, and it was going to happen at the end of the day. Someone got wind of it, and the police were summoned. The school was a private school, and went to great lengths to cover the entire incident up. Nothing was ever reported in the newspaper because, well, the school was for kids who had been expelled from multiple other schools. All of this happened well before 9/11 and Columbine. The school had a number of bangers or those associated with bangers. While I had nothing to do with their gangs, I was nice to those two kids and they were friends with me. To this day, I wonder if I would have been targets or not. There wasn't a lot of white kids, maybe 5 or 6, so who knows. At the end of the school year the bus driver took us to his house to go swimming instead of going to school. There was nothing right at all with this situation. Looking back, I still can't believe it happened. Oh man, I've been waiting for a thread like this. This'll probably get buried, but I don't care. I just want to talk about it. Back in 2011/2012, tons of kids were dealing various drugs, weed, coke, etc. on campus in class. I wouldn't say it was readily apparent, but if you squinted, you could figure out that there was a network. The administrators thought it was a good idea to get together and bring in an ARC at the beginning of that year. No one knew except the principal and superintendent. 16-year-old Johnny Ramirez enrolled and went by completely unnoticed by most people. Over the school year, he bought drugs from a network of 12 students, building his case. Fast forward to the week of March 11th, 2012. That date is important because it aided in the amount of press this case got. We are all sitting in class one day when the window blinds come down and we are told by our teachers to stay in our seats. The school has been locked down. Obviously, we had no idea what was going on, and we were justifiably freaked out. Someone had the bright idea to peek outside to see teams of fully armored police swarming in, rifles up. Why they felt the need to be outfitted like SEAL Team 6 at a high school is beyond me, but whatever. One class over, my best friend is in a lab with his partner. Next thing he knows, his lab partner is being arrested and hauled off to be tried as an adult. Since he had turned 18 recently. The 12 students were arrested, with 5 of them having their names and faces publicly displayed because they were 18 at the time. Despite resistance from the force about the coincidence, we were all convinced that they decided to carry out the raid that week because it was the same week 21 Jump Street came out. So, our little school and town gained a little notoriety because we had a real life 21 Jump Street happen during the week the movie was released. Years later, it was modified slightly and turned into an episode of the worst true crime show ever made. We had some girl who was a part of the FFA, an organization called Federal Farmers of America or some shit like that. She was consistently looking for approval from anyone who would give it to her. Much over a few years no one talked to her anymore, and she lost all of her friends for being weird as hell. Most high schools that I know usually have some sort of threat that happens. It's either a shooting threat, bomb threat or some fake bullshit like that. This one was different. She allegedly left behind a note saying she had some kids held hostage in some room saying there was explosives. Anyone with a brain could tell you no student is smart enough to make an explosive device. So I assumed that the teachers would discover it as a bluff and ignore it until some girl found another note with the same demands. This one was with a weapon though. SWAT was called. FBI got involved. Bomb squad was sent to clear out room for room. We were locked down until 7 PM. Each student was patted down, and we were all interrogated by some specialists. End of the day we saw on the news that this whole case cost U.S. taxpayers over $300,000 upon further examination of the so-called threats that were left behind. Turns out they were planted by actual teachers in the school, and then they blamed it on that weird girl from FFA with no friends because she was a nuisance in the classrooms, thinking they would get her expelled. 6 teachers were fired, 2 imprisoned, and last, but certainly not least, the weird girl from the FFA club had friends again, was loved, and is now a certified veterinarian. Life. Am I right? Not high school but middle school. We had a special ed teacher who was faking 2 of the 7th grade girls. He got caught and sentenced 40+ years. His poor wife was dying of brain cancer and was pregnant. They also had a kid with autism. I remember when he was one of our assistant football coaches. Only months before this whole thing blew up, all the defensive players had yellow bandanas on our helmets to distinguish us from the offensive players, and this creep says to me, in 7th grade at the time, haha, nice condoms, as if he thought we'd laugh at that. One of my good friends is the son of the principal at the time, and he told us some juicy details we never heard about until just last weekend. Apparently, the principal used to have a rule where he'd do all his work before school, handle any business during the day, finish up at 5, and then he wouldn't answer any calls when he got home. When he got the call about this story, it was only his first year on the job, and it was around dinner time. He muted the first call, but he answered the second one. As the story goes, it was a 2-hour phone call, and my buddy was listening in on some of it, but was too young to understand it well enough to remember and tell us now. The best part was a lot of our friends changed their Xbox names to something involving the dude's name. Some kids got caught and even had to go to detention. Edit. Spelling. Let's see, there were 3 or 4 bomb threats across my 8 years in one school district. Started it in 2nd grade, left in 10th. All were at the middle school. One was in my 3rd or 4th grade year. Some of the middle schoolers got evacuated to my elementary school. Another 2 were on a Monday and a Friday of the same week, when I was in 6th grade. The one on Monday the school got evacuated again. It was early in the day, before lunch, and in the dead of the New England winter. I remember walking over a mile maybe to one of the nearby elementary schools in a faking t-shirt. We weren't allowed to go to our lockers. The Friday one was under an hour before school let out, and we basically just kept going as normal. Both were actually pinned on a former friend of mine, and he initially denied having done either one. which was good, because whoever did the second one tried to frame me for it. For some reason, he literally put my name next to the threat as in was here. Very noticeably both messages were written in the same handwriting, and if that had been a friend of mine, that would have not been great. Except, plot twist, years later, he admitted the second one was him because he wanted to get out early, but maintained he hadn't done the first one on Monday. He claimed that he didn't remember trying to frame me. Okay point, I think there was another one at one point, but I don't remember the details. It's important to note though, that obviously there wasn't a bomb for any of them. They brought in bomb sniffing dogs each time and everything, but nada. I remember both of the threats in my 6th grade year, Monday and Friday ones, were scrawled on the boys' bathroom wall, and I believe the one in my 3rd or 4th grade year was found scrawled into a library book. I don't remember if they ever found out who did the one from when I was in elementary school. Point, the strangest part is, they are not at all what you'd imagine a school district who got bomb threats to be like. The town has 4 elementary schools, 1 middle, and 1 high. Each grade is roughly 300 students. They're also a pretty upper class town for the most part, and a nationally recognized senator's family is based there. A friend of mine briefly dated his granddaughter years ago. Not much goes on there. Major fights tended to occur less than once a year. I don't know of any teenage pregnancies there ever in my entire school career, and the worst substances they've ever had a problem with in schools are booze and weed. Bomb threats aside, it is the most goody two-shoes town in its area, possibly in the entire county. Chemistry teacher was having an affair with one of the star football players. The star player did not care if they got caught or not, as he was an obnoxious prick. The longer that went on, the more frayed and scatterbrained the chemistry teacher got. We had several lab accidents owing to her not putting the right mix up on the board for us to copy. Sadly, nothing too violent. Just one crazy foam minor pop that screwed up your table with gunk. Eventually her mind just sort of snapped. She walked into class one day as the bell rang to start, gathered her belongings into her very large purse, and when done looked up at us with this almost vacant stare, and said the following: "If you are ever in a field full of 4-leaf clovers, run." She then proceeded to walk out of the classroom, out to the parking lot, get in her car, and we never saw her again. Skipped town last I heard. Whole thing was covered up, since the star player had scholarships and such. But yeah, I was in that classroom when she pulled that stunt. And I was there when the vice principal found us just psing in the room. They had an ironclad, "Do not roam the halls for any reason. We catch you, and you are expelled." So we just sat there for most of the period. Well, one idiot leaned out the window trying to see how many 4-leaf clovers he could find in case the teacher was trying to warn us, but the rest of us just psed the class away. We just had a series of substitute teachers from that point on until the end of the year. Kind long story / explanation, but my junior year math teacher left after the first semester. All during the semester, he would flirt and make really inappropriate comments to all of us girls, lock his door when girls came for math help, touch us, etc. He separated the girls and the boys in the seating chart, so all girls were sitting by his desk and the guys were across the room. He would walk in between our desks, touch / caress our shoulders, make comments on how pretty we were. He also would try to look over our shoulders and down our shirts, and then drop random things right by our desks and try to stare up our skirts. We had chapel 3 days a week in which we had wear skirts / dresses. All the girls started to complain and report it, but nothing happened. The female teachers listened, but still the principal and superintendent, both male, didn't do anything. It got to the point where the guys in our classes started standing up for us. They would call him out for touching us, his comments, they'd call him perverted, etc. Finally, after all of us causing a commotion about it, he left. Our principal had to teach the second semester. Also, important to note that his wife was the Spanish teacher across the hall, and his daughter was in our grade. He would talk shit about her all the time. The only thing that really insinuated that he did something illegal was that the slutty, stupid girl was getting good grades on everything. She would flirt with him back and wear super tight dresses that were low cut, clearly not wearing a bra or panties, etc. And she would always be going to his classroom for help. After he left, Her grades plummeted, and she had to be moved to the lower math classes as a senior. Never confirmed that she actually did something with him though. For 4 years I attended a school that was half day pupils and half boarding. One afternoon I was climbing some stairs and a boy 2 years older than me came out of his boarding house, passed me on the stairs, and for no reason at all, we'd never even spoken before, other than that there were no witnesses, punched me very hard in the abdomen, winding me, and as he carried on walking, told me that if I told anyone he'd throw me over the stairs next time he saw me. The following year, he and his roommate, now in the 6th form, they were out of dormitories and into shared rooms, suddenly disappeared, and a couple of days later in assembly it was announced that they had been expelled. No reason was given. A bit later, in the midst of some disciplinary issues of my own, I found out the full story from a sympathetic deputy head, father of one of my friends and classmates. It turned out that these two boys had been full-on burglars, sneaking out at night and breaking into homes in the wealthier nearby suburbs to ransack them. They had a fence in town handling everything they took, which by this point apparently was well into 5 figures. This was startling enough, but with the proceeds of their burglaries, they'd then bought equipment and ingredients and begun to manufacture ecstasy in their room, actually in some rarely accessed attic space above it, which they were then selling to a distributor in a neighboring town. The police had had this distributor under surveillance and apparently couldn't believe that he was getting supplied by, among others, a pair of 16/17-year-olds from boarding school. I expressed my astonishment at this remarkable turn of events and told the deputy head that I wasn't however surprised that Mark in particular, the kid who'd punched me, had got himself involved in such serious crime, just that it was so early in life, and I told the story of his hitting me and what he'd said. The deputy head's expression grew very serious at that point, and he said that at that point it wouldn't surprise him at all if he did throw me over, not, of course, that he was coming back to school, or indeed going anywhere from the next few years. One of the police who'd arrested the boys had told staff that Mark was the most evil criminal, not just the most evil boy, but the most evil person he'd ever encountered, and he had absolutely no doubt that he was going to go on to take lives. He was only grateful that it probably wouldn't be anywhere near him, as Mark's family came from the other end of England. I'm not sure if all of these could be considered highly illegal, but they were definitely illegal in some way. Years before I attended my high school, a student shot his pregnant girlfriend. They both survived, and then I think he shot himself. All took place in the parking lot. Underage students would chew tobacco and smoke tobacco in the parking lot. I witnessed a kid drink from a flask he had in his interior tuxedo pocket right in front of the DJ at homecoming, not even trying to hide it. He didn't get in trouble. My junior year prom I witnessed my peers dance while very obviously high on cocaine. One of the kids I saw had previously also gave a presentation, which was graded and treated as final exams, about the Unauthorized, while having very enlarged pupils and glassy eyes, shaky movements, but he was 100% coherent. Everyone knew he did/was on cocaine, but since he was coherent, no one complained or told the teachers. Not against the law, but the cheer and pom uniforms broke the dress code. School pep rallies involved cheer and pom girls either showing off theirs to teachers and the audience, like it was their job, with a couple of them obviously struggling to keep their skirt down, and underwear covering them, very obviously uncomfortable. They quite literally get shorter by about an inch or less every year, and even the cheer/pom teams say it's true. 17/18+ year old seniors would date freshmen a lot. My ex-friend was one of those freshmen. Man, I have 100. Middle school and high school, same building, generic drugs and stuff, but one teacher was known for sleeping with students. No proof, but moved in with a student the day she graduated. When I was in school, he had an affair with a student his own son's age, still married to his former student. He also severely bullied his students for being stupid, and had a 11% pass rate. Man was fired, then rehired less than a week later, because they had no one to replace him. Switched his class to where he would do the least amount of damage. Huge fight happened after I switched schools. The main idea was girl and guy got into a verbal fight. No idea who got physical first, but he beat the girl unconscious. Her brother tried to step in, and he beat the brother unconscious, before going back to beat up the unconscious girl. Lunch aides called 811, and watched because no one could stop him. He broke her eye socket, femur, and some other bones. I know he was expelled. Not sure about jail, but I vaguely remember something about court trial. Watched a guy smoke pot on the other side of a window from the cop. Cop just pulled him inside. No arrest, no yelling, because there was a shooter emergency that day. There was the kid who tried to burn down the old elementary school. Friend of mine caught blowing her boyfriend in the stairwell, more than once. Senior prank once was smearing cow sheet down the freshman stairwell. Heard a bunch of 7th graders hated their science teacher and knew she was allergic to scents. She asked people to go light on Axe and perfume because of it. One day they sprayed her whole room as revenge, hoping to scare her. Nearly killed her. She called 911 gasping next to the window as the class sat and laughed. Not illegal, but was considered at one point as attempted murder. She didn't retire until a few years later when her husband died, and the students kept bringing it up and making fun of her, and she had a mental snap. She is fine now, and a good family friend. One class seats were arranged in a circle. Kids had a planner with a baggie of weed in it, and tossed to the person next to them as the teacher turned in an illegal game of hot potato until an innocent kid was caught with the drugs. Beyond that, mostly drugs. Drug dogs sniffing lockers every week at least. One girl slammed her locker and busted a bottle of a red-dyed alcohol. Cops were called because someone reported blood. Don't miss this school. Part 1. Had a friend in high school that was really smart. The kid knew he was really smart. He also played basketball with guys that were not so smart, and their future lives have proven that. Not so smart guys picked on this smart guy. One day smart guy says, I'm tired of it. I'm going to be in his back and call them stupid. Smart guy does this. Not so smart guys don't like this. Part 2. Not so smart guys go to coach of their basketball team. They say something like, we are going to beat the shit out of very smart guy. Coach says, do it before our next practice. I will stand outside of the door and turn anyone away, because fuck my job and being a responsible caring teacher. Part 3. Very smart guy goes to next practice. Not so smart guys follow in behind him. Coach blocks door. Not so smart guys push smart guy to the ground, busting his head open. Smart guy is confused. Not so smart guys all farched in his face and call him names and kick the shit out of him. Part 4. Smart guy recovers from hospital. Good basketball. Not so smart student overhears that the basketball team and the coach were in on it. Good not so smart student rats them all out to smart guy. Smart guy says, okay welp, now imasu. Court case ensues. Principal tried to defend coach and hide the truth. Word spreads around the school doing the exact opposite. Court case ends and high school teacher and students pay a lot of money. No one was expelled or lost their job. TLDR. Fuck my high school basketball coach, principal, and basketball teach for being shitty and trying to cover up the fact an innocent smart bullied kid was kicked the fuck out of for just standing up for himself. This isn't as extreme as some of the stories in this thread, but it is one of my funniest memories of high school. Senior year I was taking this kind of field biology class for a semester. It involved regularly going on trips to parks or nature sites in the area. So one day we are heading out to the bus and someone had left an unopened can of Bud Light in the parking lot. One of the other seniors, football player, kind of a smartass, asked Gio, teacher's name, can I drink this? It was a rhetorical question, but the teacher just said, yeah sure, wait, seriously, yeah if you want, it's probably warm though. Just don't spill any on the bus. So we are all stunned, but this kid's like, well he said I could. So he cracked it open and started drinking it. We are about 5 to 10 minutes into our trip when the kid says teacher's name. I can't believe you're letting me drink this beer. We came to a literal screeching halt. The teacher just whips around and shouts, what? Throw that out right now. The kid dutifully chucked it out the window. The teacher said, listen kids, I need you to understand something. I'm getting older, and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. I thought that was a can of Pepsi. I would never have let you drink it if I knew it was a beer. He was retiring after the next school year and asked us all to please not tell anyone about the incident. Everyone loved this teacher, so we all agreed we'd keep our mouths shut. a little late to the party. This wasn't high school, but the assistant principal of the middle school I went to was recently arrested. He had been the assistant principal for a while at this time. A tip was given to the local PD that he was in possession of drugs. This led to a search warrant of his house and an investigation. The investigation uncovered some pretty insane shit. He was actually arrested on a few charges. One count of solicitation of a minor. He would pose as a young girl on Snapchat to try and get kids to send him nudes. He would also wait until the kids turned 18. Again, he was assistant principal for a bit. He was also a teacher beforehand, and then invite them to his house for drugs and potential sex. 4 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. He would encourage kids to skip class in order to gain some sort of friendship or trust with them, then sell them drugs from his house. A few different drug charges. On top of attempting to sell drugs to the kids, the investigation found that he had cocaine in his office and had actually used it during school hours. In fact, another teacher at the school was also charged after he admitted that he had once gone to the assistant principal's office to snort cocaine off his desk. The multiple charges are related to possession with intent to distribute for marijuana and cocaine, possession of Xanax and Adderall, distribution of cocaine on school premises, and distribution of marijuana to a minor. He had his first court appearance about a month ago. It's weird hearing stories like this from a place you grew up in and went to school in. It was a pretty big story here locally for a day or two, and then people seemed to stop talking about it. I transferred to a high school in Ohio, where both the marching and concert bands were in turmoil, because the beloved head band director had just recently taken a job at another school and our current band director was going through a nervous breakdown and was missing a ton of practices. We worked really hard as an ensemble, but with the lack of leadership, morale was pretty low, and it was difficult to be motivated to do better. But circling back to the first band director, Mr. Bass, he had legendary god status among the band students. There is an entire lineage of current band directors who went into music education because of his influence. So many of my classmates were hurt and confused as to why he left. He ended up going to a larger school with a bigger budget and more resources. That made sense, right? But there were rumblings. Within a day or two of arriving for band camp, I heard rumors that the reason he left is because he was having a relationship with one of the underage students. Yeah, that beach is the reason Mr. Bass isn't here anymore. As if it was a high school girl's fault that a grown-ass man was rapping her. But teenagers do not see things that way. And they were just rumors, right? As it turns out, they were not just rumors, and this monster was allowed to have an 18-year-long career after he left Fairborn. After 20 years, he was finally brought to justice, although I'm not sure if this is justice enough. He ruined at least one young woman's life, and he has tarnished the reputation of 2 music programs. TLDR, don't diddle kids. It'll eventually catch up with you. My 7th grade math teacher was allergic, and I mean highly allergic to strawberries. Strawberry flavoring, strawberry perfume, any and all things strawberry were completely banned from her classroom. Sometime during the year, after she'd made it extremely clear that strawberries were a no-go, this teacher caught a student cheating on a test. This student was known for having temper tantrums and was largely considered an extremely promiscuous bully throughout middle school. Think Evie from the movie 13. Well, this teacher threatened to kick her out of the class and possibly even the school, and of course the student did not take this well. One morning, we are sitting in class, and said teacher begins to cough a little. At first, it seems like nothing, but the more she attempts to breathe, the worse it gets. Within minutes she's wheezing, and her lips begin to swell. By this point, it's pretty clear what's going on, and we as students are beginning to panic. In the panic and confusion, another teacher rushes in and escorts us into the hall. Our math teacher was rushed to the hospital and we were sent to the cafeteria for questioning. From day one it had been drilled into us that strawberries were not allowed, so it was pretty clear this was deliberate. While we were all kept out of most of it, we did find out that Evie had worn strawberry lip gloss, strawberry perfume, and eaten strawberries for lunch in hopes of killing our teacher. She attempted to suffocate her in front of all of us with her lip gloss. I'm not sure what happened to her. I do believe she was suspended, but she ended up transferring schools not long after. My former elementary school principal later became a superintendent and later got sent to prison for embezzling, hiring her friends' children, and selling contracts to her husband's construction company. A long time ago, this one teacher was going through a divorce and it hit him hard emotionally. He drove drunk to school a few times before he checked into rehab. He later retired. High school football coach math teacher got caught having an affair with a student. She was 18 at the time, but it had been going on since she was 15. Either way, still illegal. His wife was also a teacher, so that was tough when it came out, because she was the nicest lady ever. 2 years after that coach got caught, his young replacement math teacher had an affair with an 18-year-old student in the same classroom as the other affair. After this, the school hired an older lady to teach math in that classroom and all was well. Drama kid sneaking around the auditorium and having sex in the light/sound booth or up on the overhead catwalk. Drama teacher at the time liked to smoke from a pipe. Usually it was just tobacco, but not always. Some teachers I still keep in touch with have told me there's coke deals in the parking lots, vaping in the bathrooms, sex in the bathrooms, and apparently there was an orgy in the women's locker room involving like 6 guys and 8 girls. Someone came to the after school club, where kids stay late until their parents get off work, and shot a bunch of 5th graders up with a high-powered paintball gun. It may have actually been a gas-powered airsoft gun, now that I think about it, but regardless, the kid had more than a few screws loose. In middle school, a teacher was caught having sex with one of her prior students who was 16 at the time. You wouldn't know it from her mugshot, but she was smoking hot, so the kid bragged about it to all his friends. Naturally, there was a naked dude with a trench coat who came to the middle school after all the kids were getting out for the day and flashed them on multiple occasions. Also, there was a girl in my grade who got arrested for armed robbery. She was 12, went to juvenile detention, and gave birth to a daughter while she was serving her sentence. Apparently her babysitter got her to try meth, then introduced her to one of her mid-20s meth head buddies who knocked her up. I always assumed the same crew of meth heads are the ones who got her to commit armed robbery. I thought they were just rumors, but I met her at a party and she started talking about it, explaining how everything got so faked up. At my brother's middle school, the school cop, who was married and whose son I went to school with, was caught by a student having an affair with the vice principal. Both were fired. In high school, a kid brought a gun to school to kill his newly ex-girlfriend, then himself. He apparently told his best friend, who told the school cop. Not sure what happened to him, but I assume he went to juvenile detention. This wasn't really at school, but one of my friends, 16 or 17 at the time, rode the city bus home from school, and some older guy gave him a note. When he tried to open it and read it, the guy freaked out and said, "No, wait till you get off the bus." So he gets off the bus, opens the note, and it reads, "I'll give you $200 to let me suck your cock," with a phone number at the bottom. He went home and showed his mom, who called the police, and they set up a sting operation by posing as my friend and luring him to a local ice cream shop where they arrested him. We'd joke with him about it for years, telling him, "Yo, I'll give you $200 to pass the chips." There was also a bomb threat written on the wall of one of the bathroom stalls. Nobody took it seriously except for the administration and the bomb squad. All the English teachers went in to examine the handwriting to see if they recognize it, but no dice. Administration put out a $500 bounty for information about whoever wrote it. At my brother's high school, their senior pranks got faked up for a while, including one where they cut down an iconic centuries-old oak tree, and another where they put a cat in a pillowcase full of rocks, tied it off, and threw it into the pool. There's probably more, but these are probably the only ones worth mentioning, and not all of them really were, I think. I'll just make a list. There was a kid who was arrested for drug dealing, but not your typical high school drug dealer. He was moving pounds of cocaine a month, and was involved with cartels. He was also selling giant quantities of weed, Xanax, MAP, and Oxycontin. The coach for the cheerleading team was fired for allowing hazing. There is so much stuff that happened, but the worst was that freshman girls were made to wrestle in chocolate syrup, in bikinis, while there were upperclassmen guys watching who we are all drinking and smoking weed. Some kids stole a Jaguar and totaled it, and they barely missed a tree that would have killed the kid who was in the trunk. All of these boys were freshmen. The dean of students got 2 DUIs, but he didn't get fired because he had cancer. A kid in my algebra 2 class, dad killed his mom who had terminal cancer. Kids would do lines of cocaine and ketamine in the bathroom and then would go to class. About 25% of upperclassmen would leave every day at lunch to smoke weed. 2 freshmen got arrested for breaking into cars while on Xanax before prom. Kids would just get super drunk and do tons of coke on their party bus. This was in an extremely wealthy area where 98% of students went on to college and was in the top 5 for SAT scores in the state. Rodang, Ohio has some great stories. My freshman year was the last year for busing at my high school. It was cut because of budget reasons, but was still supposed to stand until my sophomore year. About a month before school let out, a fight broke out by the bus lane. Fights happened every single day, as it was a 40-year-old, 7-building campus with only a handful of cameras. The fight lasted about 30 seconds and ended as the buses were pulling out. The kid who won the fight did so by literally throwing the other kid under a bus. As it was pulling out, 3 or 4 kids jumped in front of the bus to stop it, and kicking it did. I never saw the winner again, and busing was cut a year early. Jump forward to my sophomore year. We had a Spanish teacher in her mid-20s and married that would grope most guys in her classes with exceptional testosterone counts. Of the numerous kids she slept with, I'm sure her favorite was Houston Texans W.R. Braxton Miller. A couple years before, she got caught with another member of the football team, who was incredibly well endowed, in the backseat of her Explorer at a gas station. She had to have at least 10 bodies from the 3 to 4 years she taught. Also, my sophomore year we had 2 banks get robbed by the same people on the same street as our school. We were put on lockdown for 3 periods because police caught up at the second one and they fled towards the school. During the lockdown, police decided to do an impromptu drug search. The only personal experience I had was immediately after they left my classroom. I had a seat by the window and we weren't supposed to be talking, so I was just looking out the window. I see this 2-foot barn go flying out the window of the classroom next to me. This dude brought it in his backpack and the dogs were at the door. 2 girls also got caught that same day with a line for each of them cut out on one of the bathroom counters, and I think it was in the junior wing. A lot of fights happened my junior year, many more the years prior, but we've passed those days in the story. But the most brutal was my senior year, and directly in front of the freshman wing office. I only saw the last punch with my own eyes, and that was the one that splattered blood on the office window. Before I got there, blood had already made its way to the ceiling. They pulled the panels after the fight and didn't replace them for a week. It was also such a brutal fight that anyone caught with a video of it would be suspended. I think they got 4 or 5 that way. People who had absolutely nothing to do with it. They just got their phones out quick enough. With all this said, I went to high school in a relatively well-off town. Suburbs of a major city with a huge spirit for sports. 85% of the students were good kids, but the bad ones were off the spectrum. Kid brought a loaded handgun into summer school and showed me during class. Teacher ran off with a student, twice I believe, before and after I attended said HS. Kids selling ecstasy, kids rolling on ecstasy during class, kids inhaling dust, a computer cleaner passing out during lunch, forcing an ambulance to revive her. One class turned off the lights and threw chairs at a substitute teacher. This guy has to be like 70. Was pretty sad. Kids would turn off the lights after that to mess with him, and he would run straight to the doorway. Kids doing it in the bathroom stalls and in the baseball field. Gang fights. Throwing bricks at each other. One time during a gang fight causing someone to bust by a head open. Race riots for like a week. Sometimes gang fights after school, like 30 plus kids. One time a like 30-year-old gang member came into the school and beat up a rival gang member that was obviously high school age because they were messing with his son or nephew at school and couldn't have that going on. This was the nice part of town that had the nicest school in the city. Can only imagine that type of shit that went on in the other high schools. It didn't really happen at the school, but senior year my principal's 19-year-old son apparently watched Bandits one night and thought it was a great idea. He and his buddy stalked a local bank manager, then kidnapped him in an effort to force him later to open the vault when they rob it. They had Kevlar and illegally modded R15s. Luckily for everyone, they faked up the kidnapping part and the manager was able to contact authorities. When they pulled up to the bank, SWAT was waiting. And my county has a nuclear power plant in it, so the local SWAT guys try to make LA SWAT look poorly funded. Eventually the story came out that Mr. Principal's son was dealing heroin and got in deep owing a lot of money to Manuscript 13 guys. Mr. Principal knew about the dealing when his son was 17, but hid it and even covered up one incident while he was still in school and also kicked him out of the house before he turned 18. My graduation ceremony included a 45-minute apology/resignation speech that no one wanted or cared about. Edit. I also forgot about the time, like days after a national school shooting event, a kid took pot shots at a school bus doing its morning pickups with a BB gun because he didn't have a project done in time. I'm pretty sure he went to juvie. My time has arrived. Principal 1 actively cheated on his wife with several teachers. Not illegal, but it got him fired a couple of times. Bought and sold weed from students. School finances were questionably moved around. Upon getting fired, he punched a pregnant freshman in the face. Principal 2 brought 3 new vice principals, all getting paid under the table. Viciously controlled every aspect of the school. Was fired for being involved in a multi-person conspiracy involving a group stealing over $3 million from the school district. Yes, this shit happened. Students, beyond the normal drug selling that occurred, gang activity was relatively common. A couple of shootings happened just beyond school grounds, but everyone knows who did it. A girl from the school was decapitated in a driving accident involving a boy from another school. He was my neighbor. He pleaded innocent and said he never knew her. Lied. OFC. A school-wide riot was started in my senior year. SWAT had to deal with it. 15 students were arrested. 2 seniors, while I was a senior, were involved in the filming of sexual acts with a freshman. One of them was 20. He'd been held back twice. He got out of jail and then shot her. He's in prison for life. There might be more. I can't remember. ATM. The chaplain was secretly molesting male students for a couple of decades or more. Eventually one of the boys finally came forward, followed by another, and another. Technically the molestation never happened at the high school, but the grooming and selection of his victims sure did. I can't remember how many charges against him there were in total, but he was entirely guilty. He would specifically pick kids who had troubled home lives and who were frequent runaways. He actually tried his tricks with me, but I never fell for them. This started when I was talking to him about issues at home. I had confided in him that there had been a certain level of physical and psychological abuse that I had endured. So he did what it seemed most good priests, or good people in general, would do. He told me that if things got bad, he would drive into town and pick me up. I could spend the night at the rectory and crash on the couch. He pressed this line a few times, but I didn't bite. In retrospect, I'm pretty lucky I didn't. What he would do once he had the boys out at the rectory and helpless is ply them with booze and make his advances. This part 1. I thankfully have no direct experience with. Unfortunately, this chaplain was never punished. He hung himself in our own jail cell while awaiting his sentencing hearing. We have the usual like fights, alcohol, smoking, vaping, knives etc. But a few other things have happened. Someone set the school on fire. Someone cut someone up and then punched the deputy head, then evaded police for about an hour, which I was quite impressed about. Like 10 girls got arrested for taking pills in school time. A group of people got someone on the floor and shoved something up their ass. Music teacher got suspended for accidentally showing the year 7's Born. Some random people snuck into the school by putting on a relative's uniform and climbing over a fence into the bin area and snuck in through the back of the sports hall. My school had a big massive GDPR mess up as they accidentally made all of their records on pupils available for anyone with a computer login, including guests. It included addresses, incidents they have had, medical history, any history of abuse etc. I actually discovered this, and I told the school. It was difficult to access, so they ignored me. I just decided to spend my CS lessons reading my mates' files and read up on any incidents that had happened. There is more, but this faking school has definitely messed my memory up. I got into a high school in a very wealthy area of my town. I quickly learned that the rich kids had more problems than my near poverty-stricken friends at other schools, only their parents generally had enough money to hide it and cover it up, or were completely ignorant to their kids' problems. My sweet Catherine could never have a cocaine addiction. It was like a cesspool of overprivileged, entitled teenagers in the height of their rebellious stages. The worst story I can think of is a friend I went to school with from elementary had several older brothers and 3 out of 4 were drug dealers. They did it for the popularity mostly. Their family wasn't hurting for cash in any way, shape, or form. So her oldest 2 brothers had already graduated by the time we were freshmen and were off at college when her brother, that was a senior, just doesn't come home one night. Everyone initially thinks that he just stayed over at someone's house and didn't call. The next day, people are starting to really worry. About 2 weeks later, someone asks her if they've heard from him yet in Spanish class. She has an emotional breakdown because no one has seen or heard from him, and the police are just calling him a runaway, even though he didn't take anything with him. The next day, I think I see his car in a parking lot while on the bus on the way to school. It was a pretty and remarkable car, and I'm not sure, so I don't say anything. I see this car in the same spot for 2 more days on the way to school and back before I talk to my mom about it. She agrees that it is probably someone who works nearby and has a similar car, but she gives me the number to an anonymous tip line and tells me if I want to report it to do it to the authorities and not to tell the girl. They'll investigate and notify the family if it is something, and if it's nothing then I wouldn't have unnecessarily put them through an emotional roller coaster. I thought about it over the weekend and ended up calling before school on a Tuesday. Drove by on the bus for a couple more days. Car was still there, and I was feeling pretty confident it was nothing. Friday, the bus drives by an army of cop cars. They've taped the entire lot off and have all the car doors open. My heart sank. It was his car. Turns out, he was murdered. They wrapped him up in plastic and shoved him in the trunk of the car. The police never caught the people who killed him. There were tons of rumors. We stayed friends and she came over to my apartment a few times for parties after high school. She told me that her older brothers faked up, ended up owing the wrong dudes money, and she thinks they mistook the kid brother for the oldest. The whole thing was really sad. My school railroaded students that were on their list to not graduate. They wouldn't give them a full class schedule, made them sit in the cafeteria for 5 to 6 periods of the day, and would frequently pull them into the guidance counselor's office to tell them how they should drop out and get a JED. It is illegal, I believe, and was highly effective. They didn't care about their dropout rate, but the non-graduation rate was sky high. Yes, I was one of those kids, caused by an even more illegal instance. When I was a freshman, I made a joke about our Valentine's bears to a girl I liked in class. I told her they look so faked up and scary that they would come to life and kill everyone. Someone misheard me and reported me for saying I wanted to shoot up or blow up the school. Understandable situation. I get that objectively it needs to be dealt with. They called me in a couple days later, said I had plans to blow up the school, told me I had to write that down, and then suspended me, all with no parent around. Then, which I literally only found out recently, they told my mom that I had a list of people to kill. They never showed her the list even when pushed for it. It didn't exist. Didn't show anyone that I actually wrote that I made a joke about the stuffed bears and then turned my suspension into a full expulsion. I should mention this was roughly a year after Columbine, maybe even the same year, so I get being very cautious, but it still faked me up. After 3 years of going to an alternative high school with kids that actually attacked teachers and were caught with box cutters, seeing them having to be restrained and removed by police, just general chaos, I was finally able to go back to my initial high school with the backing of every teacher in the alternative high school that knew I didn't belong there. I also have Crohn's and got a bad flare up after a few weeks back, and that caused my grades to push me into the not graduating group. On top of the fact that after the semester change was only 3 weeks after getting back to that school, the guidance counselor for seniors, who was intensely against letting me come back, put me in only 2 classes out of 7. I told them that the only subject I have a hard time in is math, so one of those 2 classes she gave me was AP Calc, FACA. They forced me to drop out after 3 weeks of sitting in the cafeteria for 80% of my day, working with 2 other students to try and learn AP Calc as well as staying an hour after every day to work with my math teacher. I tried my best and they railroaded me. They loved me in the system when I had some of the highest national testing scores in the district despite constantly being out of school with crons. But the second I dipped into not graduating territory they pulled out all the stops. Edit. Forgot a TLDR. My high school illegally forced kids to drop out through every tactic available. They also illegally railroaded me personally in several ways. Man, after reading everything I have to talk about my school, point first, we got on national television for race riots. It was crazy. My friend's dad called every news agency in the state to have them interview him and us. We had a few suicides and murders and sexual misconduct. One girl played Frogger on the highway and lost. Point, the murder that happened was a crazy story. This one girl was going out with 2 dudes at the same time. Well, she ended up liking one dude more so her and the crazy boyfriend decided to murder the other guy. So she called unlucky boyfriend up and said she was gonna pick him up and do something. Well, crazy boyfriend was hiding in the backseat of her car, and when unlucky boyfriend got in, crazy boyfriend stabbed in upwards to 15 times. Well, unlucky boyfriend got out of the car and ran, but ended up falling into a ditch and died. Both girl and Mr. B went to jail for first-degree murder. Our German teacher was having an affair with a student, and it turned out that the name we all knew the teacher wasn't his real name, and it turns out that the school didn't know either. Yeah, it's crazy, because he was a really cool guy. Ran a reenacting WW2 group that a bunch of students were in. A bunch of fights, from simple fist fights to brass knuckles busting some chick's skull open. A bunch of underage section building and a lot of drug selling. Point, looking back, my school was a mess. I personally got a math teacher fired for being biased against me and a few others. We got our principal fired because she wasted so much money and the student body protested against her. I went to a small intercity charter high school. Point, we had an archery team. All of the bows for the team were locked in a large cabinet upstairs, and the range was in a basement 2 floors below. To get to the range, you had to pass the cafeteria. One of the archery students peeled off from the group going for practice and went into the cafeteria to go show off. He ended up threatening a bunch of African American students at bow point. The dude got suspended hard. Point, we had a ginger student that I knew quite well who led an assault on the band teacher with firecrackers. She was pretty terrified and ran out to her car and hid. The guys ended up hiding the firecrackers in the ceiling, where I'm fairly sure they still are. They ended up getting suspended for a couple of weeks. I knew a kid who kept a full plate carrier in his backpack and a high capacity handgun in case of school shooters. Never got caught. Some seniors stole a forklift and built a fence in our one parking lot out of concrete barriers. This was on a Sunday, so they didn't think they would get caught. The headmaster was driving through the neighborhood and happened to notice. He told them all to put the parking barriers back and supervised as they did. When asked where they got the forklift, they lied and said they borrowed it from one of their parents' businesses. They didn't get in trouble for that. Some other seniors did a senior prank where they greased and buffed all the linoleum floors in the building. It ended up causing some major injuries. A waste cleanup company had to be contracted to clean the whole building overnight, and the school sued the families for the cost of the cleanup, which was in the $20,000 range. Intercity schools are crazy. I'm late, but here is a story. We had a JROTC program at my school that I participated in. The classroom was huge and had plenty of storage space, but for outdoor items, lawn mowers, grass seeds, etc., we had these Connex boxes. One worked and used it for storage and the other was empty and inoperable due to a busted lock. Point, somewhere around sophomore year, my friend and I were going to pull something out of the working Connex, but accidentally opened the back broken one to find our inflatable mattress, condoms, a bunch of toys, and a set of dog tags. The dog tags belonged to our flight sergeant. No big deal, kids get busy wherever and whenever they can, so we tell the teacher and thing that is that. Fast forward the next day and my friend and I get pulled aside by the principal and a couple of officers asking us questions. We kept quiet about our sergeant, but he came clean anyways. Apparently he was meeting up with a girl in 12th grade that has been prostituting out of that box for 3 years. She busted the lock so it wouldn't open, but put a cute out behind the unit that faces the wall that is barely big enough to fit a person at a time. Word broke out and spread like wildfire through the school. Eventually came out a year later that a certain math teacher was her biggest customer. A lot of other shit happened, like a bomb threat, a man with an assault rifle walking on school grounds, and a lot of rap cases. Don't look back at those times fondly. There's some background. In high school there was a dude in our year, we'll call him Mark anyway. He was one of those kids who was constantly being a T-What in school, getting in fights, terrorizing teachers, and just genuinely being a little shit. He was the kinda dude who was everyone's first choice for going to prison for something. Anyway, we left school at 16 and went to college, and I never really heard of him. I saw him around since it's a small town we lived in, but anyway, a year goes by and in my second year he was already expelled from the college, but that didn't stop him walking into the building and going upstairs to the room next to mine with 2 other lads, and these were computer rooms, so there was just one long desk. Going round the border of the room he storms in, picking up a pair of scissors and walking to a dude on the back wall. Apparently they had some beef, and that's why he came to the college. Anyway, the 2 other lads beat the guy up while Mark stabbed him in the eye. All we could hear was horror screams next door, and as we came out we saw the 3 of them bolting down the corridor while you could just see through the window of the guy on the floor screaming, "I'm in pain." Now it's a small town and this kinda shook the town. The guy survived but lost his eye. I saw his Snapchat of him in the hospital with the caption, "Gonna have to do better than that, Bussy." Mark got 6 years and his friends got 4. Needless to say, happy everyone was right about this dude. Oh boy, do I have a story for you. My school started a fight club in the changing rooms about a couple of months ago. One of the senior is a boxer and brought in a couple of boxing gloves to school. He sometimes trains at the school and jokingly fought his friend. Anyways, some sophomores were in the changing room while it happens and they ask if they could fight each other. One small fight happens and everyone's entertained. So the seniors get the idea to start to set up fight with volunteers and create a betting pool to earn money. The first couple of fight were seniors vs seniors, and they were mild, I'll put it that way. It was more of a joke. But as the weeks went by they started getting kids who really wanted to beat the shit out of each other. They began promoting it on Snapchat and Instagram, making fake posters and posting them, trying to get as many people in the room as possible, also to get a huge betting pool. Anyways, these 2 sophomores are put up to fight, and it was basically the most anticipated and hyped up match they had. One of the kids had serious anger issues, so people wanted to see what happened. Anyways, the fight occurred, and like 100 students went down to watch it in the changing room. I didn't go to the fight, but I watched videos of it, and these kids went at it hard. They were fighting to kill. One came out spiting blood, the other with a seriously bloody nose. Of course this was during lunch and the kids just went back to class and no teacher noticed. But that was the last fight because the teacher soon caught on. But the worst part is that no teacher knew about it or discovered it. The janitor found blood in the changing room and reported it to the principal. Of course he checked security footage and saw tons of kids going to the changing room and soon connected the dots. Anyways, the kids get caught, but they made it look like this was a one-time thing, and the 2 sophomore fighter got a 3-day in-school suspension. Everyone who went in the changing rooms at lunchtime got detention, and that was it. On the other hand, the seniors who set everything up got away scot-free because their parents give thousands of dollars to the school. The school didn't say anything about it, so a few kids are still oblivious to anything that happened. My school doesn't want to look bad, so they hid it under the rug. Some students were caught smoking pot outside of school and the school freaked the fuck out, cause it makes them look bad, and had a full talk about it. So clearly my school has its priorities straight. Smelly, weird social outcast 8th grader somehow created and uploaded a program that completely destroyed the school's computer network. Like, wrecked it. Every IT guy on staff worked endlessly to try and get it back up. The school hired more just to try and get cheat running again. All the grades, attendance, records, faking everything just gone. For several weeks, everything had to be logged old school style on paper. Attendance was taken on notebook pages and delivered to the office each period. Class skipping and truancy was rampant. People forging attendance sheets, etc. Literally everyone was questioned extensively as the system tried to find the culprit and press charges. Nobody knew shit. The kid didn't have any friends or enemies and was just regarded as the weird dumbass poor kid who stunk. School finally got a new system going at the very end of the school year. Set up a sheet load of safeguards to prevent it from happening another time, and the dude did it again within a week. I was a senior tar in one of his classes. I was nice to him, so he'd always come sit at my table and talk to me awkwardly. I mentioned, "Man, this is faking nuts," twice now. "Whoever did this is slick as fuck." Dude goes, "Heh, it was me, heh." I low-key high-five him and said nice point. They eventually caught him because of some footage from hidden cameras they'd installed in every computer lab. I don't know what happened with him. I found out from a friend after I had graduated. Crazy. Let's see. Well, there was a principal we called Big Bird who got a few too many DUIs and was fired. We had a coach who was also the video production teacher get taken to court for having sex with a minor. He was also in the Air Force and had a wife and daughters that were around the same age as the girl. Really sad, and I suspect it happened to more than one girl because he used to hit on my close friend Alet, gave her his number, always asked for pics of her, asking if she wanted to take a ride on his motorcycle, and showed up to her work one time, which in retrospect is actually so creepy. We had another coach, maybe the tennis coach I think, also was having sex with a minor. It also could been more than one girl, can't really remember. Multiple kids thought selling weed at school was brilliant. People started putting vodka in their water bottles and this became some kind of trend. I think it's mostly just all the coaches engaging in sexual activities with minors have been some of the worst scandals the school has had. There's probably a bunch more, because after I left the school things seemed to get even worse, even though we had gotten a new principal after Big Bird who thought he was such a faking hard ass but still couldn't control anything that was going on at that school. Had a multitude of teachers quit because they were faking kids. Bit one stands out as kind of the opposite. We had a very good music teacher with a really good professional background. He was gay, and he didn't care that the kids knew. A kid alleged that he had been raped by this teacher. Investigation ensues. He was arrested, his house was searched, his porn stash found and examined. Charges were pressed. The kid then withdrew the charges and admitted he made the whole thing up. The police charged him with possession of indecent images of those under 18. Everyone assumed this was from his porn stash, which it was. What didn't come out until later was that the teacher's porn wasn't child porn, it was regular porn on VHS. But one film had a trailer for another, and one actor in that trailer was 17. This teacher was convicted on the basis of a few seconds of a trailer he likely ignored anyway. He got a suspended sentence of 1 year, so he never went to prison, but he had to be on the sex offenders register for 10 years and couldn't teach any longer. It was a loss, not his. He went back to his very prestigious roots in professional music direction and made much more money. We lost the only good music teacher that school ever had. The other music teacher was one of the teachers who faked students. He's still there. Went to a school that was way out in the woods of Louisiana. Lots of drugs out there, lots of faked up kids, and lots of teachers/staff that were either complete faking morons or way too qualified to teach at this backwater piece of shit. Was a big time white trash school. My music teacher got caught up on a really murky scandal. A group of girls accused him of texting them sexual messages. He never went to jail. Just quit one day and moved to Texas to teach in a better school. There were rumors that the girls made a pact to falsely accuse him because they tried to blackmail him for money or because of bad grades. Details were always murky and sounded like crazy rumors, but he never went to jail, so maybe they did. Then there were the bomb threats and the drug raids. Had 4 or 5 of them throughout my time there. When they'd announce it, everyone would get all excited because it'd be like a field day. We'd all get evacuated to the football field that was far enough from the small main building to be safe. One time a kid whose parent worked at the school leaked there would be a mass raid/search. All the lockers would be sniffed by dogs and backpacks were confiscated from all the students. I was scared as shit and had a knife and some weed on me. Tiny dime bag and a normal pocket knife. I was a wimpy, mopey, doped out burnout. I wasn't violent. Friend of mine said quit freaking out, I'll hang on to it for you. His backpack ended up searched. The dime was just enough to make the amount of weed he already had a decent charge, but the combination of having a knife with it got him in big faking trouble. I felt so faking guilty, especially after he called one day telling me what the charges were and that he was going to juvenile detention. He was so nice about it though. He was like, don't worry dude, I've got your back. Just live a good life. I guess he accepted it, and though he was gonna end up a fuck up 8 or 9 years later, he's actually doing really good. Better than me. Still talk to him. Really good guy. My girlfriend, Brittany, in high school, I'm 31 now, had the hots for this douche nozzle named David. He had been in juvenile or sent away or something for a while because he tried to steal a semi-truck in his early teens. I can't quite remember the details. I just know he was gone for a long time due to his own stupidity and then suddenly showed up again. I hadn't heard about him at all until one day he shows up and my girlfriend casually mentions they used to date. Of course, with it being high school and my first serious relationship, I felt threatened, whereas now I figure someone either wants to be with me or they don't, and I would just move on if not. But I digress anyway. We eventually break up for a variety of reasons, including me being too clingy and insecure, but her lust for this bad boy moron was also part of it. I took the breakup hard at first, but after about 6 months I was almost completely over it, and it ended up being a growing experience for me in the long run. 2 years later I see this story and almost died laughing. My ex-girlfriend, her twin brother, douchebag David, and some other person I didn't know were all arrested and interrogated by the Secret Service because they decided to counterfeit money by printing it off using a plain old inkjet printer. They got caught at a Wendy's of all places. I predicted David would get them all mixed up and stupid shit, but I couldn't stop laughing at just how stupid it actually was. Having known all of them except for one, I was able to perfectly picture the scene described in the article. Brittany was so enamored with David that I'm sure he had her convinced it was a brilliant idea. Her brother was a bit dim and had a huge chip on his shoulder. Easy to picture him signing up for their genius plan. I can just picture the excitement they all had when they figured out how to perfectly line up the print job so that both sides of the bills lined up perfectly on both sides of the paper. I can picture them all high-fiving each other with bloodshot eyes from all the weed they were smoking as their first perfect $20 bill came out of the HP inkjet printer. As funny as it was, I do feel bad about Brittany. She seemed destined for the path she ended up following. Not that I wish we had stayed together, mind you. I just wish she had some higher goals in life. She had a lot of potential when we first met, but it was one of those things where you could take the girl out of the trailer park, but you just couldn't take the trailer park out of the girl. I do hope she found happiness and stability in her life eventually. 30 years ago, in a small town in Texas, USA, one elementary school male teacher offered to administer all paddle-in punishments to students with a custom-made 2-meter-long canoe paddle with holes drilled into it to cut down on air resistance, to make the beatings more severe. If the child resisted, or if they even flinched, or reflexively sought to protect themselves, the teacher forced them, always boys, to lower their trousers, to beat their bare bottoms. Boys would have bruises on their entire legs with huge raised, blood-tinged welts for weeks. In what is surely totally unrelated, the teacher was eventually fired, not jailed, for trafficking and child porn. The football coaching staff collected research papers and essays from teachers that were sent to major Texas universities as study aids for their star student athletes. Before you ask, no, of course these papers were not retyped and submitted under the athletes' names to ensure their eligibility. Shame on you for thinking such a thing. Students were often surprised that their electives were changed so that they were placed on the football team, even if they expressed no interest in football. These were larger, more athletically inclined boys, but none of them, me included, wanted to play. We wanted to be in art or band, or whatever, but even without being told, we were shunted to the football team to endure tryouts that we wanted nothing to do with. Most realized that they had to screw up or slow down to get kicked, but I remember one huge kid, a real sweetheart, who cried about being on the team, and he was tortured with being on the team until he graduated high school, his knees torn up and unemployable. The coaches just wanted big kids to serve as linemen and scrimmage targets, not caring even a moment about their students' academic wishes. Extra, I was able to escape a life of football. I was at tryouts, hating it already. I remember a kid, a real asshole, who was insecure and mad at the world, and he tormented me during practice, which was encouraged by the coaches as chatter or motivation, or whatever. Keep up the chatter. Stay on him. Make him regret you. So these young boys would scream blistering curses and violent threats to each other during practice. Lots of mother apping and sister gutting, you know, good fun. I decided I'd had enough, so during a play I was lined up against my torturer and I slightly dipped my practice pads, and at the snap, caught him full in the neck, and knocked him out cold. I was genuinely crying, thinking I killed the boy, but he woke up, and I was told to go home, enduring a torrent of catcalls and abuse from the coaches for my failure to make the team I never wanted to be on. TLDR, Texas student football was a corrupt cesspool. I grew up in relatively well-to-do neighborhood and our public high school was top in the nation in academics, etc. The general population was about 50% Caucasian, 40% Asian, 10% everything else. There was a big white guy, sophomore, that would pick on this big Asian kid, sophomore, who by no means was someone that could not defend himself. The white kid would always pick on him in packs with his friends. One day the white kid took it too far, and the Asian guy and his older brother, senior, jumped him at lunch. The white guy went down hard on concrete, and the brothers proceeded to stomp him out until the white guy was seizuring and shit himself. They were charged with assault with a deadly weapon because they had shoes on. The younger brother was back in school by his senior year. I had an art class with him. Turned out to be a really nice guy. Never saw the older brother again after they arrested him. The white guy was never the same. Definitely suffered some major head trauma and personality was completely different. Also, had a situation with a guy whose dad was a federal judge. He was 6 feet 8 inches 250 pound, 8-pack laden specimen. But he could never keep his sheet together to stay on the football and basketball teams. He had one of those invincibility complexes because his dad could get him out of anything. He showed up to school one day surrounding sheriffs. They took him to his locker and apparently he had a bunch of drugs and guns in his locker. Years later he joined a motorcycle gang. He was their sergeant at arms. He was finding local drug dealers and robbing them. A grow-up found out that this guy was going to rob them, so they moved their whole operation overnight and then filmed the entire robbery. It was bad. The feds got involved and ended up raiding this guy's dad's home. Keep in mind his dad was a federal judge. They found axe, paraphernalia, silencers, etc. The guy ended up with a 25 to life charge. He is still in prison. The Great Tuck Shop robbery of 1999. I went to a posh school, so it had this area which was called the Quad, which is basically a courtyard that doubled up as a playground or car park depending on the time of the day. There was a small minivan that came once a week to deliver sweets and crisps to the tuck shop, but it was always during class time, so would park in the Quad, do its delivery, then take off before break. This one day, unbeknown to us pupils until later, the driver of tuck shop delivery van had gone for a tinkle and somehow managed to get himself locked inside the toilets, or at least that was the story I heard. All we knew is that when we came out at break, the van was still there, the back doors wide open. I was young and still fearing authority figures at the time, so I was just a mere spectator as the bigger boys started to stalk the van, like hyenas circling a gazelle. I don't know who made the first move, but it was something as simple as lifting a Kit Kat. From there, things just escalated. I remember a guy from about 2 years above me, assuming the role of Robin Hood, stood on the top of the van throwing out Twix bars like grain to peasants. Teachers quickly realized the caper was on and closed things down, but it was too late. The van had been picked dry. They started searching everyone's lockers and bags, trying to recoup the losses, but it was too late. The more enterprising had taken entire boxes and hidden them in the ceiling panels. They were undercutting the tuck shop for a good couple of weeks after that. My friend planned to shoot up the school. He failed, so it didn't really go beyond the knowledge of the school itself. Not even my parents knew. Point disclaimer, I don't know if it was fully illegal, and it was back in middle school, not high school. It was middle school, and I was close friends with this guy. See, I also had a massive crush on him. C dated my other friend, S, and they had a nasty breakup. He knew S and I also had a massive fallout, and that I had a crush on him and was a little massively unstable at the time point. So C told me he was going to shoot people at lunchtime. A few bullies, S, and then himself. I didn't tell anyone for multiple reasons. I didn't really believe him. I wanted him to do it because S assaulted me and harassed me about it regularly, which he knew about. I also wanted to see how it would turn out of curiosity. Again, I was very unstable at the time. So the day comes, I had agreed not to tell anyone. But see, since he was going to do it at lunch, got caught. In his before lunch classes, someone spotted the handgun in his backpack. He was caught and quietly expelled. Point the school kept it hush hush. I didn't breathe a word of it, nor tell anybody that I had full knowledge of his plans, so nobody knew that I had known. The school told nobody what happened, not even parents personally. I'm now medicated and realize that our middle school was fucking wild, and I was nuts. We had a huge fight against our rival school and had to get a police escort back to our town. Point for several years there had been fighting between our various sports teams. When our team went to their town, there was a shotgun fired at a track meet, a fight at a basketball game between fans in the stands, etc. I was on the JV soccer team. We would have the JV game first and then the varsity game. There had been a lot of shit talking during the JV game and a red card or two for unsportsmanlike conduct. About halfway into the second half of the varsity game our team was up 5-1 or something like that. Two guys started fighting and it immediately turned into a massive brawl. Both JV and varsity teams from both sides rushed the field and commenced to fighting. There were fractured skulls and broken noses. There was a player from their team with a prosthetic arm. He pulled his arm off and was swinging it holding the wrist part as the handle and bashing people with the elbow attachment. Our coach was even fighting a parent from the other team. Once we were all put on the buses, the sheriff's office made us all lay on the floor of the buses as they escorted us back to our town for fear of a drive-by shooting. You can't make this shit up. We had a few other fights leading up to that against other teams, but nothing like this one. Our soccer program got put on probation for 2 years, in which the school board said that any further fights would result in the soccer program being cancelled. We won our division that year and got to go to states. Our school was this experimental campus that only had freshmen, which is just a bad idea. The year I was there, the fire alarm was pulled 17 days in a row. We absolutely loved it at first, but it got old real quick once teachers started punishing all of us with reduced time on tests. Even worse, we were having some major flooding in the area and more than half of the football field was underwater, so every evacuation we all crammed into the dry side in the pouring rain. Eventually the kid got caught with ink cannons they secretly installed in the alarms, and he got expelled. We thought it was all over, but the fire alarms kept getting pulled for another week. Guess some students wanted to keep up the streak. Point as an unintended side effect, when the firefighters came for each alarm, they quickly noticed that the cafeteria was exceeding maximum capacity and breaking fire code, so the school was fined, and they had to change from 2 lunch periods to 3. I was in one of the classes that had their lunchtime sandwiched between the first and second half of one class. The teacher had planned tests that took up the entire period and now would have to be interrupted by lunch, so she just told us to not talk about the contents of the test when we went to lunch, which we promptly ignored. Oh, and during that flooding, some kid jumped in the football field lake and went swimming. Our football field is a geographic watershed, and all the local farmland runoff pulled up in that field. Needless to say, that kid was in the hospital for at least a week. I got stabbed twice. This is a really long story, but I will try to shorten it as much as I can. When I was in primary school, Australian education system. We do K6 in primary school and 7 to 12 in high school. I had all kinds of problems such as ADHD, anger management, undiagnosed dyslexia and night terrors. All of this meant I was grumpy, hated school, couldn't read the work and caused fusses. Anytime anything went wrong I would often overact, sometime violently. Fast forward to year 10th, I'm 15. At this point, except for the dyslexia, I had either grown out of, or put a lid on the most my issues, and was pretty much a normal, if extra awkward, very nerdy teen. I know known for playing cards in the library or D&D or Warhammer, or whatever. Basically not a tough guy, but remembered the days of my being considered a psycho from my early days. People used to pick on me to try and set me off, but I mostly just shut down and cried by this point. So, in some attempt to set me off, I would fight him, this guy in our woodworking class who we will call Chad. Chad really wanted me to go psycho, so he kept picking on me, stealing my Yu-Gi-Oh cards from my bag, throwing stuff at me and so on. I refused to do anything, just got sadder and more awkward. Teachers basically couldn't do anything cause our school was so overcrowded we had classes of 40 students to one teacher. After long enough of my not engaging, he sharpened a metal ruler on a grinding wheel, came up behind me, and stabbed me in my left side ribs. The first one hit a rib, and didn't do much other than hurt a lot, but then second went straight through. It tore my lung, shredded my pleura and eventually gave me an infection. This was so bad it required 3 surgeries and 6 months off school to recover. When I did eventually go back I had to repeat, and then when I did, that I had PTSD and now no friends, that I dropped out. Point life's okay for me now, just for those wondering. But yay, that's a story. So if you ever have kids, don't tell them to not defend themselves, and the bullies will go away. Kids don't think correctly. TLDR, girl went through a creek nearby and got murdered. Point looking at a bunch of comments here, this one just doesn't compare, but at the high school there's a creek that runs nearby. I live in a dry area, so the creek rarely has water in it, allowing people to walk through without any issue. The school always warned students not to go through the creek due to homeless people constantly staying there, and that the school couldn't protect anybody going in. The school even has a gate blocking entry to the creek, though there are a few gates and open entrances where students aren't supposed to go anyway. Mind you, it was, and probably still is, very common for students to still go through the creek when school was over, and I have no doubt students did it during school as well, so it's not like she was just some rebel. Point well, one student left school a bit early and decided to go through the creek. She went through the creek and was killed by some recently released guy and was found a few days later covered with nearby bushes and some piece of clothing or something around her neck. Point I'm unaware of other incidents that took place at that high school besides knowing some kids who went off campus to smoke cigarettes or weed, but that's not highly compared to murder. There was a recent incident where some kid brought a knife to school apparently, but that's still not as bad as murder. Edit, I forgot, I wanted to mention I was at my last year of high school, so I grabbed a bunch of mail for the teacher. The teacher was part of some school board, so she got frequent updates on ongoing school matters, and I remember one day I read one of the papers and the school was being sued for $1.5 million by the parents. That's why I had such a lead in. While the school definitely could do better preventing students from entering the creek and keeping students safe, I found it weird that they could be sued for that high of a price. Kid killed some lady and carved satanic symbols into her back. I'm from a pretty small town in Northern California. I think we've had like 2 murders in 75 years. Anyways, there's this kinda weird rural canyon area at the back end of town. Mix of rednecks with lifted trucks needed for the off-roading required to reach their homes, some resort/wedding venue, and a few mansions on top of the hills overlooking the town and Bay Area. So this weird goth kid a grade ahead of me was ordering weed growing equipment to this mansion that was currently being built and apparently hanging out there a lot as well. I guess the lady having it built ended up going up there to check on its progress, and this kid just so happens to be there and gets caught. So instead of just leaving or fessing up to ordering grow up equipment, he proceeds to beat her to death with a piece of crown molding, carve some weird occult symbols into her back, and then take a shower or some weird sheet. Obviously he was caught, and it was some huge drama. He was 16 at the time, but was tried as an adult and given life without parole. He's in San Quentin prison, and now there's some conspiracy that he didn't actually commit the murder. He made some comments about how he didn't actually do it, but was taking the blame to protect his friends and family. But yay, some website devoted to his innocence. Dude's name was Scott Dialeski, and pretty sure they actually reversed the life without parole and made it 25 to life eligible for parole around 2030 or some wild shit. That was pretty wild. A kid preyed on another kid. He admitted to picking out this shy, quiet girl who has mental health problems because no one would believe her if she told someone they faked. We had him on video walking down the halls and checking if teachers were coming. It was like he was staking it out. Both got caught by the one kid who shouldn't know because he was the neighborhood snitch. So he told everyone on the walk home. The principal convinced the father of the girl to not press charges, and he didn't. The boy came to school with an earring, chest puffed out, acting like a big shot after his suspension point. Somehow, the kid wasn't registered as a sex offender and had little punishment for it. The girl, I felt so sorry for. The principal fired the teacher who let them leave her room, music, to cover his ass. But it was his directive that kids should be allowed to just leave without a pass or check-in or anything, because he read it in an article. I'm honestly not sure if it's illegal, but that boy should have been a registered sex offender. And his dad walked home with his son, saying how proud he was the entire situation was faked up. Fuck you, CB. You were supposed to protect these kids, and you let a girl get assaulted on your watch. You retired with a pension, and this girl ended up on even more meds. I know you don't think about what happens, but you really helped fuck that kid up. Not illegal, but almost got us in a ton of legal trouble. A guy in our high school was a huge dick and a bit of a loner because of it. Our friend group has been together since diapers, and we tend to say savage shit to each other. This guy just thought, because he hung out with us, he could say stuff similar to what we would say to each other to anyone while he was with us. It got to a point where we told him to fuck off. We didn't want to be associated with him because he's a dick. After 6 months or so of telling this guy to fly a kite, we get hauled into the office one at a time. The higher ups in the school board got involved, and the police eventually. Apparently we had been bullying and abusing the jerk, and we were being accused of being anti-Semitic since he is Jewish. There was zero evidence of us being anti-Semitic towards him, as we hadn't been, except there was a Facebook account which had been harassing him. Our group and the jerk all get pulled into an empty classroom together and told to put our phones on the desk we're sitting at. The principal and the cops basically say they are going to get to the bottom of this once and for all. The principal might be old, but has not stupid. He Facebook messages the catfish account that's been harassing the jerk, and one of the phones pings that it's received a Facebook message. And it's none other than the jerk himself. He tried to set us up. We were all asked to leave the room, and he was in a pile of shit. It was amazing. I'm probably late, but a guy died, and the school covered it up. Points. To remember boarding school. High school. Kenya. We had this rule. Most schools have it, that in order to leave the school compound, you need a leave out, a document telling the gateman you can leave, that the administration is aware that you are not in the compound. Without this, you are liable to some whooping, or even an expulsion. We wear uniforms, so everyone knows what school you are from. More importantly, that you are a student. A boy had asthma, and it would hit him seasonally hard. Let's name him Peter, and let me tell you, it was time. We would wake up to him snoring, but not your regular snoring, the kind that would make us in the next dorm also wake up. Following morning after onset, the guy is issued a leave out and sees the doctor. Unfortunately, this time, it was a public hospital. They don't know his history. Doctors, and generally the population here, believes so much in education, and he wasn't going to have this kid miss too many lessons. He was sent back to continue, and prescriptions were given. Well, what do you know? The doctors gave him medicine that doesn't work optimally, and we wake up on the second day. He's sent to the doctor and the same thing happens. See doctor, different prescription. Back to school, still wakes us up. The teacher on duty, they are the administration during non-work hours. Different teacher every week according to a roster, and they get paid extra for this. Thought this guy was plain malingering at this point, so she didn't give the guy a third leave out. The day goes by, and so does the night with the same snores and now gasps. This is getting serious. However, it all seems to have calmed down at daytime. The teacher at this point is doubling down and has the kid spend almost half the day outside the staff room as a punishment point that night. However, the kid has the worst of these attacks. He can't breathe most of the night, but still won't go to the teacher because he had been threatened with suspension, which we had been made to believe fucks up your entire career and therefore, life. Following morning, he is helped by the prefect to walk to the toilet because he asked for it. A few moments later, silence from the cubicle. The prefect then broke in, carried him unconscious all the way to the dining hall, where he finds the teacher on duty, and they put him in the school van. The kid is pronounced dead on arrival to hospital. News of this death breaks out because the school has a history of good discipline and a good performance on the national exams. When media shows up, we were basically locked in the classes. The principal declared anyone found outside was going to be expelled, and given his history of expulsions, we obeyed. We also kept really quiet. We later read in the newspaper a few weeks later, the school had not bought this one, conveniently, despite buying them daily and stocking them in the library. That the kid was a silent one, who never notified the school about his illness, until it was too late, as it was narrated by the head boy, the most senior of prefects. We later heard that he accepted a payment of $100. 10,000 shillings is a lot. That's like 200 loaves of bread. To tell this story, I have never fully trusted my education ever since. I don't want to become anything like my teachers. Happened a few years after I left high school. We had a JROTC program, and one of the officers wasn't just sleeping with a student, but dating her legitimately. Her parents knew from the start, as they were in it for the long haul, and wanted to be legit. He was in his early 40s, and she was 17. I'm not saying at all that what they were doing was right, but they were trying not to be creepy about it. He was otherwise a pretty stand-up guy, and was someone I'd have considered a personal hero. As I understand it, they got caught making out in his car after school, and they were outed. I have no idea what happened, other than he was fired. Also, not me but a friend I met after college. She was groomed by one of her high school teachers through most of high school, so that she'd be ready for him when she graduated. He encouraged her to date a really awful guy her age who abused her, encouraged her to move out of her mom's house at 16 and move in with said guy and his parents, encouraged her to perform some pretty gross sex acts on said guy and described them in detail to him. Then, when she graduated, talked her into leaving the guy he bullied her into staying with 4 years to be with him. The abuse didn't stop there. Made her sell her car and other personal items and give him the money for rent. Then he bought a second car and let her use it, but only to go places he approved of. He kept her from going to college and also made her sign all her paychecks over to him while giving her an allowance. Real psychopath level stuff. She eventually got out, but you can tell she's still pretty faked up by it. She left her relatively new husband recently, and I honestly think it was just because he wasn't abusive towards her, and she didn't know how to handle that. Teacher, female, married, multiple children, got arrested for manipulating, dating, and sleeping with 2 or 3 girls, and taking them on family vacations and sheet as babysitters. One girl/victim was into it, their others not so much. I later befriended one of the girls. Through my now ex-girlfriend. They were friends, and she proudly stated that teacher Sech was amazing. Lol. Also, our art class required an extra fee for supplies or some shit, and the old teacher quit. New teacher was subsequently fired within a month because she was keeping the fee money to herself. Lol. Multiple teachers fired for insulting kids. I was in one of the classes, and it was completely undeserved and hilarious at the same time. Unfortunately, it was one of my favorite teachers who was having a very bad day and generally didn't possess a good filter anyway. One for saying the N-word during basic level class twice like a moron. Basic level classes generally had a higher amount of black students. One for writing that a girl had nice breasts in her yearbook. One for saying he'd shoot the class or something with his revolver. Pretty sure it was a joke, not illegal, but my school also kicked a girl out of prom for wearing a suit. Yes, my school is religious. Yes, I thought it was a retarded decision. High school was hilarious. I went to a small rural school that ran K-12. As such, we had the same classmates year after year and all knew each other from birth pretty much. We decided early on that we wanted to have a huge senior trip to the beach and that everyone would go and not have to pay. At that point there were 65 people in our class. From the summer between 6th and 7th grade we worked hard toward that goal. We had car washes, yard sales, bake sales, raffles, really anything we could do to get money. Every weekend we were out there working toward our goal. One of the girls had her dad open a bank account for us to keep the money in. We put all our money in that account and we collected the interest for it. We held these activities on our own time, at locations in the larger town close to our rural setting. Over the years, we amassed almost $20,000 in our account. That was a huge amount of money for us in 1988. As our senior year began, we were all excited that we were going to make our long-time dream a reality. The principal of our school found out about our plans and the money we had earned through the years. He had the parent who set up our bank account come to a meeting. During this meeting he told the parent that what we had done was illegal and that we had used the school's name to raise money and that we had prevented the school from collecting the interest on the funds, which was their legal due. If he didn't turn over all the money to the school, then he would press charges. Needless to say the parent caved and gave them all our hard-earned money. We didn't have a senior trip and our school gave us a lamb cookout after school one day. It was a bunch of cheap wieners grilled on a tabletop Hibachi charcoal grill and some store brand soda. Not 20 grand worth of food. Our principal did however get a new car and our classroom teacher, who had originally heard of the money, got a dream hunting trip. We never publicized who we were raising money for. We just strapped on some bikinis and stood on the side of the road with signs that said car wash or yard sale. Pizza Hut let us use their water hose outlet and parking lot for the car washes. We used our own yards for the yard sales. It just sucked all around. We were hosed. For NSFW our English teacher who was fresh from college in our senior year, banged the entire basketball team and had some who the baby daddy drama. I have a few. My freshman year in high school a student was expelled for having a Bowie knife in his backpack and was showing it off in my history class. The same guy would later sell cocaine when he grew up and offered me some randomly at a bar I was at. My next was a kid decided to crush up his parents' medications and use the powder to coat a bunch of candy. He rode the same bus as me and distributed the candy to a few kids on the bus. Same kid also had a pocket knife out and was waving it around. Ended up barely necking a kid and drew a little bit of blood. One day after school, our bus was at a transfer point and the local police were trying to find him. He rushed off the bus and was chased down shortly after. Another happened involving my brother. One day the police came in to do a random locker check at the high school. They bring in dogs and all the students can't leave the classrooms to interfere. My brother was the lucky locker that was flagged by the dogs. So the assistant principal had to escort him out of class. Turns out the owner of the locker next to my brother's was able to remove the bottom of his own locker and was storing a kilo of pot below both. Bonus. This is not high school. However, one of the elementary school teachers in the district was touching his male students and is on the sex offender registry. The Florida public school system has prepared me well for this day. I went to 2 different schools. So I'll separate them. School 1, the TV production teacher was arrested for having 1,000 child-born images/videos. Not sure if he had a hand in producing any, though. One kid was home from school and shot and killed what he thought was an intruder. Turns out it was his little brother that he didn't know was also staying home from school that day. Felt really bad for him. School 2, during lunch one day, a kid broke into a locked classroom and stole the teacher's laptop. During lunch another day a police van rolled into the bus loop. Officers marched into the cafeteria, then marched out with 3 kids in handcuffs minutes later. I believe it was for drug dealing. There was a lot of that. Their point, the senior prank was just straight up vandalism. They spray painted class of 20th all over school. I watched a fight. It took place up against my bus, where one guy punched the shit out of the other who just held his hands up the whole time. When the cops got to them, they didn't even bother with hands up guy. Always thought that was pretty smart of him. Point bonus, not illegal. Story, school 1 got on the news for effectively banning Valentine's Day. Someone may have told a freshman they were gonna blow up the school. It was me. My junior year I planned my senior prank. My plan was pizza bombing the school by calling every single place that would deliver and ordering a bunch of food under different teachers' names. My friend at a different school was gonna do the same. We joked with our ex-girlfriend who we were still friends with about blowing up the school, but she didn't get the joke. This happened right before 420, and if you didn't know, that's the anniversary of the Columbine shooting. It just so happens me and my friend posted on MySpace the day before about Columbine. I didn't mean the post as a threat. I was an edgelord 17-year-old kid who thought he was morally superior by posting about the shooting victims instead of weed, but administration decided it was a threat. I just so happened to be an outcast emo kid who got in trouble for skipping a lot, so they kicked me out, and I ended up failing my junior year. It didn't really matter though, I was failing anyway. It was all for the best though. I spent the next year at an alternative school where I excelled. I'm not the type of person who functions well in the traditional classroom environment, so school was hell for me up to that point. At the alternative school I spent 3 hours a day at a computer working on my own work. No dumbass distractions from other students, none of the bullshit social politics. Most of the other kids were pretty cool, most were there for selling weed or fighting. While I was there, I was able to complete my junior and senior year's work, and I boosted my GPA from a 0.x, no idea on the exact number, I just know it was so low I likely wouldn't graduate, to a 2.7, and earned a presidential award for improvement. Our printing class teacher was out on jury duty. The substitute had no idea what to do. He had no formal training as a press operator. When things such as paper and ink needed to be ordered, a group of the senior students did the ordering. The teacher was out for over a month. When he came back he noticed that the order and delivery papers for when he was out were missing. Several weeks later there was an incident where several students who were junior and senior grade level were escorted to the gym by coaches and teachers. It was later determined that it was part of an investigation. There had been counterfeit 20s and 50s being passed around the local community. Local police, GBI, FBI and Secret Service were all investigating. The plates, ink, and paper that were ordered were confiscated and destroyed. The supply company initiated a system to call institutions THST ordered the ink or paper to verify and also notify the FBI of any such order. The students were removed from the class, given a failing grade, and in school suspension. The seniors were not allowed to walk with their classmates at graduation, and the incident was made part of record for 3 years and would be expunged as long as they did not commit a crime in that time period. 3 seniors lost their acceptance to colleges and had to do a 2-year or community college to get into a traditional college or university. TLDR, students tried to counterfeit money and got caught. I was part of the first students to a new high school in our district. New school meant a lot of new teachers. Well, one was a guy named Dr. Love. Doctorate wanting to teach English should have been a red flag. Well, on our orientation day, where we got to go around the school and meet the new teachers and such, I was with a friend of mine who had very large breasts for her age. This Dr. Love guy was super leering at her and trying to hug her and stuff and being really weird. First week of classes he was apparently super bad at teaching and very unprepared. He was very physical with students and the administration immediately started getting complaints about him touching students inappropriately and such. Kept asking the other teachers if they'd taught English or journalism and if he could borrow their lesson plans, etc. Well, one of the other teachers got really suspicious of this guy and looked into his background, calling around, and nobody knows him. University he went to doesn't have records, and when he called the police they had no records of anyone like that existing. Long story short, from there he's arrested because he's a pedophile who raped a couple children and skipped out on his probation from another state. Apparently managed to falsify enough info and paid for fake work experience recommendations to get a job in our bumfucky school. Administration was too busy trying to get that new school staff, they didn't look too much into him. It's so insane that it was even possible. That was like 2007, not 1960 or something. Where to start? For a little context, the school is in a pretty white upper middle class part of a conservative city in Sockle Point. The football team did coke, and it was encouraged by the coach and ignored by the school completely. I was never into the whole school spirit thing and never went to a football game, but I hung out with the emo/goth kids, theater kids and burnouts. It was well known that the school had a hard drug problem. Little was done about it. I didn't do coke, but I knew the people who did and the people who sold it. I was hanging out with these guys when they got a call and needed to sell some. It was a pretty regular thing. They were pretty much on call. I was shocked when the entire football team and our entourage showed up and met with my friends, then spent a half hour in his bathroom taking turns snorting coke. I couldn't believe my eyes, and my friends could tell I was shocked. They told me they regularly supplied the football team with coke and even sold it to the coach. They showed me proof when I flat out told them it was unbelievable. Turns out, the team did coke at halftime and was famous for their comebacks. Part of the above. I was in journalism class. One day a friend and I went to the bathroom and we came across someone shooting up. We convicted this person to do an interview about drug use at the school. His story was pretty sad and illuminated a lot of the problems that affect people with an addiction. When we took it to the teacher, he was excited and told us to proceed with the story. We wrote it all out ready for the paper and it went to review, and the principal and school resource officer came and took us out of class, told us we should have reported it, and drilled us on names. We refused, citing journalistic ethics, and they threatened to expel and suspend us. Nothing happened, but when we asked our teacher, he literally pretended he didn't know what we were talking about. They didn't let the story run in the paper. Lastly, an English teacher I knew, who was also the girls' volleyball team coach, not coke coach, was known to have relationships with students after they graduated. I knew a girl who went through a bad breakup and had his English class. After the breakup, she spent less and less time with friends and more in this teacher's classroom. Until it was discovered, I don't know how, that they were having sex and going out after school and going to his house and such. She must have been 15 and he must have been 40 to 50. The school found out, and her parents and her decided not to prosecute and keep things private. Her father worked high up in a local company that designed some of the chips in the smartphones we are all using. Teacher got fired, but just went and taught in another school in the same damn district. Also, the school installed a fake grass turf and couldn't afford textbooks for everyone that year, and that should be illegal. I remember visiting some other nearby school for a major JROTC competitor when I was in charge of drill team. At one point, long before we were due for our part, one of my good friends, a girl, snuck off to meet up with some people who at the time I assumed were from one of the other schools. It wasn't unusual to know people who went to another school, which one you attended, was largely a combination of the location of the school itself and the address of the student, so it wasn't uncommon for things to happen where a group of kids who all attended the same middle school but ended up at different high schools. Anyway, due to this, I didn't actually think a whole lot of it. She's my friend, don't care where she goes, as long as she's back in time for our performance. Yeah, well, when she got back, she was super flushed and jiggly. Now, I knew this girl was in general sexually active, as she had a tendency to brag about things, and I complained to her about being unprofessional at a competition. In JROTC we are judged on both our physical cleanliness/appearance and that of our uniforms, because you know, military. Well, she told me she hadn't been having sex. She'd been back doing a solo audition for some guys doing a piece on erotic art. It wasn't until I was much older that I made the realization that she was essentially doing a Bang Bros couch audition, child born style, given we were most definitely minors. Pretty sure she was 17 then. I wasn't even 18 yet, and she was a half year younger than me. It's quite likely that a video of her masturbating to the camera is out there somewhere, labeled under some barely 18 feet bullshit label. The year after I graduated, my golf coach, who was a corrections officer, was arrested for smuggling drugs into the prison. The year before I started taking Spanish, the Spanish teacher ran off with a student, so I got a new Spanish teacher. Everyone suspected similar of the geography teacher, but nobody really knew anything. Before my time, a student got dynamite and planned to blow up a giant wood statue of our mascot. He was trying to frame our rival town for reasons. I never really got how crazy people went over the rivalry. Speaking of the rivalry, that was some crazy nonsense. People burned swears into the opposing team's field with lie. The sale of eggs was banned the day before the football game. It was called Egg Day and involved a lot of egg-based vandalism. The ban was enacted after someone threw a boiled egg at a car on the highway and shattered their window. One time, someone from my town really tried to push people to cut down the opposing town's spirit tree, but their friends decided that was too far, so they smeared car manure on their spirit rock instead. Some of my teachers would protect the high school the night of. They set up a defensive perimeter, stayed there all night with paintball guns, gas at full power, and if anyone drove into the parking lot they'd drop the gates so they couldn't escape with the car. A teacher was caught sleeping with a student, fired, and was quickly rehired as a science teacher in another school just a couple hours away. They suspect he is sleeping with students there as well, but won't do anything about it because of the huge shortage of science teachers needed in the area. The extremely messed up part was what my school did leading up to his termination. Now I wasn't a student at this time, but when I enrolled this dude was a huge topic among students, and so much so that the school threatened anyone who talked about it with ICE, and obviously at a high school, this made it spread even more. But what I got was that various students brought up his inappropriate behavior to staff and their parents, but the school and district superintendent did nothing. He was touching students, lingering physical touches with students, accidentally letting his hand graze certain girls' breasts and butts, making inappropriate comments on their outfits and bodies, and outright checking them out. I was also told he'd mostly teach by sitting in classes with multiple girls who were very attractive, which led to the belief that he was rocking a boner and didn't want that showing. In some cases, the school blamed the students for wearing provocative clothing and acting in a suggestive and inappropriate way. I don't doubt my classmates one bit. Girls got touched inappropriately often there, only to get told to stop acting/dressing a certain way, and blaming the guys for acting on natural desires for boys their age. I literally heard a teacher tell my friend that when some guy ran up to us and humped her quickly before running off. We didn't know him, but we were so shocked at it, we both stood there stupidly for a second before another friend ran up and asked what happened. Many other things happened, from sexual gestures to notes to downright grabbing at their bodies, and each time the girl was punished. Anyway, I did look up the laws around hiring teachers with pedophile charges, and learned that it was a huge chance he was faking rehired. Rural area, teacher shortages is, highly qualified science teacher rolls up, willing to take dirt pay. They'll ignore the hell out of the recent sexual assault charges just to hire him. They desperately need teachers and even more desperate to find a science teacher. I feel bad for the students who deal with him. He sounds like a major creep and definite problem. This didn't happen in high school, but the teacher involved actually ended up working at the same high school the student that facilitated the illegal activity went to after 8th grade. So in middle school me and a few friends were in the choir course. We weren't the typical choir kids though. We smoked pot, listened to dirty rap music, and thought we were the shit. We weren't, but no one could tell us otherwise then. Anyway, this was one of those situations where the teacher was a super straight edge teacher that really wanted to be a positive influence on us and change our lives for the better, and she genuinely did. She was an awesome person all around. I think halfway through our semester she was going through a nasty divorce and ended spending a lot of time with her advanced choir group, which I was a part of. In particular my best friend, she spent tons of time with after school and between periods. It started off as her giving us passes for concert rehearsal so we could skip class. Then she started taking us on small drives to Chick-fil-A and whatnot during those hours, and eventually as her divorce proceedings got more difficult, she would spend time after school with us. This is where the illegal comes in. As I said earlier, we would smoke a ton of pot, and she started smoking with us. Sometimes her stash, sometimes hers. It got to the point where she'd be in our neighborhood past midnight sparking up, and after we were done getting high, I would be dropped off, and my best friend and her would go on their own way. I can only assume what happened after that, but the fact that she always dropped me off first when he was only a street away made me suspicious. He denies they ever had sex, but I doubt it. She was going through a lot emotionally, and although I don't condone pedophilia, I legitimately remember wanted to sleep with half of my female teachers in high school, so who knows what went on. Our school had a male teacher who liked boys. I heard rumors about him when I was in grade school and was warned about him. Yeah, it was the truth. He didn't get caught until after he retired, but is now doing life in prison, but surprisingly not for his 30 years of molesting boys, although at least one student came forward after he was charged. At the same school, my algebra teacher moved to our school because she got caught in a supply closet with her student teacher. At the school she came from, next district, only a few miles away, there were rumors that one of the students was having an affair with a teacher. As soon as she graduated she married him and had a happy marriage for a while with some kids. But back to my school, we had another pose teacher who simply did not teach. It's hard to describe, but he would just let us grade our own tests, didn't really teach, and from what I could tell in my time with him, he did coke in class. A girl a few years younger than me, allegedly, had her family put a restraining order on him after he showed up at her house in the middle of the night out of his mind on recreational substances. I don't doubt that, because I was told by my best friend who was dating her at the time. Pointy, the teacher, was also implicated, but not charged in the death of another student a few years ahead of me in a street racing accident. Allegedly racing with one of his students, and the passenger, another student, was killed, but he kept going after the accident, never owned up to it, never charged. Only a rumor that he was involved. I don't think they ever found out who the mystery driver was. I'm not sure why so much of this was overlooked, but in the case of the unnamed teacher there was some old family stuff going on. I'm not sure about the other stuff, although I have my suspicions. I just think that in the 70s and 80s stuff like that was just accepted, and fellow educators did their best to protect their own. A male student murdered another female student behind the school during lunch hours. The male student was a friend of my cousin's who had befriended me then molested me a year prior, when my family had been homeless and living with my cousins. I was 12 at the time of the stabbing. Australian high school starts when you're 12 and only 11 when he molested me. He was 17 at the time of the murder. He had stabbed his ex-girlfriend, 14, for breaking up with him. I knew her too, but only as passing acquaintances. There were a lot of times where I considered telling her what he did to me, or considered telling a teacher, so he could be locked away, so the same thing wouldn't happen to her. But he had a policeman for a father, and that scared me. I thought if I fessed up, nobody would believe me, because I didn't have any proof beyond my cousins and aunt knowing that he'd bribed me to sleep over in the same bed he slept in at my cousin's. It's something that stays with me every day, the thought that maybe I could have saved her if I told someone about what he did to me. Maybe she'd still be alive if I told a teacher to at least keep an eye out for her, because he was dangerous. He'd threatened me to keep quiet about the molestation. I don't know what happened to him from there, and I've never been curious to look. My mother picked me up that day, obviously knowing that something had happened, since all parents were called to pick their kids up after about a couple hours long lockdown, while police presumably arrested him and got the girl to the hospital, where she later died early. We weren't told the details, but a couple of kids who saw it go down had spread the word and it eventually reached my classroom during the lockdown. I broke down. I told my mum that it was his name who'd stabbed her name, and that his name had molested me a year prior. I told her that I was too scared to tell anybody about it earlier, and that maybe if I had, it could have saved her life. She pulled me out that day and shielded me from all of the news reports, for which there were many, since this isn't a common thing that happens in Australia. But I know that neither of them were named, because they were both underage anyway, which was fine by me. I've never had the temptation to see what his sentence was, because I feel like, no matter what it was, it wouldn't have been enough. That it would have disappointed me. Edit. Clarifying details. Alright, Time for my school's bomb threat story pointed was around 10:30 and our principal comes on the intercom. Alright, I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but when the bell rings, to start the next period, stay in your class. Do not move. More instructions will follow. Based on his tone, nobody was worried. We were just on our phones and chilling with the spare time we had. Lockdown procedure was not initiated. Teachers did not know what was happening. About 15 minutes later, we were told to evacuate. Teachers were still not told what was happening. We went to a nearby Catholic school with no police presence because having several thousand students out in the open after a malicious threat has been placed is a good idea, where we stayed for the next bit. I naturally texted my parents and said that we were evacuated, but I didn't know why. I was told to get off my phone, to which I swiftly replied, "Is that the worst thing happening today?" But here's the thing. They were trying to make sure our parents didn't know. We were publicly told to not call our parents to pick us up. My mom was already on her way. The guy never got caught, and according to police, they were aware of the threat at 10 o'clock. We weren't notified till 10:30 and weren't evacuated till 10:45. So that was fun. Also, one kid got suspended for 5 days for putting his phone in the cafeteria microwave. Rip in pepperoni microwave. I went to a small country primary school. That's years prep to 6 for all those not familiar with the Australian schooling system, of around 200 people. When I was in year 5, so 11 years old, the school wanted 12 veggie patches built for a kitchen garden program / subject they wanted to start running for the kids at my school. Now my best mate was pretty into gardening and would regularly help out the school groundskeepers. I'd tag along sometimes, and we'd grow plants together at his house, usually succulents, and sell them to teachers at the school. Anyway, for whatever reason the school decided not to use their 2 paid groundskeepers to construct these veggie patches, but to get me and my mate to do it, unsupervised. What should have taken 3 weeks at most turned into a 6-month job spanning from the end of year 5 into the first few months of year 6. In that entire time my mate and I skipped a lot of class. All we had to say was we were going to build the veggie patches and that was it. We were allowed to leave class. We were given access to the school's shed full of all sorts of equipment and an expensive garden cart that they brought for us full of gardening tools, which we broke a few weeks after getting it, when my mate pushed me down one of the dirt piles that we used to fill the veggie patches into a brick wall. School got another for us a few weeks later. We mostly just faked around having dirt bomb wars, mud bullfights with our friends, and getting up to all kinds of shit like having a huge war with some old fire extinguishers we found in the back of the garden shed. To this day my mates and I still cannot believe it happened. TLDR, my primary school got my best friend and I to build and plant 12 vegetable patches unsupervised when we were 11 years old. Backstory, I went to a super lax alternative school and those were the best years of my life. Before I got expelled from my home school, I was an outcast, and I was pretty sure I didn't have much time left. It was a turbulent time. But when I got there, it was a fresh start, and things got so much better. I never had a single issue with anyone except one kid, who everyone had an issue with. Last day of junior year, one of my buddies drilled him straight in the teeth with the hardest right hand I've ever seen. He got hold of in a police cruiser. Anyways, I was one of the 3% of kids not there for drugs. Kids came and went. School started 45 minutes late and ended 45 minutes early. We also had 4 super nice teachers, 5 senior year, who was the math teacher's wife. She'd just gotten the job. And 1 dean for the entire school. He just retired last year and it just about broke my heart. He believed the best in everyone, and I never wanted to miss school, because I loved it so much there. We never had homework and less than 5 projects in the 3 years I was there. We didn't even have to have book bags or our own supplies, because they had everything there. I went from a 2.0 to graduating with a 3.7 GPA and all that jazz. I couldn't have gotten this far without my friends and the staff second chance program class of 2014, baby. And anyways, I'm not going to talk about what went on at my high school, but a few of the best reasons kids got sent to the school instead. They were things like smoking weed in the bathroom out of a pen cap and orange juice carton, having a knife the size of a party bus beating off under a desk during a WW2 reenactment film, and getting their darn skin stuck in their zipper trying to zip it up too fast when someone noticed, and got drug out of the room by the SRO because he couldn't walk. Running around campus naked for a pack of Skittles, and $5 setting a soap dispenser on fire on their birthday after pulling the fire alarm because they didn't want anyone else to be able to wash their hands. Blue jobs in the bathroom. Yes, blue jobs plural. Doing donuts in my homeschool football field and destroying the fence with his truck and going on a police chase. He only got caught because he cut his leg wide open on a piece of metal caught on his truck, and his mom, unaware he was hiding from the cops, called an ambulance. Weed falling out of their pocket while helping the principal move stuff. How the principal didn't smell it beforehand, I have no clue. Getting caught with pills taped underneath their nutsack, having an ale file. Seriously, having a bullet. That was me. Just stupid enough to get expelled, but not arrested, or have any legal trouble. Drug deals. Running train on a chick on his hood in the parking lot. His buddy didn't get caught, but he did point. But it was drugs 97% of the time. Well, English and American high schools are different ages, but I have plenty enough material to cover both and then some. What with living in a really dodgy area. Age 6. Head teacher kicked child who had fallen over so hard as to break his arm. Only a few witnesses and all kids, so no one beloved us. Age 9. Man shot at our school hitting one kid in the face. I would like to remind you firearms are illegal in the UK, so it's a very big thing. Even if it was just a .22 air rifle with sharp caps. Cause we didn't know that at the time. Age 11 over 12. Can't remember. 40-something-year-old music teacher had sex with 11-year-old student in his office. Age 12. Kids regularly drinking booze in class. Homeroom teacher sharing with them instead of punishing them. Age 12. Weed, shrooms, and God knows what else being used. At the bottom of the playing field. Age 13. Arson attempt which failed to catch more than a small office. Age 13. First successful suicide at the school. Age 14. First underage pregnancy carried to term. Age 15. First successful arson attempt on school. Age 15. Second successful arson attempt at school. Age 15. Ex-friend caught commuting perjury, or whatever it actually is, by giving falsified information when caught committing arson. Weirdly enough, my police aunt knew my info wasn't what should have been given by this girl. Age 16 to 17. 4 more successful suicides, 1 murder, and 2 failed attempts to gas a classroom of people to death. There's a bunch more stuff I can't remember right now or properly put words around, or stuff that happened in the area and wasn't related to the schools in any way, but that'll do for a start. Like I said, dodgy schools edit. Yes, I know some of these are not technically illegal, but still are bloody nightmare things to happen when you're at school. There was a statewide drug ring that was exposed. One of the teachers who worked there 4 years recently had his son get hired as a teacher there. Turned out his son was in on the drug ring. Dad teach was totally mortified. Happened a few years ago in NJ. Years after I graduated, a teacher bought drugs off a student, was busted. My freshman year, school president was busted with drugs in his car on campus. My freshman year, principal got caught stealing funds from the athletics association. Was a huge scandal, but I don't remember what happened to him. Happened after I graduated. Girls varsity coach slept with a girl on his team and got her pregnant. She had the baby. He was never fired and only moved to boys soccer coach. My cousin was on his team and was teammates with the girl at the time. This happened many years before I was in high school. He had brought the kid around the school a few times as well to practices and games. Super weird. The same teacher mentioned above had girls sitting on his lap in gym class. Actually, all the male gym teachers were overly creepy to the girls. One was fired for this. Per rumors, he took a few girls into an equipment closet in the gym and cornered them. This occurred throughout high school. The wrestlers were known to be extremely vulgar and abusive to one another. They had their own locker room. One kid I knew told me stories about hazing, and it was literally sexual assault. They were required to shower. The kids said they would corner the freshmen in the showers and literally run their dick tip over there as crack just to be intimidating. It's super faked up and probably was super traumatic to the other kids, yet no one saw anything wrong with it apparently, but this was just hearsay to me. I heard stories like this all throughout high school. My high school had a separate section of the school called the Academy. The Academy was for gifted students, and by invite only. These students would have special access to higher quality classes and higher GPAs that the rest of the students in the regular part of the school could not access. They were then still included in the overall school ranking, even though it unfairly put the remainder of the school in a lower ranking as it was impossible to compete. Normally the GPA ranks from 0, failing, 1, D, 2, C, 3, B, and 4, A. If you were taking normal classes, these were the possible GPA points you could get point honors classes. The GPA ranked like 2, D, 3, C, 4, B, and 5, A. And app classes the GPA ranked like 3, D, 4, C, 5, B, and 6, A. Now the rest of the school had access to some honors and app classes. The issue was that the Academy students had access to even more. So they would get the highest GPA scores simply because they had access to more classes that would give you a higher GPA point. Now as for getting into the Academy, the only pattern I could discern is it was based on income. It wasn't truly based on any gifted intellectual talent. I heard, for example, that if a student passed the SAT in 8th grade they would get an offer. I and one of my friends in my neighborhood did, and we did not qualify. What the Academy actually was in a nutshell was a special little bubble for the rich kids in my hometown to automatically have a higher GPA and rank in the top 25% of the high school to make their entree into college easier. It is hella illegal. Middle school, a math teacher slept with a student. He was 26, she was 12 I think. Bought her a burner cell phone to talk to her, and that's how he got caught by the parents. He would also like caress her shoulders in class, super creepy. He was a weird dude. He wore a button-up short sleeve shirt with cargo shorts and a fanny pack with his phone on his belt pretty much every day. He also drove a scooter to school. He spent I think 12 years in prison and is out now. Another time this guy beat a guy across the face with a lunch tray. That was crazy. It was just like the guy was talking some shit, and without saying anything the other guy stood up and did that. High school, a sports marketing teacher bought a Cadillac and stole some crazy amount of money from a baseball fundraiser and left the school. No clue what happened to him. People would smoke great blunts in bathrooms, and it would stink up the whole building. One time I sold a chillum in the bathroom. Like right before Four Loko became huge, this kid would walk around in the hole with fruity alcohol drinks that looked like sodas and no one ever noticed. Our horticulture teacher was a locally known record producer who owned a studio. He would let students use it and was a cool old guy who would come teach with his eyes just so barely open from just being so high. He had a little Gator ATV vehicle he let students use, and one time they flipped it. One time all these business student club, DECA, kids went to a hotel for a conference and pretty everyone smoked gravity bongs in the bathroom. Other same people on the trip would take some oxys or other pills and just be like unable to talk or walk around their point. A student said some shit to a teacher and he grabbed him and picked him by the throat and shoved against a locker. Never saw that teacher again, lol. So a giant drug ring got busted in my school the same month. Some guy in my class got into major local news for pretending to be someone else in the SAT and trying to steal SAT test forms. When he escaped. Our gym class has this thing where they make us run down the hill from the school to the beach and then swim laps in the ocean. One day the gym class caught a bunch of juniors and seniors smoking weed. Then an idiot junior opened his backpack in the counselor's office to grab something, and a brick of weed fell out. Since he was a dealer, the school made him hand over his phone and busted this giant drug ring that got like 20 people expelled right before graduation. Then it was revealed that the principal had kept that brick of marijuana in her desk because she didn't know what to do with it and didn't want to harm the school's rep by involving the police, so she almost got in trouble with the law too. Also that same month some guy from my grade, 2 months from graduating, ready to go to college, gets caught pretending to be some dude who paid him to take the SAT for him with a super fake ID. Fortunately, he was a crazy good sprinter, So he took off with a stack of SAT forms and ran out of the building and threw all the forms into the street as a distraction as he got into a taxi. But then, he actually turned himself in hoping to avoid police involvement, but the police had already been called by then, and he was arrested. He got off though. His dad was like super rich, I think. The college kicked him out though. My senior years, one coach arrested after girl kept flirting with him till he gave in and faked her. She got jealous of his wife. He wouldn't leave her for a 16 years old, so she called the cops and told them he raped her. Everyone and their mother turned against her because she had been bragging about the affair before she got angry. Principal was found to have 2 adult wives and a barely legal teen girlfriend that had transferred before this came out in hopes that it wouldn't come out because she was pregnant with his child. She knew about the wives. Wives knew nothing. Someone who had graduated years before finally came forward about how a different coach, with whom I had interacted on many occasions, had sexually harassed her until she finally convinced her parents to let her transfer because they would let her report it because he was everyone's favorite football coach. Was never arrested, but he doesn't work there anymore. Another girl tried to convince the Spanish teacher, who had just had a baby, to fuck her. He refused, was not interested at all. She threatened to tell everyone that he tried to convince her to fuck him. She did this via the school's student-teacher email system. When the school told him it would be better for him to quit, he sent a school-wide email saying goodbye and explaining that he refused to risk his career or marriage over some horny teen. He included the texts, blocked out the names, but this idiot identified herself by calling police and telling them it was slander. She was arrested for blackmail but nothing happened. Also, someone was pregnant in 8th grade and gave birth in freshman year and had her second in sophomore year. Her family had the second guy deported but couldn't touch the first. Fuck it. It's past the statute of limitations. Shrug. I was 20 when I started teaching at the high school I graduated from. Long story point, while I was there, the cheer coach got popped for sleeping with a student in my grade 11. I think I was 16, but does it stop there? No. The gang task force was on campus at least once every year I attended, and undercover for the 2 years I taught. Apparently we were a meth hub. I was oblivious the entire time I was there. After I started teaching, the crimes became real open. I was genuinely amazed to find out the dirt on who was blazing in the parking lot between classes and joined that club. Teachers faking students. I avoided that one. Teacher parties I got invited to that had more coke than alcohol. Q to me, sitting at an in-service when a well-liked teacher from my department sits across from me with a student. Considering the students had the day off and we were at another school in the district. The kid makes a few references to the teacher's secret girlfriend. Kids will be kids. No red flags. Until a week later, when there's a squad of cops on campus when I arrive, and I'm told he was arrested for sleeping with a 15-year-old, and the mom knew, and was complacent with the relationship. I started a meme, and got students to circulate it about him. Also cue to all eyes on me for the next 6 months, where I didn't so much as step on a crack without an extra glance from 2 different administrations. So, naturally, I faked my girlfriend every single day all over campus, thanks to a master key. Course, if I'm going down, I'm going down a legend. Didn't get caught. Did leave a used condom in the auditorium by accident, but I got to it before anyone else did. The only regret I have was donating thousands of dollars of equipment and man-hours. And some of my ex-students follow me on Reddit. Now you know why you couldn't come work on projects during lunch. Cause I was busy eating lunch and then faking it. One of the staff was a predator. The small private high school my sister and I went to was always on the brink financially, so the accounting guy was also my sister's Spanish teacher and a bunch of other things like volleyball coach and chaperone when we went on school trips. Long after my sister graduated, he was directing the planning for our senior trip to Central America when it hit the fan. We figured out that one of my classmates and a few other young girls were being harassed by this creep in his late 30s at the youngest. There might not have been any touching, he might have only asked them to do stuff and talk dirty to them, but we never really figured out because they kept it so hushed, faking religious schools. I'd been to his house for a pre-trip meeting, and his wife and daughter hung out with us. He drove me to the hospital one time when I was having heart trouble. I went to his wedding. He seemed like a stand-up guy. Some of the dads always felt uneasy about him, but we thought we knew him, as they say. And all this time he might have been a danger to my sister at a small school, where people don't always take the right precautions to make sure no one's left alone together. Worst part was that the only recording of him harassing a victim was taken without his knowledge in a two-party state, so that evidence was ruled inadmissible. I think he might have gone free for some time, maybe because they forgot to act on a warrant out for his arrest. I think he might have turned himself in at some point, but I never heard about a final ruling or sentencing. I hope he rots though, wherever he is. I had a somewhat friend/acquaintance in another course who was shy. He was lanky AF, and thus was barely stronger than the average girl. And well, this one girl and 3 of her friends knew this and took advantage. They pretended to be nice to him and invite him into their group, and at first I was encouraging him as I thought having more friends would be good for him. Next week he stops coming into college. I'm UK college's equivalent to high school. I asked around and no one had heard from him. I asked the girls that were being nice to him. They all said they never heard of him and that I should go fuck myself. Really losing my shit, I decided to be less nice about my approach. I talked to the lead girl's ex and found out she was excessively insecure about her bikini region. Her ex described it as a cheese and ham sandwich where all the fillings hanging out a real charmer. So I took this newfound knowledge to the lead girl, and she was much more willing to talk. Turns out these girls gang raped my friend after dragging him into the girls' toilets and locking themselves in. I won't name anyone for obvious reasons, and this case never rose up because when I went to his house to talk to him about it, he refused to talk to me, and his mother said it was clearly not rap because if he didn't want it, he could have pushed them away. She threatened to make my life in college hell if I reported it on my own. So to this day those girls got away with what they did, and now he'll be even less likely to trust anyone. Story of how I tried to feed my cooking teacher some heroin once upon a time. In year 10th I was friends with this dude who was into dark web. He would mine Bitcoin before the whole crypto platform exploded and buy drugs off the internet and get them delivered to his mailbox. He would often supply other kids from school with MDMA and other shit like speed and benzodiazepines. Let's call him Bill. Anyway, in year 10th cooking class I had a teacher who absolutely hated my guts. She put all kids in pairs or teams, but she made me do all the cooking by myself. She genuinely hated men, a weird amount for a high school teacher, and I challenged her a lot because of that, and obviously that didn't work out well. In the end of the class, she'd walk around and take a bite out of what kids have made and then leave the rest for us to take home or for lunch. One day, Bill was moved to my class because his other class was full or something. So the teacher had to pair me up with him. Without knowing we were actually good friends, one day, we were making simple hamburgers. Just your typical sauce, bun, some salad and a patty. Billy was late, but I didn't mind, was used to doing it all on my own. He rocks up 15 minutes late, excited and in a rush. While everyone was busy doing their thing, he came up to me and pulled out a Ziploc baggie with brown powder in it. I asked him what it was, and he smirked and said back quote, "You wanna make heroin burgers?" And so we did. We mixed it into the sauce. Fun fact, you can eat heroin in large enough quantity and it will still hit you, and made the rest of the burger in time. Usually, the teacher would come around and try the food, but I guess trying 20 burgers made by year 10ths wasn't the best idea for her aggressively aging body, so she tried like 3 and gave the rest a visual inspection. Me and Bill were really cut that she didn't try ours and go to space, so we just ate them ourselves. We spent rest of the day arguing with English teachers about literature. We were saying nonsense and sleeping in other classes 9/10ths. Still wish she tried it, just to see her reaction as reality and her usual sober self slips away from her for seemingly no reason. TLDR, me and my friend got heroin from dark web and tried to feed to my cooking teacher. Bit large, but quite a bit of it happened in the last year before we graduated. This kid who had a very minor Asperger's, had a mildly hunched back, was skinny as a pencil, a very croaky voice, bow and a messy haircut. He was bullied to the point where the teachers hired students to basically spy on him in and out of school to make sure he wasn't bullied anymore. I know because I was one of them. Horribly, it was so organized that it was never in the same places, time, or people, so catching them was difficult. He was hit, but not beaten so it was never something serious like GBH. The bullies were cruel schemers like that. A retired police officer who worked as a security guard constantly looked out for him. He was spat on once and this made one of the bullies get suspended for 5 days. Then the worst was one of them who I had known for years, but not too closely, brought a 6-in combat knife to stab or scare him. He could have 5-day suspension. Now from what I know and see, he was never really criticized for it much as his brother is a disabled Afghanistan veteran who was something of a local hero. On top of that, the town is a garrison town, so lots of people are of army stock, and so criticizing them has led to people being called anti-army. This isn't everyone but a small minority. It's not talked about at all. Due to the pride of a town, stuff like that has even pushed under the rug too. The kids, as most were in our year, but 2 were 13-year-olds, already making a name for themselves, found smoking weed and drinking alcohol on school property at lunch. They did get a warning from the police, but were just only allowed to come in for exams and study. They got what they wanted really. 3. The technology, drama, and music teacher. The drama teacher was actually okay, but was caught drinking whiskey straight from the bottle during lessons, but she kicked the habit. No one talks about it. The 2 tech teachers however, one of them got in trouble for calling this one girl who was a favorite of his a slut and a floozy. He got warnings, but was let off the hook, and still teaches there. The other one was let go after an accusation of him touching a 14-year-old's inner thigh, and just before her groin. Don't even know where he went. The music teacher still teaches there, and is the worst by far. He drank in lessons, on foreign school trips, and with his wife in her office as she was the principal. Now he hung around the same groups of girls the tech teachers did. Not only was he absolutely pissed drunk on trips, but he would relax and stare with his shades on at the pool where the girls were and rubbed in sun cream on the girls' bodies. My best friend swears by it. One of them kept lifting certain bits of her bikini up. He was an okay and liked me, but he has so much dirt on him. There's so many rumors about him that it's stupid trying to know them all. Being the headmistress wife helps of course. Borderline illegal or probably illegal, and my kid brain didn't think much of it. Point in middle school the popular girls were sitting in male coaches' laps during their class period, and out of their class period. The only student that was related to someone that worked for the school at the time was the attendant clerk, so I know that what was happening was at least weird, and it was more than one girl that was doing it too, like it was natural. In high school some of my teachers elected to utilize spray bottles filled with water to wake up students if they were sleeping in class. The teacher hadn't used it all year until that point when we were all doing the discussion portion of class and began to trail off the subject, and as we trailed off, my teacher noticed the only student that was sleeping and not participating was a popular guy who was also I'm so bad as I ride my motorcycle to school, but I keep quiet because everyone pisses me off. So what happened to this badass was he ultimately squirted by the water bottle, and he got up in a frustrated manner, shouted "That's disrespect," and charged out of the classroom. The entire class became quiet and much teacher waited a whole 5 minutes before she realized she messed up and hurried after him. From then on she was kissing his ass, and then in elementary school, a student's mother ended up having an affair with a married 5th grade teacher, and thus resulting in 2 divorces, and that student to not be on speaking terms with her mom. Damn, I have a bunch of those 14-year-old girl takes hard drugs and is dating a club owner. Known for the sentence "meth is cool, why don't you try it?" Point 12-year-old girl sent around her own nudes. If this happened in the US she would probably be jailed for distributing child porn. Half the student body was smoking by the time they were 16, while it's only legal at 18 in my country. Almost everyone was drinking till blackout, starting at, for some, at 12. A few girls were smoking at 12. Half the girls were obsessed with this one teacher in his late 20s. It was honestly disgusting to see a bunch of 15-year-olds obsess over a dude to the point they just knew everything about him. He requested to be moved to another school the next semester. Not really illegal, but cold turned very easily into illegal, and it was probably stalking already anyways. There was extensive bullying. Since I've opened up a bit about it to others, I've just learned how faked up it actually was. Back then we didn't have any laws against it, but now we do, so it would be highly illegal with the usual punishment being expulsion. A student was also bullied and broke down in class once and said he just wants to kill himself. Was sent out the classroom, lol. Teacher came out, he claimed she hit him, was pulled by his t-shirt to the principal. He hadn't killed himself 5 years later, so I'm hope he's still alright now. A lot of board grades. The school was located in a rich part of the area and a lot of the people had connections. I still call it the small Alabama cause literally everyone was in some kind of club, choir, sport, or relationship that connected everyone with anyone. It would honestly surprise me if none of them were related in some kind of those who ended up together. Someone got allegedly pregnant at 14. But you know those rumors, so no idea. The deputy headmaster of my secondary school was arrested for suspected child pornography. He was fired. A couple of years later the school found out he'd actually been sexually assaulting some of the boys at the school, and the pictures and videos that he'd been caught with were of those students. We only found out because ex-students had started coming forwards about it, and their names got around. He'd been teaching at that school for 22 years, and the victims dated back to when he started. Apparently there were a lot more boys assaulted that never came forwards. He'd always been a creepy teacher. When it all came out, I was so glad I was a girl. He seemed to prefer boys, and for a group project I'd ended up in the library with him, alone, after school. To be in the library after school hours you needed to be supervised. I hate to think what happened in that room, because he was always the one who volunteered to supervise the out of hours visits. People think the library is where most of the crimes were committed because of this, but as students, we don't have any proof. There was also a chemistry teacher who sexually assaulted a girl in one of the science classrooms. She killed herself after he left her on the floor, though this was about 10 years before I started at the school. I went to Bancroft Elementary School in 1981 in Minneapolis, MN. The performing arts teacher was in league with the director of at the Children's Theatre. I landed a part in Huckleberry Finn, which was a big deal. The part was minimal, but it was a major accomplishment nonetheless. There was a small kid about my age with a single mom who landed a major role. The poor child was not good at acting at all, and was resented because no one understood why he had such a good part. One day in drama class at Bancroft he became upset and told the teacher that he was going to tell on them. As he tried to leave the room the teacher raced over to him and picked him up by the base of his skull with one arm. The teacher carried him out of the classroom like that, telling us to freeze. We did. When he came back shortly thereafter the child was crying, and he told us that what happened was a practice, and if it was a private class thing, I believe there was a vague threat that if he heard about it from our parents we wouldn't be allowed to be in the play. I don't think a single kid in that class said anything to anyone. A few months later the teacher and the director of the Children's Theatre were charged for molestation. I was seriously traumatized by this incident because my gut told me something really bad was happening, and I allowed some pose to manipulate me into not speaking up and telling someone what I saw that day. I haven't thought about this as defining moment in my life until now, which I admit is a bit weird, although I haven't really considered / recalled it until I read this post. Since then I follow my gut and will call people out if I feel they are doing harm or simply not being proactive in protecting the welfare of others. Because of this, I have many acquaintances, a frustrated wife, and 4 people I consider friends. One of my freshman year teachers would take every chance to grope me and my friend's thighs, or give us random massages, or bend over in very obvious ways to pick up a chair. She also posted gay porn on her Google Classroom by an accident. She cried about her dating life in class and also about how much work she has to do and she just can't keep up with all of our work, but she's the one handing it out. I came in to finish an essay one time because we had to be in her class to do the essay, and she sat next to me with one hand on my thigh and the other grading papers while I wrote my essay, and would occasionally ask about my love life and friends or just look and smile at me. And yeah, it was the worst 15 minutes of my life. A Mayo point edit. During that whole clown phase, 2 kids actually came to school with knives, if I recall correctly. Someone's senior prank last year was to throw smoke bombs / fireworks in a bunch of our trash cans at school, and it caused an ever. One of my English teachers had a wax pen and charged the students pens for them, or hid them, if they needed to. We'd point as not legal in my state. 2 of our security guards would actually hold on to any illegal things that you had on you if you were cool with them, such as jewels, weed, pills, switchblades, and one of them got fired this year. My engineer teacher yanked my collar and dragged me outside to talk to me, and then did the same to the kid next to me when I went back into class and sat down. He giggled. Then he too got dragged. My culinary teacher yanked my earbuds out of my shirt. I didn't even have them in my ears, and then that pulled my phone out of my pocket because they were connected, and then it disconnected after it got caught on my shirt and fell on the floor and shattered my screen. She then told me I was the ignorant one. I was told my friend group counted as negative gang affiliation and they could expel me for it. What caused this? We didn't want to fight, neither parties did, but everyone wanted us to, and the security guards kept saying if we didn't disperse the crowd then we'd be expelled. They proceeded to get police to escort us to the office instead of asking where we once again explained what happened. Then they didn't even apologize or give us late pass to class, but they said we were lucky to be able to leave harmless. Our school put huge speed bumps on our school's entrance to the student parking lot that would scrape the bottom of cars. I hit it going around 5 miles per hour and it still cracked my bumper. The speed bumps were also painted black and blend in perfectly with the road, so I saw other cars hit them flying, and then they would get in accidents panicking. They showed a video, after getting lots of complaints about it, that showed they weren't that high, and that we were just speeding, but the video showed the car getting scraped, and even leaving black marks on the bumper. Mayo. We took protest by parking in the teacher's lot, and by the front office, because they couldn't possibly tow all of us. So they shaved the speed bumps down by lots, and painted them yellow after that. One kid swung his dick around on the helicopter for a big photo of a bunch of clubs together, and it ended up going into the yearbook, where it wasn't noticed till it was too late. There was a school shooting threat and bomb threat at one school near us, and the school actually had to evacuate to our school and another one in the area, but then that other school had lost power, and then our school ended up being packed and unable to feed every student. Our school also lied about how many students they had each day, and I have no idea how that happens, but they got in serious trouble for it. We had almost a month and a half of no school because of the teacher strikes that happened last year. Some substitute teachers don't even take roll and allow us to leave class because they've been in our position before. One of my teachers cursed out my mom and the school defended the teacher until we took it to the district, where she was promptly fired because this had been a serious complaint they received often. One teacher cut the tip of his finger off in a woodworking class. The same teacher then had a student in my hour who had her finger cut halfway through her bone. He was let go because they didn't think he could run a dangerous class like that anymore. One of us put an open lubed condom on a teacher's door who was known to have sex with random guys because she had just gotten pregnant and didn't know who the father was. Another kid jerked off in my social studies class twice. One time the next girl next to me recorded him, then he did it in my PE locker room's bathroom. The coach walked in and goes, "Whoa, what the fuck are you doing in elementary school?" Our playground's walls were connected to houses and we would always hop the fence and steal oranges and such. We didn't think it was that illegal. Mayo. Some girl had a kill list in elementary and almost everyone I knew was on there. I was right on top and I barely knew the girl. She didn't even get a suspension or lunch detention. She got a slap on the wrist and was back in school the next day. During second grade a girl was really obsessed with me and would call me her prince. Click like TikTok. Every essay she wrote was about me and she would chase me around, and somehow this girl knew my phone number and my sister's, brother's, mom's, dad's name, and I never told her any of this info. I was really freaked out. She wouldn't ever use her last name. She would put mine. I wasn't even that attractive back then, and I didn't even talk to her. One special ed teacher hit me with a nail on the end of a board, and this beach was so dense that I could taste the mercury. She kept saying she's so observant, and she would never have missed me. She slung this long scrap wood board on her back, then spun around, and hit me in the head while I was painting. She once also tried fitting a 8x4 block of wood through like a 6x4 door, and I told her it wouldn't work, and she should spin it around, so it's 4 feet high and not 8. She responded by trying to push the board in harder without tilting it, or changing anything in her flawed strategy. Then the board snapped, and she told our teacher it was my fault for distracting her. So observant. One of my engineering teachers reached into my pocket and pulled my phone out and then shoved it into his desk and locked it and told me I could have it back at the end of the day, and when I asked for it back he yelled at me and sighed and told me he was busy calling someone. Mind you, I wasn't on my phone during that class at all. The kid next to me was, but he slid it into his pocket, and when I told him I wasn't he said I done see you playing on it right then. Our school also has a policy where the teachers are required to give it back at the end of the hour, and he said I make my own rules, even though our cell phone contracts even stated we would get them at the end of the hour. I had to leave early that day as well, and my parents were supposed to call me when I had to go up to the office. So I had to WhatsApp up to the office and call my parents, who then got mad at the teacher in the office. So they had to have the security guard walk me over to the teacher and tell him to hand me my phone and to never lock a student's property, and that our contract had said we get it back at the end of the hour. He scowled at me the entire day after that and wouldn't help me for the whole week. I'm sure most of these aren't illegal, but they are interesting nonetheless. Let's see how a guy who graduated a year earlier, he was the main pot dealer for all the juniors and seniors. He got a plug for fake kids, so we all had one in that group who were friends with him. A video of one senior girl faking a gear shifter and a baseball bat selling amphetamines to all the outsider kids and lots to regular kids during exams. The star football player liked me for some reason. I was a dirty punk rocker back then, and he would go on his lunch break and get blow for me. I only gave him $40 a gram, and the trip to the dealer took almost 30 minutes round trip, and lunch was only 45 minutes. So I can't imagine he was making any money for it to be worth it. But at last period, when we had a class together, he would always have the fat gram I ordered earlier in the day. And he always did it for me, or I would organize money between a few people to go in on some several times a week. He was the man, and his blow was incredible. My best friend called in a bomb threat. It was supposed to snow that day and didn't, so he was pissed and wanted a day off. So he called in a bomb threat and we got sent home. He got suspended for the rest of the year. The school officer's golf cart got put on the roof of the school. In the ceiling over the auditorium and stage was a large area of concrete where 2 buildings connected, making a 20 × 20 feet square platform. Previous students bestowed with the secret knowledge the hid a-hole dragged a couch up there and some chairs, and we would go up there and smoke bud, snort pills, and kill time while skipping class. This was in the early 2000s. All the smokers would go across the street before and during lunch and stand across the street from school in between people's property and the road on a patch of woods and smoke cigarettes in plain view, and no one ever got in trouble, even though everyone knew what the deal was. Nothing too illegal. I imagine much the same in most high schools. Oh boy, let's see here. We had a 20-something-year-old who was a 9th grader. We had a 11th grade kid odd on spice, fake weed, punch a bunch of 7th grade girls before screaming to God and crying on the floor. The teachers would smoke weed with the 9th graders by the football pitch and give them tobacco. A teacher faked a student in the gym storage room. Another teacher cheated on her husband with our gym teacher. Gym teacher got fired, but she kept her job and no one told her husband. They didn't give pay rises to black teachers, and there was a big lawsuit that our school lost. A bunch of kids would go into the music rooms and just destroy all of the equipment over and over again until our school just stopped buying equipment. Kids vaped in the bathrooms and set off the fire alarms multiple times. Kids would come into school high as fuck. Teachers came in drunk and hungover. Teachers would cuss out kids, calling them faking idiots and telling them to shut the fuck up. Some teachers were suspect as hell, only talking to and helping female students. A teacher beat up a student. Multiple stabbings. Students bringing in knives. Rival gang members ran into our school during recess and beat the shit out of some students. The school lost hundreds of students' coursework, which resulted in them failing subjects. They then tried to bribe some of these students with money. If I remember anymore, I'll update this. This was only about 4 years ago, but my large group of friends and I played the most dangerous game of tag. This girl we had all collectively hated saw us exchanging a small baggie of what she thought was weed, was actually tabs of acid, and tried to ask us if she could buy some. She came off sounding preppy and dumb, and we told her to fuck off and didn't say it wasn't weed. She in turn went to the principal and asked to make an anonymous tip in front of a bunch of random kids, who proceeded to Snapchat my friends and I and let us know what was up. Sadly, we'd parted ways, and my bestie, with a backpack now full of about half a sheet of acid. The internet is actually a good place to buy drugs for cheap. Had no idea she was about to be faking pulled from class to have her whole life ruined. So I skip class and race around the school to find her. I bump into another dude who hands me the backpack. Friend 1 already was pulled from class, but switched backpacks with him at the very last second. No joke, I almost shit myself knowing I have the backpack. The whole school is suddenly on high alert 4. I end up handing it off to another friend, whose mom was picking her up early, and the bag thankfully makes it off school grounds safely. The bad thing is that pictures of the backpack changing hands have been spread all over social media. Drug sniffing dogs are called in, and friend 1 was suspended by default. But honestly, without pictures or proof that actual drugs were involved, we all made it out alright. Also became known as drug lords after the incident, even thought we really weren't that cool.